Ladies and gentlemen, we are live from the Isle of Man in the UK. This is John and Mike's MMA Corner.
Welcome one and all to John and Mike's MMA Corner.
MMA from a different angle.
And before we kick off with obviously our usual saga of laughter and seriousness, professionalism, we're going to start by asking you all to jump onto Facebook, Twitter, the lot really, the social networking sites, and give some of our esteemed colleagues a follow, because their hard work really helps not only us and yourselves but just MMA grow. So first up we have
MMA Scotland.
We'd like you to also jump onto UFC Wreckage on Facebook. Their Twitter handle and their website is MMA Wreckage.
We also have MMA UK, and their Twitter handle is We Are MMA UK.
Jump on to Facebook to Fighting and MMA.
We also have on Facebook and Twitter The Real MMA Talk.
And last but not least, they're on Facebook, they're on Instagram, they're on Twitter. Can't miss them. If you like a giggle, you like a laugh, jump onto Funny MMA, kind of putting a light-hearted view on the aspects of MMA and the goings-ons.
I thought it was serious.
Exactly. So that's what you want to jump onto. Now what we're going to do is jump straight in to this week's edition. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for this week. We have got too many guests on, but it's not a problem. Sadly, Mike is joining us. He is in Vegas, and I have sadly got him on the other end.
Hello.
Yeah, I'll edit that out, everyone. Don't worry about it. No, it's okay. Mike's here. We're going to go. We're going to let you know what's on for this. There's a couple of amateur fights on this weekend in Vegas, which Mike's going to watch. But we've also got, how many guests we got on? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 guests. Wow. Okay. We've got Aaron Ely against Nick Mamalis. Those two guys are coming on. They're going on Titan FC 36. We also have Danny Roberts, who is throwing down against Nathan Coy in the on UFC Fight Night on Thursday. We've also got Jose Torres against Ian Lujan. Now, Jose Torres making his pro debut on Titan FC. And then you've got Grant Dawson against Dave Burrow. That again is Titan FC 36 card. Grant Dawson undefeated. Very exciting prospect. All his finishes in the first round, and all of his fights have been finished with submissions. All of them, bar one, have been rear naked chokes. The other one was an armbar. Then we've also got, to finish off with, Alex Enlund. He's going down to Bournemouth with Jake Bostwick to go and have a scrap against a couple of fellows. So it should be a good go. It should be a good laugh. We've got them guys on. But also joining myself and Mike, I'd say it's been a while. It's been too long. It's like a long distance relationship. We've got John Gooden joining us. So it's very good to have you back. It's always a pleasure speaking with you and having your fountain of knowledge to be thrown down upon us.
Thank you. I'm not sure about fountain of knowledge. Just a small trickle as a result of jet lag and the sheer scale and
Vegan food.
No, that's a good fuel for it. Just the craziness that comes with Vegas. I'm dazzled by the lights, but thank you for having me on.
No, do you know what? It's a bit. The trickle is more than me and Mike put together. So do you know what? It helps. Trust us. So we're going to jump. We're going to jump straight away into a couple of interviews, and then we're going to come back and speak with John about the fights that are coming up. So the first interviews we have is Aaron Ely against Nick Mamalis. Like I said, Titan FC fight. They're fighting at 135, but they usually fight at 125. But the guys both agreed that they just had Thanksgiving and they fancied a bit of grub and they didn't want to cut those extra £10. So here they are now. Okay, Titan FC have swooped in Aaron. Is it Ellie, is it, or is it Ely?
The technical pronunciation, I think, is Ely, but when I was in college, everybody just called me Eli, so Eli.
Oh, okay. Well, so Aaron, look, you're taking on Nick Mamalis, right? Now, Titan FC, it's a great opportunity to be fighting on Titan FC. I always tell people, I think it's one of those promotions that is definitely growing. It's one of those, I say feeder promotions for the likes of like the UFC, Bellator, etc. So when you get onto this, it's a great marker for yourself and a good way to get yourself out there. 2 other promotions. Is this how you feel of the promotion yourself?
Well, I know that it's always had a pretty good reputation. I mean, they've always done on a good show. Scott's the matchmaker. I know Scott really well, and this guy, just looking at this card, it's a pretty loaded card. So yeah, I have nothing but that to think about.
Yeah, Aaron, you're right. Their cards are loaded, and that's a good thing. I feel. I think that it helps for fighters coming in, whether they've come from, for example, a regional show, or they've come down from the UFC because they got cut maybe for whatever reason. It's a good solid standard when you're going in there. You're not messing around. It's serious. It's hard work to get that victory, and I think what's beautiful about Titan FC, the way they're working it, is they're getting fresh blood like yourselves on it. And being a bantamweight, they've got great 135ers, 145ers, and 155ers. That kind of, those three weight classes is something they've invested in, and they've certainly got a great cluster of guys in that weight class. So are you?
Well, shoot, normally I'm a flyweight. I'm normally a flyweight. I just took this at bantamweight because I knew that this guy's normally a flyweight, and I didn't want to cut as much weight. And I think he knew the same thing.
Also makes sense.
Oh, basically what you mean is...
So I don't care about anybody in those weight classes, to be honest.
Oh, no way. So you're looking forward then to... Is that because you just want to have a mince pie because it's Christmas? Is that why?
Huh?
Is that because you wanted to have a mince pie because it's Christmas time?
No, that's just because going to 125 sucks normally. I mean, like, if I don't have to go if I can just fight at 135, a guy that's normally 120, like if we were fighting for a belt or something, obviously, or number one contender spot or something, obviously, I'd probably go down to 125 to do it. We would do that, but like since it's not that, it's just basically it's a fight to get built up in Titan. So I'm pretty sure we both just said, yeah, we'll just fight each other at 135 because so we don't have to cut as much weight. Like, why would we want to put ourselves through that kind of hell for what? You know what I mean? We're vets enough. I think we're both veterans enough to know that it never done enough weight cutting to know that. Okay, yeah, and I was like, well, okay, cool. It's like one of those unspoken agreements.
So is this your only time that you fought at bantamweight?
What's up?
Is this your first time you've ever fought at bantamweight?
No, I fought a lot of fights at bantamweight. I've actually only fought 2 MMA fights at 125 and 2 boxing matches at 125.
Got you.
One thing I've noticed though with your career, it's very spread out. You're fighting, it seems. You're not fighting every...
Oh yeah, I took a couple years off. I was pissed off after I lost to Dustin Ortiz. I thought it was stupid, and I was kind of pissed off. And I was just kind of pissed off where MMA was going. And I don't know. I just had to figure out what I wanted to do.
Yeah, that was the RFA fight, wasn't it, with Dustin?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you had a break. Were you still training, or did you just have a break from fighting? What was?
Oh yeah, I was always training. I always trained. It's just I just kind of walked away from competition, really.
And
I'll never let myself I'll never get out of like shape. I'll always train. I'll always be in pretty good shape because like then I started my mindset changes and I'm not in as good shape. Like my mindset, my body, the way people act to you. Like I don't know. Like I'm really health conscious. I know this is like one of the best ways for me to. This is one of the funnest ways I can stay in shape. I'll say it like that, mentally and physically.
So then, what's your mindset now then? Because obviously you were not very happy with the way things were going in general with MMA. What kind of brought you back then? What changed your mindset? What got you the confidence to be back in there?
Scott asked me if I wanted to fight on this show, and I wasn't doing anything better, so yeah.
Pretty easily swayed. I like it.
and fighting's fun.
Yeah. No, that's a good one to have. That's not bad fun. I was easily swayed over. So, it's nice to know that Aaron.
I had a free evening.
Yeah. Now the thing with Nick is, he's got quite a few fights under his belt. He's quite experienced in the cage, let's say. So 135. Do you feel that you'll be quite, fighting at 135? Do you feel you're going to feel a lot stronger and a lot fresher than having to cut down that extra 10 pounds?
I'm not a little bitch. It doesn't bother me to go up to 135 really at all. Like I'd be fine at 135 or 25. I would just rather be at 125 because I'll have longer reach. But since this guy's like about the same reach reach pace, same that. Okay, that it doesn't bother me.
Okay.
That's the main reason I am.
So after this fight, would you then look to maybe have a 125 bout, or would you only take it if it was for the title? On Titan, say.
Like, obviously, I wouldn't go down and get immediately a title shot. I just doubt that would happen. But like, I don't know. Like, I don't think they'd pay me enough to fight Tim. Like, me and Tim are too good of friends. Like, we train together. Like, there's a lot of personal history there. They'd have to really talk us into it. They'd have to really try to get.
Aaron, you had a hiatus.
I can only vouch on my end, but like, I wouldn't fight him unless it was like. Unless it would be like one of those moments where it's like, God damn it, why aren't you fighting me? Like, we're both gonna make a lot of money. Let's do this. unless we would get mad at each other as friends, you know. Like that's about the only way I would do it.
Well, you got easily swayed to get back in there, so it sounds like if they're just trying to maybe, I don't know, throw in a chocolate bar or something that might help. I reckon they could easily negotiate you back in, but no. Say for example, Tim gets back into the UFC and the title's vacated, then would you? Is that when you'd step down then to 125? Is that kind of
probably? That's probably what I would do. Yeah, that's a pretty good example of
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Then that's fine. Because I imagine if you signed a 4-fight contract with you with Titan, is that what you're doing?
Something like that. I forget how many I did.
Yeah. I usually guys get like a 3 or 4 with them. You see. So yeah, I was just thinking, because I was wondering what would happen after the Nick bout, in the sense of, because obviously if you've got Tim at 125, are you going to stick at the 135 area? What's the, because obviously you got Anthony Gutierrez at 135 trying to chase that belt as well, so you're kind of like in limbo, really. You might have to just eat more pies and get to 145.
I think heavyweight's going free at the moment.
Yeah, get a heavyweight, yeah.
Am I looking at heavyweight? Is that what you said? Did I hear you wrong?
Yeah, no, get
You
yourself,
can have Christmas Day every day.
Yeah, get yourself up to heavyweight, and then that way you don't have the contrast. You don't have to worry about what belt the guys are going for.
I look like a little gremlin or something.
Hey, there's a few of them at flyweight.
You'll be like a cannonball going into the fight. You'll be fine.
Oh my God, no! I know who I would look like. Actually, there's this wrestler. His name was Elijah Madison. He was like the shortest heavyweight ever. He looked like a little butterball, but he might have won D2s. Like he was really good.
Yeah, he's a friend of mine.
He's a friend of mine, yeah.
Elijah Madison, you know him?
No, not really. I just wanted to see you go
I
awkward
was
for a
gonna
minute.
say what?
No, but well, I tell you what.
You'd be good at rolling.
Yeah.
You just wouldn't be able to stop rolling.
Yeah, no.
So I imagine then, obviously, training with Tim and Anthony and that, you've got, all of you is peaking up at the same time for this fight coming up. It's quite a good crack then, and quite a good atmosphere, so to speak, then around the camp.
Yeah, no. Well, we're all zeroing in on the fight, so like we're just sharp, and we're giving each other pretty hard goes. So.
Yeah, it must. Yeah, so
that's the game, man. That's what we do.
Yeah, that's good. Do you feel like it's a bit easier then when you've got a fight coming up, when you've got everyone? Well, not everyone. Sorry, rephrase that. When you've got a couple of guys around you peaking together, do you find that it helps in the fight camp? Obviously, you're suffering together, so that way you kind of.
It definitely does. It absolutely does.
Yeah, so,
absolutely. I mean, I can do it myself, but on that, you'll never push yourself like somebody else can push you. Like it's an old saying. It's pretty true.
Yeah, because I was going to say, because when your training partner isn't got a bout on, he's not going to be breaking himself to kind of push himself that bit further in training. So when it's only one way, it does affect things, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, it definitely does. It's a major fact. That's why it's nice to be in a good training camp,
with the opponent in Nick, were you? For yourself, did it bother you who you were fighting, or was it just the fact that you were just interested in getting a fight again?
Did it bother me who I was fighting when?
Yeah, when you got matched up with Nick. Were you, when you didn't really, or did you look into him before you signed it, or are you kind of guy who thinks? Cause
I looked at who he was.
Yeah.
I more specifically look at dimensions, because that more dictates how I'm gonna have to fight somebody. Is like how long are they, how tall are they, that kind of thing. So if they're in like a there's not very many people that I wouldn't. And honestly, a lot of times the ones that are really long like that, like they're gangly long, like they won't be like strong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like that's the kind of stuff that I'll look at. Like what's their body type? That's more or less what I'm interested in. Like I'm confident enough in my skills I could go against nearly anybody, but what would make the difference is like how is that fight going to go down? I prefer to have reach, so like I don't know. But like with Mamalis, it's about the same. I think I got a few inches of reach on him, which means I'll be controlling the outside a little bit more.
Yeah, you'll be popping those jabs away.
Yeah. Exactly.
We won't give away the game plan. We mean you'll be throwing spinning heel kicks all the time, just in case he listens.
No, he can do that as much as he wants. I'll be tagging him up.
Punishment.
I'll be honest. We're going to be watching. We're in the UK, and we're going to be tuning in to the fight card itself. So
it's so easy now.
It's easy now on Fight Pass. But the thing is, Aaron, we are going to look forward to watching you compete. You see, because we know the guys, like you say, Anthony, we've seen what he can produce. We've seen Tim. We've seen James Krause. We've seen a lot of the guys that come out of that gym and seen what they've produced. So I'm looking forward, actually, Aaron, to seeing how you perform on the Titan card and, getting a better idea of how you are as a fighter. So, I am looking forward to this fight. I know you are yourself because you're fighting on it, but...
Did you watch my fight on Bellator 139?
Bellator isn't as accessible
it's
to get
so
me
hard
in
to get
the
that in the UK.
It's not so hard. It's just not easy. It's a pain in the ass to get, Aaron, honestly. It's honestly,
it's impossible for me.
It's impossible because Mike's a retard, but
online.
It's just difficult to get. Mate, Bellator is even though they're big, you would not believe how awkward it is to get to watch their fights. Honestly, mate,
It's recently. If you've got Sky, I think you can do a link up with.
Not Sky's, mate, so they don't have it States. But it is. It's awkward, mate. Honestly, it's not. Bellator's not as accessible here as it is in the States. The availability of it is available now and then for certain. I think it's certain cards.
Need satellite.
It's certain cards they have as well. It's a pain, honestly, mate. So trust me. Even they got the Bellator card on this weekend with Josh Thompson fighting, and mate, we wouldn't actually get to see that unless I hacked into a stream somewhere. It would be like 2 weeks, mate, till I probably saw it on TV. Yeah, it's mate. It's silly. It is in the year 2015. It's silly. Like I don't get it. And if you think for someone like Scott Coker,
it probably has something to do with It's the ISP. It's like I'm almost done with my CCNA. You wouldn't believe. Like Americans are the only ones that still use what's IPv4. Like we're like the only country that still uses IPv4. And it's just because we'd rather not spend any money and upgrade. And honestly, it wouldn't even take any money to really upgrade this stuff. It'd just take a lot of work. Like you'd have to go in and actually like reconfigure all the routers and stuff. And rather than do that, they'll come up with things like a network address translation, so they can use the same IP address like over and over and over again. It's seriously retarded the direction they went with it. Like I don't know. It's like having a different personality to deal with like each different person. Like I don't know how to explain it. It's like
I was going to say
that's the approach the Americans took.
I started trying to Google what you were saying there because I got a bit lost in your words.
As far as the UK and MMA, the UK television people haven't really embraced MMA. I mean, obviously UFC is covered, but that's about all that's been covered with MMA. I did find a random London channel last week that was showing a local fight, but
it's not the easiest to access. Basically,
there's no terrestrial TV channel.
I think Scott Coker.
They don't like violence over there as much.
Oh no, they like violence.
No, we do.
They like violence. They just don't like it when there's referees.
No, the monarch doesn't. The monarchy doesn't.
I think it's just the brand.
We invented violence.
The monarchy doesn't like violence.
We invented.
People start using it against them.
We were cutting heads off and
invented
pouring people years ago.
We invented classic hooligans. We invented the best hooligans in the world.
The Americans ruined it for you. We revolted and killed a bunch of those guys, and then now all of a sudden now they hate any kind of violence because they think of us.
Oh man, it's well eventually Scott Coker will get a deal hopefully with a TV network, and we'll be able to watch just. I think hopefully we get more options to watch.
I don't think it's going to end up on Fight Pass though.
I don't think Bellator will end up on Fight Pass.
I don't think that will happen.
No, I don't think that's going to happen. Not yet. But Aaron, before we let you go, if I wanted to, and obviously everyone else at home, if they want to tune in to you, in not just on Fight Pass for the fight you got coming up, but maybe on your social networking, can you give us the links that you've got if you have any?
Just my name on Facebook. That's about the only one that I really use that much.
Oh, we'll have to get you a bit more of a social networker.
No, that's fine.
We'll have to get you on Twitter and all sorts. We'll have to get you sort that out. And what about your sponsors, man? What sponsors you got there helping back you up?
Well, I did have. I'll have to talk to Scrap Soldier. Usually does my banners and whatnot. Vericoin. It's a cryptocurrency. It's kind of like Bitcoin, but it's like I don't know. It's unique. Each crypto. A lot of different cryptocurrencies. They have different hashing algorithms. They have different they have different proof of work schemes. They have I don't know. There's a lot of intricacies that go into them, but like that's one of the cryptocurrencies that I got sponsored by, and those are the two major ones that I have right now. There are a few other companies. JJ Abels, he's the guy that with Vericoin. That he had me hooked up with. I'll have to get in touch with him. Make sure that next I can get the banner made and everything. I think I might. I wasn't going to because I didn't really have any. Dude, this time around, but
you've got to be on Fight Pass, man. There's going to be a lot of opportunity for marketing. There's going to be companies out there. I'm telling you, I think it'd be silly if they weren't going to be
all over the world.
Yeah, it'd be crazy if they didn't jump on top of that. And obviously, do you want to? We mentioned some of the guys you train with, but do you want to give any shout outs to your coaches in particular, or any training partners, friends, family, your lucky parrot, and all that stuff?
Yeah, well, family for the help and support, and what's it called? And yeah, Tim, James, and Anthony, and Brian Davidson. Like pretty much just everybody I train with, you know. And even and I did a lot of training over at ATTHD, so those guys too, you know. Like they're all a part, and they all know who they are. I let them know all the time.
Oh.
But yeah, but for this purpose, James Krause, Tim Elliott, Anthony Gutierrez.
Okay, and now thank you very much for coming on. I want to say, Aaron, have a great fight against Nick. We'll be looking forward to watching it on Fight Pass and just really put on a great show for everyone.
Yep. Oh, well, it'll be a really good show because he's really tough and I'm tough, and so it'll be a pretty tough fight. It'll be pretty good.
Sounds good.
Firstly, Nick, thank you for joining us. Now you are fighting Aaron Ely or Eli, whichever way you want to say it, on the Titan FC card. Now, this is at a bantamweight, but Aaron was saying that you two kind of agreed to come in at 135.
Yeah.
And I believe that you fight at 125 usually. Is that the case? Is it for this one?
Yeah, Aaron actually had a couple fights at 25, and that's where I would like to be at 25, but we both want to go the same weight naturally, so actually cut the extra weight, I guess, you know.
Yeah, it makes it easier, doesn't it? If you can both agree to that, it's so. And like you say, that's the crazy thing about the lower weight classes. It is that I think £10. I think that's actually too much, in my opinion. I think the weight class should be a lot smaller. Maybe maybe £6 or £7 difference in the weight classes, because when you look at percentage of it, it's quite a difference. Do you feel then it's a bit of a toll then going down that little extra £10?
Well, definitely if you talk like percentage of body weight, you know, it's a lot bigger gap for us little guys than it is for the heavier weights. But I mean, I wrestled growing up all through, you know, childhood and high school, college, and I don't know, I think you just got to get used to that for a while. So those who really want to make a weight can, you know.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, some guys have done wrestling in high school, and they did find the weight gap, the weight cutting not too bad, because they've done, it's quite brutal weight cuts some guys used to do. But I believe they've brought in now, which I think is a far smarter thing to do, is that hydration test they do in wrestling now, don't they, at high schools?
Yeah. Good thing, you know, you know, they're trying to make the sport safer. I don't know that it necessarily does. I think people will always find a way, you know, a way to get around and stuff like that. But it's definitely a step in the right direction.
Yeah, it is, because I think especially during your teenage years, it is. I think health is huge, and I think being healthy in your teenage years, that's a very big development of your physical body. That time your body's developing at such a speed. It's what you're going to be left with for the rest of your life. So guys that were doing huge weight cuts in wrestling, it was affecting their growth. They would be shorter than they were meant to be, or because they're so malnourished, their development of their physique was never going to be what potential maximum it could be. And I think we might see, obviously, guys fighting closer to their natural weight. Like you say, there's always going to be guys getting around it. And even to an extent, take away wrestling, I think if I just talk about combat sports, guys that maybe do performance enhancing drugs, no matter what tests that people are doing now, there's always going to be a new doctor out there coming up with a new formula to get you around each test. So you're always going to find a random person popping for here that for different things. It's just a way of life. So even with comes to weight cutting, guys are going to get around it. Now, Nick, your fight on Titan, you're a very experienced fighter. Coming on to Titan FC, it's on UFC Fight Pass. What do you feel? When you get to this stage, you've had. Like I say, you're an experienced fighter. What are you trying to get to now? Are you trying to get to that UFC level? Are you wanting to get onto the cards where you can push guys at that level? What is it you're trying to accomplish now?
Obviously the UFC or anything like that would be just it's the pinnacle of the sport. That's what everyone's trying to compete for. But I think after all the fights I've had and just kind of where I'm at in life now, I'm just doing it to enjoy it. I like getting in there. I like the competition. I like, just the grind of preparing for it and just the whole atmosphere of being there. So.
Yeah, I think as well, it is enjoying the sport. That is the key. I think when, like I said before, because you're an experienced fighter, it gets to the point where you don't want to be going into the gym for the sake of going in because I've got another fight. I've got to train for this. You've got to do it. You really do when you've had. After your first few fights and that kind of, I call it the honeymoon period for stuff like that. That kind of, that buzz of that first fight is gone. You really do need to have that passion to continue in any sport, not just mixed martial arts. And the fact that you found that kind of balance, then it really is important. And with Titan, the good thing is sign up with them. You do get quite a depth with the guys that they've got now. Even if you want, you can even mix between, like say you could do the bantamweight fight here. Looks like you can switch between two weight classes. They're starting to fill up their roster with really good balanced fighters that are always going to challenge you in different areas.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have a lot of talented fighters signed right now, so it's interesting. It's exciting to see how they're still growing. Even though they've been around for a while, they're still improving, getting better, and they have to deal with UFC Fight Pass now, and that's only going to help their brand even more. So I'm excited to be part of it.
Yeah, that's the thing. It does help. It helps not just the promotion. It helps fighters like yourself. You get when you're on the Fight Pass, you're marketed to such a wider audience, and not just audience, but other shows, other promotions. So you're in their eye a lot more, like the bigger shows, let's say. And I think it is something that really does benefit fighters. I think stuff like in the States, obviously you got Fight Pass, and they've signed a couple of promotions. Obviously Titan, Invicta. They've done Shuto down in Brazil, and they've expanded. They've obviously went to other countries, and within it's almost similar to what's happened in the UK. What we've happened lately, there's a company called MMA TV, and they stream fights on their site. And just local shows. So, like for example, it would be the equivalent of a Titan or let's say like an RFA, etc. These shows that aren't UFC or Bellator, but they are in that mix of just below them. And I think it's great exposure for fighters, and I think it's great as well for the sport that people can. There's more accessibility to other fighters because a lot of people just think it's only the UFC and that's all there is.
Yeah, definitely. With all the social media and things going on these days, it's definitely a lot easier for fighters to get noticed, you know. I think before, a lot of it was almost who you knew or who could throw a word in for you or just luck, you know. But now people can actually go out there and build a name for themselves.
Yes, you're right. It was about who you know. Like you say, you get a couple of highlight reels, it goes viral, and that's when things start coming towards you, like all the offers, etc. That's when you can start to plant seeds to go somewhere and make a name for yourself.
Definitely.
Now, with Aaron, he was respectful about coming up against you, and for him, he does feel that you would be a very good accomplishment for him to overcome. You know, because you are the more experienced fighter, you've got a lot more kind of knowledge in that kind of hat there, in that brain of yours, in experience. When you come up against someone like Aaron, he is an experienced fighter in himself. It's not like he's a baby. He's had a few fights under his belt. When you get to fight someone like Aaron, do you feel then that you have to kind of up your game a little bit in the sense of when you get someone young, they've got that ridiculous kind of like I said to you, that honeymoon period hunger. Do you feel that you have to kind of match that to make, and also because you can bring in that experience, that calmness to manage to balance the kind of the intensity with obviously controlling the fight?
I don't think my game plan or my mentality really changes based on my opponent. You know, I always try to stay calm. Obviously, you want to pick a fight where you're feeling comfortable and where it's going for you. A guy like Aaron, though, I mean, you definitely have to be cautious. You know, he's tough. He's a grinder. He's never been finished. You know, I think all of his wins, he finished people. You know, so it's going to be a tough fight, and I think I have that mentality of just ready for the war, just ready to fight it out and have a long battle with this guy. You know.
So coming up to the fight, like I said, you've done a lot of fight camps. How do you keep your fight camps interesting? You know, because as much as you want to do the same thing every time, you can't do it, can you? You have to change things up a bit. So, what are you trying to do to keep your fight camps interesting, and also, always trying to add? You want to keep adding to your arsenal. As a mixed martial artist, you're never going to be the complete fighter. No one can. There's not enough hours and not enough time. But what are you doing to try and keep growing in that stage?
Honestly, here in Wyoming, there's no MMA gym, so my fight camps are quite different for every fight. You know, it just kind of depends on whether wrestling is going on or not, or if I can find some guys to come in and spar with me, or if the boxing gym's got a practice going on. So my fight camps are pretty random as it is, but I do take time and try to prepare for strengths of my opponent, or areas where I've been vulnerable before, and try to make that somewhat of a concern of mine going into my fight camp. And other than that, I mean, I just control the things that I can, my conditioning and things like that.
So you said obviously improving on the areas that you were weakened in say a previous fight. Is that something that you and maybe your coach sits down and talks about? Do you get people to come in and maybe kind of just have and say, look, watch my fight, what do you think's missing? Do you get people from the outside looking in to maybe give you advice and tips? Because sometimes you can't see what you're doing wrong.
Yeah, I mean, a little of both, I think my coach, probably that he's always willing to, he's one of my best friends also, so I think that maybe he's a little more brutally honest than others sometimes, but that's a good thing. My wife, she thinks that she's a MMA coach, so she likes to critique me and tell me what I need to do or work on. If I'm not keeping my hands up, she makes sure to be the first one to tell me, stuff like that. So it's really just a group effort from everybody.
I was going to say, that'll be interesting, having the wife telling you what's going on, especially if you lost a fight. You'd be like, really, love, really? Do you want to get in and do it? Go on.
Yeah, I know, right?
Well, hey, Do you know what? It's nice that you can take people as well, come in and talk to you to explain maybe what they saw, and I think that's a lot. Some people, you know, and that's what I've talked to people about MMA, that maybe for the best way to put it is, when I go somewhere, I get people say, oh, because I compete as well over here, and people might know that I compete, etc., or they know that about the podcast or whatever they do. They say, oh, what do you think of the Conor fight coming up, or the Rousey? You know, they do the typical stuff, and you can tell that they're not martial arts, but it's interesting to get their point of view, and you just sit there and you listen and you think, right, there's nothing constructive, and they've got clearly no idea, because all they talk about is Conor, and I'm like, do you know who Jose Aldo is? He is the 145 division. Like, there's not been another 145er, and it blows my mind. But, you know, I sit there and I go, I've got to remember, they've probably only just heard of this sport, and they only know one guy, and they only know one thing about him. Now, that's what I find interesting, is when you get people from the outside come in, they sometimes point out things that you really don't notice because you get so into it, and that's what I quite like sometimes about that, when you get someone who doesn't really have a clue, but they just say something that might be a little gem.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I think people new to the sport have a different view than someone who's watched it forever, or somebody who, you know, you talked about Aldo, and, you know, someone who's watched him come from the WC into the UFC. I think maybe you're a little, I don't know, people can get biased, you know?
Yeah.
They've seen him dominate for so long, they don't give McGregor a chance. But sometimes that, you know, that outside opinion, that new guy sees things a little bit different.
Absolutely, I agree. Have you then not thought about maybe going to somewhere for like a couple of weeks or something, or for like a short period of time to train? You know, obviously, like, you know, your Team Alpha Males, Black Zillions, TriStar, you know, Alliance MMA. You know, I'm just spitting out some of the bigger names there. Have you thought about branching out there just for a little period of time, just to see, you know, just to get a different perspective?
Yeah. Well, when I first got married, we were living in Denver, and I was training down there. A good friend of mine was the wrestling coach at Grudge Training Center. And so I worked out there for a time, and now that we're back in Wyoming, he actually runs the team High Altitude, Leaster Bowen. And so whenever I, you know, have a few days here and there off of work, it's always good to run down there and get in with those guys. So.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, especially that high altitude. You know, it is something that really does make a difference in fight games, and it does make a difference in performance. I've seen.
Yeah, it's nice, definitely. It's good too. Living here in Wyoming, we're over 6,000 feet in elevation, you know, and it's high altitude just about every day for some people.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, it's something that people don't, if they don't research it to understand the effects it has, because a lot of people start wearing these. They make me laugh when they wear those masks, you know, like the Bane mask, and they sit there and they do like a session in their mask, and I sit there and I think, there was no point in wearing that mask, because that has no relevance to high altitude. Unless you live in high altitude, wearing a mask for an hour is going to have no effect on you. That is all placebo effect in their head, that it's making a difference, because unless you live in high altitude, it's not going to work.
Yeah, exactly.
But then again, I don't want to put down that brand or companies that make them, because they'll probably sue me or something for saying that. But, you know, if you like the placebo effect, it's fine. It's then again, you know, again, that's education. If you look into it and read it, you'd understand it a bit more. Yeah, Nick, like I said to you before, Titan FC's on Fight Pass. With that happening, is that something that helped decide your signing with them? Is that something that was a kind of selling point for it?
You know, not really. Obviously, I think that's a bonus, but just the overall, I think just the way they run the company is really appealing to me. They do a lot for the troops, a lot for our vets over here, and that's something that's important to me. You know, my dad was in the Marines. I have a lot of friends and family who served in the military. I think that's a great cause, and just, you know, their UFC clause, that's kind of, you know, doesn't happen often. So I think there's a lot about Titan. It's just really good company and draws me to him. So.
Yeah, they got Jason Knight just signed up. He was signed with Titan. He's just went over there as well. So that's, shows that, if you're with Titan, it does help. It can help that exposure getting into the UFC. And like you said, with the vets, they do. And Lex McMahon as well. He makes a lot of effort, obviously being a former Marine, and that's something me and Mike really kind of adhere to. Mike's he's not here right now, but he's ex-service. I'm currently serving. It's great that they do that. You see, it's not something you'd see that much in the UK. It's something that we would like to see, but besides that, yeah, I think the promotion, the way it's growing, it's good, and the way they look after the fighters. You're always going to get maybe 1 out of 100 that isn't happy, but I think as long as you can start to just correct some things, every promotion's always learning, and it's beautiful the ones that do accept it. And Nick, I think you're in great hands with Titan. I think the opportunities that can open up now with signing with them, it's going to be greater than maybe before. And you know what? I look forward to getting to see you compete really on a live show. I tune in. Even though we're in the UK, we always tune in for the Titan cards on Fight Pass, and me and Mike will definitely be watching it. So Nick, before I let you go, how about you let me know and everyone else at home how they can maybe join you on social media?
Yeah, you can find me on Facebook, just at Nick Mamalis, and my Twitter handle is
N Mamalis. Okay, N Mamalis. Right. We will always, ladies and gentlemen, put the picture of Nick on our Facebook page, and we will also put the link, like the social media bits with it as well, so you can all jump on there. And also, Nick, I'm sure you'll have someone sponsor and help you out. Can you give a shout out to them just to let them know that you appreciate their help?
Yeah, everyone who's been in the gym, helping me out, pushing me, all get to come in and try to beat me up here and there. And my family for being so supportive.
Yeah, of course. You got the other your missus, who's always going to tell you to get your hands up, because she's, she doesn't want to have a guy she doesn't want to date Elephant Man, so.
Yeah, exactly.
And what about your sponsors? Have you got any sponsors there, buddy?
No sponsors, so if there's anybody out there, get a hold of me. I'm willing to wear whatever.
Oh, Nick, bloody hell, man. You're going to be on UFC Fight Pass, which that's a great selling point in itself, man. I tell you what, you could probably go speak to a lot of companies and I'll jump all over you, but do you know what? I will speak to you off air about a couple of places you can speak to possibly, and I'll give you a heads up. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you can jump on Nick's social media stuff. Tune in to UFC Fight Pass when it goes on Titan FC 36 against Aaron. And thanks again, Nick, for coming on and speak to us.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
And there's Aaron and Nick. So jump on their social network and stuff, and give them a follow and join on their little journey into Titan FC on Fight Pass. Don't forget, buy Fight Pass. I'll always push it, but buy it. It's well worth getting. And so we're going to jump on to the Rose and Page card this week. That's the first one, the UFC Fight Night card.
Which you can get on Fight Pass.
Which you can get on Fight Pass, exactly. See, that's what we're going to lead. It's amazing, all this stuff on Fight Pass. And if you don't have it, I don't want to be friends with any of you.
$10 a month,
Exactly. Bugger all. It's bugger all. So we're going to jump on to a couple of fights that are on this card. I'm going to quickly mention we got a bit of a homegrown talent going on. Danny Roberts making his UFC debut against Nathan Coy. Kudos to Nathan Coy, though, for stepping up to the plate on a short notice. Nathan Coy as well. He's a Suave veteran. He's been on Strikeforce and Bellator. He knows what he's doing. Danny Roberts, great opportunity. We spoke. I had the chance to speak to Danny Roberts. It was really good to have him on, actually. Because he's been. It's almost like he's not been around for quite a while competing. Last time he fought was on Cage Warriors. So I'm going to stick on Danny now for you, and then we're going to go into the fight itself just for a second. So here's Danny. Okay, thank you, Danny, for joining us. You are flying the flag for Britain. I could say England, but I'll say Britain, you see, because, I know it's with like tennis with Andy Murray. If he does shit, he's Scottish. But if he does well, he's British. So I think, I think everyone should just be British, and then there's no arguments then. But you're flying the flag. You're facing Nathan Coy. Kudos to him for stepping up and stepping in. It's always good when shit like that happens, when a guy falls through. This is your debut, mate. Tell you what, it feels like a long time.
Yeah, it does, to be fair. And on a personal level, I would have loved to have obviously it been a shorter time, but I'm physically in the best shape of my life. I'm entering my prime years. I'm feeling like a force to be reckoned with right now. So I couldn't have asked for a better time, realistically, to be in a position that I'm in within my MMA career. So yeah, it feels perfect right now.
Because you made a big bang at Cage Warriors in that fucking nuts fight with Jimmy Wallhead. Let's be honest, that was insane, that fight, man. And you know, you got your statement in, you know, and everyone was kind of like, okay. I you know, I think everyone else was thinking, okay, Danny's getting the next shot at the welterweight title. Then obviously Cage Warriors kind of went away, and everyone was thinking, what's everyone going to do? So everyone was kind of wondering what was going to happen with all the fighters, and no one knew where everyone was going. And the same with you, kind of went off the radar, and then all of a sudden you were Black Zillions and UFC and all this stuff, and then you finally get the fight announced. So I'm happy that you're fighting, and also it's quite convenient because where you're fighting, it's only around the corner. Sorry, not around the corner. Sorry, where you're training is in the States now, so it's not like you're traveling overseas. So that I think Neil Seary pointed out when we had him on. He said it did actually take a toll, that traveling. So you know, it's not that bad for you now. It's only a few hours, I would have thought, on a flight, is it?
Yeah, it's a 3-hour time difference between Florida and obviously Vegas. It's a 5-hour flight, so I come here early. I've been here for a week already. And yeah, like I say, I've had plenty of time to get rest, get accustomed to my surroundings, and get settled in, and just mentally get myself prepared. So like I say, yeah, it has been a good time. It's been perfect. And again, it reassures me and it backs up to that preparation for the whole journey from start to finish for this camp. It's been perfect.
And training with Black Zillions, you know, obviously it's hard to see your improvement yourself each day you train, because you don't notice if you get any faster, you don't know if you get any sharper. Do you watch footage back of yourself, or have you heard, or do you notice your improvements yourself, or do you have to just listen to your coaches saying, actually, you're not as bad as we thought you were?
Yeah, well, like I say, initially, we've come from the UK, and what the current situation was with the MMA scene, obviously with Cage Warriors, with what happened with them. Yeah, I was kind of like hot poppy at the time, and obviously I was looking to really just carry on dominating and pushing up the ranks, destroying people. That's all I ever have on my mind, you know what I mean? So yeah, going over to the Black Zillions and basing myself over there, realizing that I kind of needed the more dynamic, diverse sort of aspects of the game to be covered with different coaches who are kind of all got their own separate disciplines, and they've got the world's best in there, do you know what I mean? Between Neil Melanson, Henry Hoof, George Santiago, Greg Jones, the training partners are all at high level, do you know what I mean? Like they say, iron sharpens iron. So being able to go out to the States and situate myself over there was one of the best things I've done. And as well as that, like I say, and for any fighter, will know if you cut off all of the all of the small things that can kind of lead you off the path of having a perfect fight camp. I never had any of that, no distractions, they were all gone, and it was a matter of just concentrating on who I am as a fighter, as an athlete, no stress, no strain, go in the gym, train day in, day out, and just really progress as an athlete. So, like I say, yeah, it was perfect for me to make that transition. So I find it really easy, and as I got further on through the time, I really started to notice that I was developing it as an athlete, like I say. And when I first got there, because there was an amount of time between leaving Cage Warriors, leaving the UK, and getting over to obviously the States, it was all paperwork. You know what I mean? It's getting my visa, so I can go over there and I can get situated, get based. Yeah, there was times where I was finding it hard to get my training in and get my needs, what I needed as a professional athlete, and my dedication. My attention, if anything, was elsewhere, and it needed to be at the time to be able to make sure that them small things were kind of just like were looked after, and they were ready. So when I went over to the States, I would know exactly where I was with myself, and then I really could truly concentrate. So yeah, initially the first couple of months was hard. I'm not gonna lie, getting used to that weather. The coaches will tell you they're back up this, and I quote, for the first 3 weeks, I was throwing up every other day in the gym. I was getting pushed to the bone. They got elite level athletes in there. They got some top 10 guys. But it was a learning curve, and it was something that was a test to myself through heart and mentally. Do you know what I mean? And as time went on, I went back home for a couple of weeks. My old teammates would tell you, the likes of Dean Garnett, down in Aspire Sports Academy. I was putting people away in sparring, and I didn't mean it. You know what I mean? I've been training with Henry Hoof. My striking's become a lot more dynamic through my kicks, my punches, my shots, and mixing up with my ranges and things like that. So yeah, I went back. I spent 2 weeks at home. I've obviously just had a little baby boy as well, so that was the reason why I went home, to go and kind of catch up and be there for the birth of him. And then come back and start working on obviously my future and his future, to sort of solidify that. So yeah, for me, going back home for a couple of weeks, that's what really showed that after being out in the Black Zillions for 4 months and going home for 2 weeks, that showed a big step in my game. I was fit, I was sharp, I was more dynamic, I was more aware of different positions within martial arts, and like I say, the aspects of each discipline. Do you know what I mean? And then going back, it was a case of, right, I know I'm a better athlete. Now what else can we do? So then I've come back. I've had a good camp. And we're here in Vegas today. We're looking forward to the 10th on Thursday. And like I say, I feel like I'm a force to be reckoned with. I feel like I'm a machine right now. Mentally, I've been working with my mind sports coach as well. I've initially started with from before the Jimmy Bullhead fight, which a lot of people, especially in the elite level at the top, I think a lot of the elite level athletes will all agree mentality is a massive part of the game.
Huge.
When you're at the top, when you're at the top, you really do need to kind of be in tune with where you are with yourself and where you are placed in life mentally and spiritually. Do you know what I mean? So, like I say, hats off to my sports coach back home. He's based down in the Somerset.
Is that Rob? Is that Rob?
Yeah, Rob.
Yeah, we had Rob on the podcast.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, we had him on about.
He's a great guy.
Yeah, we had him on about 4 weeks ago. I wanted to get him on for ages, and it was just with booking with guys on. And I've spoke for Rob for a long time, and he's like you say, top guy, absolute top guy. And I think it's vital. I thought it was vital to get him on to make people understand how important it was. Your mind is a weapon. If you don't have your mind in the right place, how can you go in there with a guy that wants to rip your head off, basically, and perform to your best? It's not going to happen.
Yeah, I've always said, like, one thing that he's done for me is he's really. I've had a mad childhood. I've had a crazy upbringing, and there's been a lot of things that have really. It turned me into the man that I am today. Through like trials and tribulations as a kid, and just like say sacrifices and things like that, and really trying to like look after my family and be a strong character. So it led me to fighting, and then to be able to turn all my inner fears into strengths. Rob's done that for me, so now I feel like I've got nothing to fear. I've got nothing to lose. I am 100% in control of who I am and where I'm going to be in the future. So. Hats off to him, and like I say, we're a great team together. I think we're going to really make an impact in the 170 division within the UFC.
Well, that's the thing, that the welterweight division in the UK, I was speaking to Alex Enlund about it, and we were saying it's probably one of the most rich-filled quality guys there is. You know, if you think about the 170 division, the UK, probably 170 is probably one of the better weight classes. You know, you've got yourself, who's signed up, you've got Lou Long. There's a handful of guys that, even Kurt Warburton's decided to go up to welterweight now. Colin Fletcher's went up to welterweight. There's a handful of guys that are all, you know, that 170 division, it's starting to really fill out in the UK, and it's quite an exciting time, I think. I think it's quite a good time to be fighting and enjoying the 170 division.
Yeah, definitely. And it's like you say, it's even within the UK and obviously within the world renowned, it is like that. Within the UFC, it's stacked. I feel like it's nice to be able to be within the toughest divisions to really kind of test yourself in that sense. And like I say, I'm really kind of big on the whole mind aspect and testing myself. So I want to be in the toughest division. I'm only going to prove to myself that I am better than any other division or any other person anywhere else. So I really want them tests sort of yearly and to be able to day by day go through rigorous training and be able to see what I can do as a 170 fighter. You know what I mean?
Oh, I agree. I noticed Dean Garnett went to Black Zillions as well for a little bit with you to train, didn't he? I noticed. I saw some of the postings on Instagram or something like that a little while back. How come he didn't?
Yeah.
Is it because of the gym that was set up? Is that why he obviously went back? Did he just come for a little bit of time?
Yeah, well, we've obviously had a lot of things going on back home with the gym. Now, my thing solely, obviously, where I was in my position in my career, 11-1. I had a big record, and I wanted to pursue my dreams the same way he does. Now, we obviously there's me, Dean Garnett, there's young Aaron Robertson, and then we've got another co-business partner as well, Phil Mottram, who we've all kind of banged their heads together and with all our different professional aspects have all come into one and combined a real great strong team. So while I'm out in the States, I'm in the UFC, I'm kind of like an ambassador and a founder for the gym. When I go back, I will be working within the gym, I will be teaching, I will be bringing a lot more to the table. But right now, I'm concentrating on my career. The same way Dean is, but obviously we've had to build the gym, we've had to open it, we've had to do a lot at home. So he's got BA Hons in sports science, nutrition. He's academically, he's one of the smartest guys on the circuit. You know what I mean? He's an intelligent kid. So it's been perfect for him to be where he is and to be sort of getting the gym where it should be. And yeah, he's still working. You know what I mean? He's still getting his fights in, and he's waiting for his opportunity to get back out and to shine. So I don't doubt that for 1 second. He's going to be back out there tearing up in the bantamweight division soon.
Oh no, I agree. He's been doing like K1 fights. I noticed Shay did like he did a K1 fight, didn't he, at one point? And then he did like a mini tournament recently, and all sorts. Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on it, you know. And I was going to say, you noticed it. Like I said, that he said this yourself, Dean Garnett. There's you got Paddy Pimblett as well. There's a handful of guys. Adam Ventry is another one. There's a handful of guys in. I'd say the northwest of England that are just coming out and starting to shine a lot more. You know, they're starting to. Handful of cluster of good fighters that are all just starting to blossom in this past. I say past from 2015 up until 2014, sorry, and coming up to 2016. I think they'll see a lot more, not just of yourself, but the other guys as well. You know, I think it's quite a good time. Obviously, Darren Till. I know he's based in Brazil, but his home, so to speak, his home is obviously Liverpool. So it's quite an exciting time to see it, blossom in that sense in that area.
Yeah, definitely. Within the northwest, like I say, obviously I'm within Liverpool. A lot of people don't know, but within the darker days, Adam Ventry, me, Paddy, Dean, we were all training partners, you know what I mean? We've all grown up with each other. We're still family, do you know what I mean? And we still look out for each other. We still speak to each other on a friendly level. I've had messages off them. The love and support that I've had coming from the guys back at home, it's been unreal, do you know what I mean? I can't thank them enough. Even though we've all made transitions on separate ways, and I'm solely concentrating on myself now, being a little bit selfish, but I need to be.
Yeah.
I can't thank them enough for the love and support that they've shown me, do you know what I mean? And they're gonna make waves soon as well. So sooner or later, I'm excited to be able to sort of pass it off and to be able to show them the love back, because it's gonna be there for them soon as well.
Yeah, well, you can't not love Paddy for his hair. Like how do you not love Paddy Pimblett for that haircut?
It's not pop. You can say that.
I love that haircut. Absolutely epic he is. I tell you what, his post-fight interviews absolutely priceless as well. That kid is hilarious.
Yeah. The kid absolutely exudes confidence, you know what I mean? Like, if you need confidence, you go and see Paddy Pimblett, he'll give you some, do you know what I mean? I find him a funny character as well. He always keeps me entertained, keeps me on the edge of my seat, you know what I mean? Quick-witted, got a quick tongue.
Yeah.
He likes to be a little bit disrespectful to people, but I understand everyone's got their own style.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love the kid for who he is, you know what I mean? He's a fantastic entertainer within the sport, so he's doing great things for the UK MMA scene, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I can't. You know what? I'm looking forward to 2016. Graham bringing Cage Warriors back, because I think we'll see, Paddy and Dean, if they're not snapped up by a bigger promotion, for example, they'll be back there and they'll be pushing for those belts, and that's another good thing for example, for the Northwest, and I think it's exciting times with Cage Warriors being back, to be fair, because look, that's where you really made your, like I say, that's where you made your mark. Your big mark, I think, was Jack Mason.
Yeah, Cage Warriors initially when I first started, I had that first. I had a fight before that with David Howard, which was just a one-fight contract. He was unbeaten. I was on a record. What was my record then? I was unbeaten as well, so we would both go in there head to head. He was a confident, cocky kid. I wanted to silence him. Done that, and then obviously I went into the tournament where I obviously initially got my first loss and my only loss on my record, which was in like I said, it's form of 3 fights in one night. Come up against a Russian kid, Sambo champion. Tried to heel hook him at the same time. He caught me with an inverted heel hook. He's the professional at that. Do you know what I mean? I'm the ex-boxer, so fared a little bit better with that one. And unfortunately, I came out on the bad end of it. But yeah, I came back. Jack Mason was a big step up for me at the time, and it was for me mentally again. And as like I say, from my past and my history, it was I love to test myself. I love nothing more than to test myself and to really kind of see where I'm at. Because I think testing life for what you need to really show you who you are as a character and as a person. So for me to be able to step up against Jack Mason was an honour. I ended up being real good friends with the kid after going down to London, training with him. Still speak to him now, and becoming good teammates, like the likes of him, Luke Barnett. And like I say, it was a nice way to come into Cage Warriors with a bang. You know what I mean? Yeah. And just carry on that run after that. And like you know yourself, I went on and had more fights after. Remained unbeaten within Cage Warriors, and Cage Warriors is an amazing organisation for anyone who aspires from the UK to on the European scene to really kind of get themselves up there. They look after the fighters. They've got a real professional attitude about everything. Everything's run smoothly. If you've ever got any problems, you can go and see them. Do you know what I mean? It's one of the elite kind of organisation you want to be with at that sort of stage within your career. And it was perfect for me to be on it. Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to complain. Everything was perfect. I loved it. I was gutted when it left because I was looking at getting that belt. I wanted that belt. I was hungry for the belt. But things happened, you know what I mean? So yeah, that's it.
Well, that was the thing. Like you said, it is a great place because the guys who go from Cage Warriors to UFC, you don't see them get smoked. Do you know what I mean? You don't see guys go from there to there and go 0-3 is the best way to put it, because they test you there before you even get to the UFC. So you're already hardened. So you had a 3-round you had a decision win against Juan Suarez, I think it's pronounced. That was a priceless fight. The experience you got from 3 rounds. You learned a lot about. You probably learned a lot about yourself you probably didn't realise, and there was a lot to take from that fight. That victory itself, the 15 minutes. It's great getting a knockout win in a few minutes in a fight, but getting a good, hard-earned 3-round win sets you up. Tell you what, that really must have done you a lot in your fight game.
Yeah, it did. It taught me a lot about myself, but at the same time, going into that fight again, I will say that I kind of got mentally complacent a little bit and a little bit comfortable, and I think fighters do get their off days sometimes. I was coming into the start of that year. I wanted to make a massive statement. You can still get the interviews after that fight, and you hear the way I talk about it and how kind of disappointed I was after I had a pre-fight interview, and I was really bigging up the impact I was going to make at the start of the year, taking people's faces off, and really kind of making an impact as hot chocolate. So yeah, for me, going into the start of that year and fighting with Suarez, he was a tricky customer, I tell you that. His jiu-jitsu game was strong, it was outstanding. He was a wiry kind of guy. But like I say, I felt like I had an off night as far as my performance goes. So establishing my stand-up, which I should have done from the off with him, it would have been a whole different story. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, it was a learning curve for me, and it was a great thing to be able to take away. It's the first time I went the distance over three rounds, so it was good for me to take that away and to be able to learn from it.
Well, that's the thing, like you say, it was an off day. So you had an off day, and you were still able to have it in you mentally to get that 3 round in you. So some guys will have an off day, and they can't do it. They'll just break. So that's a win-win. You won more than just that victory. That's what I think people won't understand when they look at your record. There was a lot more in that. Then you'll take more out of it.
Yeah, definitely, 100%. People need that sometimes, and like I say, you've got 2 aspects of it. You might be having an off day, but then still be able to know you can have an off day and perform like you said yourself. It's something that you can still take away and have credit for. So 100%, yeah. I came away from that fight. I felt like I had learned something about myself. just know that, yeah, I can push through if I really do need it, you know what I mean? So, yeah, off days is something I don't ever want to have now. And this is why I'm really trying to cover all areas and just make sure that every time it comes to the end of the fight camp, weight cut, mentally, physically, I'm finely tuned and I'm ready to go.
Yo, and I think the way you've been preparing for this fight, this moment, I don't think you probably could have planned it any better, really. The place you've been training at, obviously with your mind coach, everything, you know, hopefully it all falls into place. I won't lie, I'm going to be flying the flag for, even though I'm on the Isle of Man, you know, I'm across the water, mate. We're in the Isle of Man, you see. I can almost see Liverpool from here, but, you know... Yeah,
well, you know, we're all brothers at the same time. You know what I mean? You're not too far away from us. I'm gonna be looking to make a statement at the same time. You know what I mean? I really do want to go out and perform. I feel like I've had the recipe for success within the Black Zillions and the athletes I've had around me and the whole preparation towards the fight. So it's just a case of going out and putting the game plan into action. I'm really kind of exploiting what Nathan Corey's got. He's going to bring it to the table and really performing. And as you know, I'm always guaranteed to put on an exciting fight. And I'm never a boring fighter, you know what I mean? So whatever happens, I'm going to make sure that it's going to be one that you don't want to miss.
Yeah, I was going to say, ladies and gentlemen, you've got to tune in. You know, you've got to, if you got Fight Pass, great. If you haven't got Fight Pass, buy it. I don't know why people don't. I've had it for fucking ages. I've had it before they even brought it out. You know, it's I have no social life because I blame Fight Pass. It's a nightmare, but
it's addictive, right? It's addictive. Since I've been over in the States, I've been wired into it so much more than I was in the UK.
Oh, yeah.
I've still got time on my hands now to be on it, and yeah, I love it, man.
Like, what's that? Pride? Go on then.
Yeah. I'll have some of that.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, I can't say no. What, Vandalay in his prime when he was juiced up off his tits? I'll watch that. Can't say no. But look, Danny, hey, have a great fight, man. I can't wait to watch it. I'll be tuning in. I know Mike's going to be sat in the crowd, the little hobbit, but it's going to be awesome. Look, before you go, social media, how do people jump on to give you support, maybe follow you, you know, just to see how you get on and stuff?
Social media, my Twitter handle, my Instagram is @DanHotChocolate. My Facebook is down as Danny Hot Chocolate. You can follow me down on there, and I'm being really live and active within all my social media. I really want to try and get all the fans back at home to feel the vibe of what it's like as a UFC fighter, to kind of follow the journey. Because I feel like they all deserve it as well. They've been there, they've showed the support, the love, the backing has been unreal. And like I say, even down to like the messages and like I say, all the support I've been getting has been phenomenal. Do you know what I mean? It's been really it's heartfelt. Do you know what I mean? And it's something for me I'll hold dearly. So I'm trying to let everyone kind of see what it's like. If you want to follow my journey, like I say, Dan Hot Chocolate, Twitter, Instagram, loads of posts going up there. I'll be active on that. So over the next few days, you want to see what it's like, meet some of the other fighters and stuff like that, then tune in.
Yeah, you guys, gentlemen, do it. Tune in. I'm already on there. I've been following Danny for a little while now. Not in a stalker way. But I will post a picture of Danny on our Facebook page as usual. I will put the social media links on there so you can all jump on if you'd like to have a look on there. If you can't spell, of course. Yeah. Look, and what about your sponsors, my man? Who's been helping you out with fight camps and just supporting you through this?
Yeah, I want to say a massive thank you to Glenn Robertson from the Black Zillions for initially giving me the opportunity to be able to make this dream come to realization, and for me to be able to continue on the destructive path that I want to go on. All the boys back at the Black Zillions, my teammates, Andy Johnson, Michael Johnson, been my main training partner for this camp. Unbelievable work rate. He's been there with me, like I say, all the wrestlers back there. You got Kamaro, Kush, you've got Banks, Abel Turio. I want to say a big thank you to all the Black Zillions for everything they've done, the support network team, the coaches, Henry Hoof, Greg Jones, George Santiago, Neil Melanson. There's so many to name. I just want to thank
Try not to forget, are you? You're like,
No, I'm trying to remember off the cuff. And yes, it's Jacko. Have been sponsoring me. I've been making sure that I'm obviously all rigged out with all my kit and stuff like that. Reebok, say a big thank you to them as well for supporting me, for obviously going into the UFC, keeping me looking sharp and on point. And again, yeah, just everyone that's followed me and stuff like that, my family and friends back at home. Mum, I know you're probably going to be listening to this sooner or later as well. Just want to say I love you, man, and I'm still continuing that journey to give ourselves a better life and to really kind of push up to the highest heights. I'm never going to stop. And to everyone else out there, all the people, for all the people that aren't supposed to make it, listen, I was the kid that wasn't supposed to make it. And I'm proving to everyone that things can change, things can be done, do you know what I mean? So dream big, dream, believe, achieve, go out there and go and get what you're worth, honest to God, because it can be done. You just need to have great energy, a good work rate, and a good work ethic. Your alarm needs to be your ambition and your drive. That's it.
That's what I like to hear. Great words, my man. Great words. You know what? I don't know how else we can top that, really. I don't think we can. But all I will say is, Danny, have a great time, have a great experience, and just enjoy the week, man. It's, you know, it's just going to be the whole atmosphere. Obviously, there's a buzz, and just absorb it all. Just remember every minute of it, man.
Yeah, you know, I'll be taking big, great things away from this. And yeah, John, it's been an absolute pleasure speaking to yourself as well. Thank you.
No, thank you very much for your time. It's been great. I've enjoyed this very much, mate. And there was Danny Roberts. John, it's good to see this another Brit coming on the UFC roster, and especially Danny Roberts, because he is an exciting prospect.
Yeah, Danny's got what it takes, you know, in all aspects of the game. So excited to see what he does in the UFC. As you say, it's another UK guy, which is great. The UK guys, I think, have led the charge in Europe for a long time, but there has been a period where a bit of a gap in terms of experience and young blood coming through. But Danny is one of a few fighters that's stepping in and is gonna take that forward. Training with the Black Zillions, you know, as you say, a bit of time away, but hopefully his eagerness will stand him in good stead.
And also, I want to add, like, you can see the strength of Torres is really sort of proven itself, because even in the tough series, the guys that are left are Cage Warriors lads.
Very good at producing commentators as well.
Yeah, it's a bit wishy-washy.
Yeah, sponsored by Black & Decker fridges.
Yeah.
Yeah, looking bad. Yeah.
So next subject. no, it's great, and I can't wait to see Danny perform really on the UFC stage. It's going to be an awesome thing, because they're having a smaller cage as well for this fight card, and the tough finale one as well. So you're guaranteed statistically.
That won't favour Danny then.
Well, not really.
The smaller octagon won't favour Danny.
No, because he's a boxer. He likes that footwork. But the thing is, you're guaranteed with the action. You're guaranteed possibly then more for a finish. Statistics have shown.
Yeah. We'll see. But no, he's well prepared. That American top team Black Zillion rivalry still firmly there with this contest as well.
Exactly, yeah, bingo. We're going to jump quickly to. There's a couple of fights on this undercard which it blows me away that it's on the undercard. But Aljamain Sterling, Johnny Eduardo, that is an absolutely stellar bantamweight matchup, and I'm just flabbergasted. It's a main
card fight, that. I don't understand.
Two really good fighters. Brazilian Johnny Eduardo against Aljamain Sterling. I watched him at the open workouts earlier. Kid's slick, talks well, ambitious. I mean, this could be a bit of a breakout performance for him. He's giving away a lot of experience, but. I think he belongs to a great camp, and always exciting to watch.
Yeah, he is, absolutely. Another one to look at, it's the headline act, so to speak, for the prelims. A guy who I really love watching him fight, because he's just a nasty guy. Tim Means against John Howard. Now, I'm looking forward to watching Tim Means in the cage, especially back at 170. At 155, it looked like it was a bit too drawn, but at 170, it looks a lot better since he's come back up that way, I find.
Yeah, he's fought at many different weight classes, gritty guy, lots of knockouts and stoppages on his record. I think he lost to Matt Brown, didn't he, in his last outing?
Yeah, he did, yeah. Before that, he was on a 4-fight win streak, he was on fire.
Okay, and there's no disgrace in losing to one of the very best welterweights on the planet, you know. So, yeah, good fight, you know, good fight. John Howard, I think, was it Carl Pendred who he beat last?
Yeah, he snapped. Yes. Yeah, he was on a 3-fight skid and then turned it around against Pendred.
Yeah, he's a good dude. You know, I met him out in Abu Dhabi. He suffered a really bad nut shot, I think, in that fight from memory. Poor guy. But yeah, seems to have found his range. Looked good against Pendred. Pendred's very difficult, as we know, from his days back fighting on the regional circuit. But yeah, that'll be an exciting fight.
Now we're gonna go to the main card. Okay. Now before Mike, we've got to do our picks, right? You've got the first fight, Elias Theodore against Thiago Santos. All right. Do you want to go first, Mike? Do you want to do the first pick, or do you want me to do the first pick?
Well, I'm going to go for Elias anyway, but yeah, it's again that's now that I didn't know that it was a small cage. It changes things. You know what I mean? It's
Mike to
yeah,
you.
No, I'm going to go for Elias.
Mike,
he just seems to have it.
Mike to you though. All cages are big.
Oh, dearie me. Oh, dear. I tell you what, no Hobbit died in 6 films of Lord of the Rings, you know.
So,
that says something.
So you're going for Elias, are you, Mike?
Elias, yeah. Elias, whatever his name is. Yep.
Yeah, it's alright. We'll teach you how to speak. It's fine. So what's your reasoning for going for Elias Theodore?
Because I don't think the other guy's going to win.
Yeah, his name's Thiago Santos. It's fine. Yeah, I went for Elias Theodore myself. Partly is that 11-fight win streak, you know, unbeaten, but also since he's very unorthodox with his fighting style. He does throw some really just random strikes. He throws heavy. You know, the kid throws hard, but he cuts a lot and he bulks up when he goes back in the cage. Against Thiago Santos, who, you know, he's had a couple of losses against Uriah Hall, when Uriah Hall had that gnarly little broken toe, and Cesar Ferreira as well. You know, he has won in it as well in the UFC, but I just feel that Thiago Santos, he's talking about confidence and going into this fight. I just think Elias is just going to be too unorthodox for him. John, looking at the fight, what about you? What about yourself?
Yeah, Elias has got much better hair.
Yeah, by him. Oh yeah, I think he just wins with that. I think he should just win with that, really.
He's definitely in my top 5 best haircuts in the UFC. Very strong, good thick mane, like it a lot. Good guy, yeah, unbeaten. Both guys like to strike. Theodoro's got a bit of wrestling to his credit as well, but you know, Muay Thai guy versus a kickboxer, but you know, someone who's never tasted defeat inside an octagon or you know, cage. So, yeah. So that would be that'd be good. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. There's some really good fights on this. Really, really good fights.
The next matchup, Sage in Northcutt against Cody Pfister. I went for Sage on this one. Mike, who you going with on this?
Yeah, I think it's sensible to go for Sage, but it's like we don't really know just how good he is. Yeah, he's got movement and all that, but again, you know, it's like if you smother him, you can stop that movement. You know, it's.
Yeah, I think if you get a high-level grappler on him, you get to see a bit more out of him. I worry that Sage.
I rate Sage's movement as long as he's got that space and he can work. But I feel like if somebody comes in and give him pressure and he may just come because he is a young lad and he hasn't got that toughness that you get with age. You know. But again, with youth, you've got that feel of invincibility, haven't you? You know, it's so we'll see what happens. But there's a massive amount of hype behind him, and what with the loss that Ronda Rousey picked up recently, the UFC are going to be looking for people like Sage to sort of
take the attention
in.
away, really. But no, I think with Cody, I don't think he's not capable of winning. I just feel like his last win against Cedino, he got a decision win. I wasn't overly impressed with Cody. That's the only thing. I still think Cody's still developing. I do feel if Cody can close it down, he can make it a hard fight for Sage. I think what stuck out for me more was when Sage went to TriStar, and he was really burnt out after a few days of training there. So that kind of went in my mind. If he had a hard wrestler fight him, how would he handle 15 minutes of someone just grinding him out? But I just feel that he might.
Something when age comes into it, you know what I mean? When you've got that sort of, you know, that extra toughness that comes with age, you know, and
I just think that,
but yeah, you know,
styles make match up. John,
up anyway.
What have you thought about Sage, John? You know, in the brief 1 minute and a half that he's been in the UFC anyway.
Pretty scary dude, really, isn't he? I mean, you know, looks scary in a handsome, polite kind of way. Handsome mother. She is a lovely looking woman.
And his sister as well. I will. Yeah.
Very good. Christmas tree was awesome.
What's the bedroom like?
I don't know that much information. I just watched the UFC Embedded that is available on Fight Pass for $10 a month.
Don't worry, your wife doesn't listen to our podcast.
He's a kid who knows success. That's all he knows. He knows success. It surrounds him, obviously. He's never had to struggle for anything. And he's been in a very positive environment all of his life by the looks of things. And that
he did get dinged out pretty badly once, though, didn't he?
Oh, he got knocked out cold in an amateur bout, yeah.
I watched Cody Pfister at the open workouts, and I don't think you know, both of these fighters are the new breed, young. I think Cody's only a couple of years older than Sage, but the movement of Cody was very linear when I saw him today, and I think he's going to need to really cut some decent angles against Sage to do good progress. But he's a tough kid, you know.
Yeah.
Both are showing lots of promise. It's again a very interesting matchup, but obviously Sage with a lot of hype behind him is a great storyline, and we shall see how it all comes together.
It'll be interesting how he actually handles the pressure of the hype as well.
He's doing. I mean, he looks very comfortable with it.
Taking it well at the moment.
Very comfortable.
I want to see.
He's always been now 5 weeks, so yeah.
I want to see how he handles getting his hair ruffled, because that hair looks perfect every time he comes out with all that gel in. I want to see what happens when someone scruffs it, you know, messes it up.
Anyway, up next is my pick for fight of the night.
I love this man, Jim Miller against Michael Chiesa. Two guys who will always entertain no matter who they're fighting. Who have you got for this one, Mike?
I tell you what, he's been on a bit of a, you know, downturn at the moment. But Jim Miller, I think Jim Miller will find a way. His jits is scary.
I go with Jim as well, mate. I go with Jim. Do you know why? Because I love Jim Miller. That guy, he's got unbelievable high level grappling, and he only falls short against, you know, the kind of top level guys, you know, the kind of top 5 guys. But with Chiesa, I find that he's always going to be around that, maybe around a 10 on the rankings. But I think Jim Miller's always going to be within the mix. I do favour Jim Miller. I just think his aggressive style of striking, he's got very good hands and combinations. I just feel that, especially with the way he can mix it up with the striking and transitioning into the takedowns, I do feel Jim Miller's got a stronger all-round game than Michael Chiesa, but Chiesa could definitely pull off.
That, though, Michael's got no quitting him. No quitting him. You know, he is as tough as they come, and that plays a big part, you know. It's but I think the jits will come into play in this.
Yeah, two very talented fighters. Jim Miller looks in great form at the moment. Wowed me with his routines today on the mat. Beautiful stuff. You know, he mixes the kicks in, which you don't see so much from Chiesa. Chiesa's, you know, he's got a very good submission game as well. From a small team over at Sick Jitsu. It's a good fight. Chiesa's got the range, so Jim Miller's got to get in on the inside of that. But Miller's been in there with everyone, hasn't he?
Yeah. It's going to be claret in this one as well, isn't there? I think
there's a lot. Yeah, it's a really nice fight. Looking forward to that one as well.
The main event, we have the ladies up, and we have the Rose Namajunas. There you go. I'll say it slow because it's easier. If I say it fast, I've got no chance.
Pat Barry's other half.
That's why I usually say Pat Barry's bird and Paige Van Zandt. Okay, Mike, I'm going to pick Paige Van Zandt, alright?
Okay.
And I'll give my reason. Who are you picking, Mike? I reckon you're going to pick Rose.
I'm picking Rose to upset the hype train on this one.
Yeah, I thought you'd pick Rose because you like Pat Barry's now. I'll tell you why. I picked Paige simply because it's her style of fighting which is so off-putting for fighters. A fighter can't get into the cage and get their tempo going simply because Paige is about a centimetre away from your face. She's so constant with her pressure, it just will grind a fighter down. And as she showed it in the Felice Herring fight, you know, it was the perfect example of that style. She just wore down. She's only lost to Tisha Torres, who is in herself an absolute terror at that division. She is constant with the pressure as well. And I think that Paige, again, she's at a really high level team with Team Alpha Male. I think that what the skill set she's been getting from them people is just something I don't think Rose is going to get. I think Rose as well, I think she's still learning her kind of groove. She's 3-2 in her pro career. Her last win was Angela Hill. I don't know. That's why I picked Paige.
Good matchup this. Namajunas is ranked higher. I like her at distance. I think she's very good. She's very good. She's a very good momentum fighter. Very good in the scramble. She will catch you with stuff for sure. She looked very good to me on the Ultimate Fighter series. I thought she looked very, very good indeed.
Yeah, and got through to the final as well.
Paige Van Zandt, she is super aggressive.
Yeah.
She works out with Team Alpha Male. She's gonna be good in that scramble. She submitted a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt as well, so she's full of confidence, and it makes for a great fight. The strawweight division is wide open.
An awful lot more even than people are thinking. I think a lot of the money's going down on Paige, but I think if you've got a couple of spare dollars,
it's a harder fight. This is a harder fight for Paige, I think, with Rose Namajunas in terms of profile. In North America and rankings wise, I'm a big fan of JoJo, but in terms of what the rankings are saying and the pressure of the fight in the US,
and Rose adds
another element.
She's got a nice little ground game there as well.
Very good, yeah. She's with some very good. I think she trains with Nate Marquardt.
Yeah.
So you're not going to get very many better grapplers for mixed martial arts than those brothers.
Yeah, he's a smart man. He's a smart guy. We're going to go now to our next set of interviews, which is, like I said, they're making a debut on their debut for the promotion on Titan FC, which is Jose Torres and Ian Lujan. These two guys are going to be future prospect stars for the flyweight division. You really want to keep an eye on them now, so that in the future you can go, I remember that lad back then. He was... And I'm telling you, folks, keep an eye on them. Here they both are now talking. Welcome back, Jose. It's nice to speak to you again, as always. It was great the first time we had you on, but this time we've actually got you on because you've got someone matched up, which is awesome stuff for the next Titan FC card.
Someone has stepped up.
Yeah, Titan FC 36. And I think Titan FC have done the right thing. They found you someone who isn't... Like, for example, they're not a bum, so they're not like an 0-10 record. They're also not a pro guy who's got a 5-0 maybe record. They're a guy who's around your level in the sense of professional, as in you're making your debut, he's 1-0. I think if someone was maybe had 2 fights, they were 1-1, I would have been happy with that matchup as well. But I think it's an ideal kind of setting to make
a game guy.
Yeah, it's ideal to make your debut. I think this is, and you're obviously extremely happy with getting matched up.
Yeah, so I'm fighting Ian Lujan. I had a fighter before, but they said he got injured. Whatever the case is, he had to pull out. So we substituted. We had Ian Lujan from Vegas. He fights out of Cobra Kai Jiu-Jitsu, and he's a good fighter. He's 3-1 as an amateur. I believe he lost either his first or second fight. It was at 155, so he's a lot bigger than I am. And then he dropped down to 45, and he's been just knocking out people or dropping people and finishing them with either a triangle or to an armbar. And his pro debut, against I don't remember the guy's name. It was like another guy making his pro debut, and he ended up just knocking him out very quick. A good 30-40 second match where he has very strong hands. He's 5'8", he's long, and when he gets on top of people, he knows what to do on the ground too. So he's definitely a diverse opponent, and I'm happy to go against a guy that's, like you said, not a bum. It's not just like an easy fight to pick me up more. It's an exciting fight that Titan wants to put on, and it's a nice challenge for me to show that I'm ready to be professional.
Hang on, we thought you were fighting Fedor in Japan.
Yeah. Well, I know those guys. We actually met those guys in Bahrain, and they were talking about Fedor and bringing some guys into their new Pride federation. It's pretty cool. They're really good guys, and we might have some other fighters from Bahrain fighting in that, but hey, that'd be cool.
I'll tell you, we are.
It'd be cool until you heard the ambulance switch off as it arrives.
Until he kicked in the face on the ground, I'm like, whoa.
Yeah. Do you know what? I've always said, for a UFC walk, I'd face anyone for that UFC walk. But you know what? When reality would strike, I think you'd turn around and say, you know what? A walk in the park's nice.
Yeah, I'm good, man.
Yeah, I'm good.
Get out, dude. Can I go now?
Yeah. I'm quite excited about this that resin promotion. I'm quite looking forward to it again, because do you know what? It brings back that memories of Pride, but also it's another addition to the MMA kind of fight scene. I think it's good to have that back, but
it's good times.
It is good times.
But of course, now we've got the new age, which is yourself.
And how was your experience that you've been having at Bahrain? Tell us a little bit about after we spoke last time. What kind of things. You must be like an encyclopedia now. The amount you learn.
So I was in Bahrain the last time we talked. I was helping Alex Soto train for Titan FC 35. He did a good job. Sadly, he lost. He had a very tough opponent named Ricky Simon. And I don't know if Ricky Simon's fighting in the next card. I'd like to watch him fight. He's a entertaining fighter. But since I've been in Bahrain, I was fighting with all the Dagestani guys. I was going with Khabib, Nurmagomedov, Islam Makhachev, Morat, a guy from WSOF, and definitely a lot of other guys. And since I've been back, I stay in Chicago, so I was training in Chicago for a little bit, resting up. I found out my fight was December 18th for Titan FC 36. I decided to go with Alex Soto to San Diego Combat Academy with Liz Carmouche's gym and train over here, and it's definitely been a blast. I've been here for 3 weeks already, and I've learned a lot from 10th Line of Jiu-Jitsu and working with Tiger Boxing and just going back and forth. And my opponent, he's very diverse on stand-up and on the ground. He's ready to do whatever, and that's the same style I have. Usually I'm a counter fighter, he's an attacker, so it's definitely going to be an entertaining fight to see who strikes first, to see if the counters work, and if the fight stays standing or on the ground.
Now I also heard you beat up Khabib as well.
No, well, it's funny because Khabib at the time had an injured knee. He didn't have his broken rib yet, and I was like, okay, cool, I'll spar with Khabib. And he's a big guy. He fights 155. He weighs around 180 naturally. So we're going, and he's just he's being light with me, and then out of nowhere he hits me with an uppercut, and I was like, oh my god. He puts me to the wall, and usually I'm a counter fighter. I'm a counter wrestler. I'm very good at defending myself, mainly off the cage. So I was like, okay, cool. He took 2 attempts. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm fighting it off. Hey, Khabib can't take me down. And I'm down to the ground. And I was like, all right, cool, I can get up. And out of nowhere, he immediately does, like, this is all the Dagestani guys, all the Sambo style. They're immediately side mount to top crucifix. And then that, whatever hand is free is just punching you in the face. And I look up at the clock, and I'm like, there's 3 minutes left. I don't really feel like I'm getting out. While my head is like pounding on the mat because he's punching me in the face, and he's not going light, but I'm trying to stick my forehead up so he's not hitting my nose or anything. So I'm just like pounding my head, getting whiplash, and I'm just like, Khabib, can you just let me up, please? I don't think I'm getting up.
You win. You win.
Yeah. And I take it you weren't doing 3-minute rounds, no?
Yeah, we were doing 5-minute rounds, and I was just looking at him like, I don't think I'm getting up. And then Alex Soto, he went with him next, and it was the same exact thing. He fought the takedown well. Khabib got him down, and it just looked like a bear attacking a civilian. Like, it was just bad. Alex was just laying there, and I was like, was that how I looked? Oh man, this is bad.
Yeah,
so sadly, you know, he broke his rib and he's out for his fight on December 11th. But you know, hopefully he heals up well and returns, you know, a better fighter.
So you eventually taught him a lesson then?
Yeah, you taught him a lesson. You got him back.
Yeah,
so
grabbed in his room while he was sleeping.
I'm training with guys decently around my size, so you know, I'm happy. I was just like, anytime I get stuck in a crucifix or, you know, guys inside mine, I was like, oh, he's not Khabib, I can do it, I can get out. You know, like, so he was a strong guy.
I was going to say, your opponent, like you said, he's going to be longer limbed, so obviously that battle of getting through that reach is a key. And the thing I've noticed with guys, obviously, no matter what weight class they're in, not every fighter has been very smart at being able to use and utilise their range as a weapon. So do you think that hopefully he might not have cottoned on to the technique right to nail his range as a weapon? Because a lot of fighters really don't. You know, you see a lot of guys who are long, and they don't fight long.
Yeah.
They fight short. They don't fight smart.
Stefan Struve used to do it for a long time.
He just doesn't fight. Yeah, it's technically, you know, you think, dude, you've got longer legs, longer arms. Why are you not using that as your advantage? Do you think that hopefully he's not at that stage yet where you can maybe, you know, kind of basically take advantage of that?
Well, hopefully he's not at that stage, but if he is, you know, I definitely have to do pretty much the Tyson and move side to side, and you know, inevitably I'm going to take a shot. That's just how it is. Hopefully it's not that right hand, because from what I've seen, he just throws aggressively. You know, he sets it up a little bit, but he throws aggressively. He's a hard hitter. All his fights, he's either clocked the guy or dropped him, and you know, it is a little nerve-wracking to get hit by that right hand. His jab's hard, but the right hand's his main weapon. You know, he throws straights, he throws overhand rights, and he's very strong and good at it. So throwing straight punches all by itself shows that he knows how to use his length, or he's doing the right thing at least. Because he has so little film, because all of his fights end in the first round, there's not much to study on him besides his hands and besides his finishes. But I believe he knows how to use his length, or at least I'm going to take it as that, so I'm more prepared in my fight and just be able to move around. And you know, if I'm able to get in and do an inside battle, take him to the fence and take away his length, that's my initial goal. You know, if I take him down, I'm either inside mount or mount. If I'm in guard, I'm getting back up and, you know, starting all over. You know, but from what I've seen, he hasn't gone past the second round besides in one fight. So, yeah, I want to be able to take him to the distance. This is also his first time dropping down to 135. His pro debut was at a catch weight at 140. So, you know, if he did the catch weight and he's available to go 35, that means this will be his first time. He'll hopefully have a little struggle. And if not, you know, I'm hoping just for a great battle and to put on a great show for Titan in my pro debut.
Well, yeah, that's the key, is if there is a potential in him cutting that weight down, that like you say, if he fights aggressive, that's a lot of exertion of energy. So if you're blowing that energy out in the first round and you've had a cut like he has, if it is a tough weight cut, that could, like you say, have a definite effect in the second round, or even the latter stages of the first or second round. It can start to really take a toll. So, you know, there are little factors that could play into a fight that many people don't see or don't understand.
Yeah, and that's something that you know, one of our game plans is to hopefully, you know, I don't know if you guys ever seen Rocky 3 with Mr. T and Rocky, but you know, that's my initial goal, to take them to the distance and hopefully gas them out, and by then finish the fight.
Have you just asked two guys who have we seen Rocky?
Jose, you're talking to somebody that's 41. I went to the cinema to watch it. I didn't watch it on a download or something, you know. Netflix.
Well played. Well played.
Yeah.
Netflix and Rocky, yeah.
Yeah.
No, we know Rocky.
Hang on. I might have seen Rocky 1 in the cinema.
you would have.
Well, it was funny because I've been you know, talking a lot about Rocky because you know, I have a fiance, and I told her, I was like, hey, have you ever seen Rocky before? She's like, no, I've never seen Rocky. I was like, oh, we have to watch all 6 movies. She's like, okay, sure. She watched all 6 of them. She liked them. I was like, oh, you're the one.
Yeah, just do me a favor. Don't tell her it's not real.
Yeah.
It's all real.
I mean,
actually,
it's kind of crazy how many people idolize Rocky, even though he's not a real boxer.
Yeah, it's all awesome.
Well, it is actually based on a real fighter, a real fighter's life.
Yeah.
But I wish I hadn't said that, because I can't remember the name of the boxer that it's based on. But yeah, it's left me at the moment. But I used to be able to remember. I just don't follow boxing like I used to.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No,
Yeah.
He found the perfect woman, which is a good thing to do. And it's, in fact, if any woman that likes all 6 Rockies, I'd probably.
You found the perfect woman.
I find him as a keeper.
You say you found the perfect woman.
I'm definitely happy.
She died.
Who?
Adrienne died. She's not in the 6th.
Yeah.
She's not. No. Yeah. Good point.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. So now you're talking about him being a widower.
Yeah. No. But Joseph, yeah. Besides Rocky and besides that, like you say, Titan
Mickey said
FC
as well.
You get a huge chance to get on the Titan FC card, which is going to be like it's going to be on Fight Pass. So your debut is going to be shown around the world. How awesome is that?
Well, it's definitely a privilege because I've never had a fight live on UFC Fight Pass. I do have 5 fights already on UFC Fight Pass from the World Championships, and given I watched them, weeks after they were finally uploaded, but this is a huge privilege. Instead of being local or just in the United States, it's all around the world. It's a huge privilege, and for my pro debut, it definitely puts me out there. I have a big resume already. I have won Worlds twice, the only athlete in the world to do it. And I'm ready to make a big step into the professional realm. And Ian Lujan's a great opponent, and I respect all my fighters and all my opponents. And I'm very humble, and I believe he has a chance just as much as I do, and I believe it's going to be a great fight.
I know. I think like for my pro debut, if someone's to me, your pro debut is going to be on UFC Fight Pass. You're going to have Sean Wheelock and Faraz Al-Harbi commentating. I'd be like, are you shitting the bed? Are you serious? That's pretty cool, man. I have to admit that this is a pretty kind of dream kind of start to a pro career, and we know it's going to be.
You've definitely got to make your hairs right.
We know it's going to be an awesome card anyway. Because you know what? Like I said, like your matchup alone, they match up correctly. They won't try to mismatch guys. They want to give a guy a test, and you're going to get that test, and that's what we want.
Always good fights.
Yeah, exactly.
Always.
Both of you are going to get a good test out of each other, so that's key now. Obviously we follow you on social media, but not everyone else maybe has already. But if there is anyone that wants to jump on, give you a follow and watch your pro debut and see how it goes down, how can they do that, buddy?
So on Facebook, again, I accept everyone as friends. If you're a fan, I believe you're a friend, so you can friend me at Jose Shorty Torres. You can like my fan page at Jose Shorty Torres MMA for Facebook. On Instagram, Jose Shorty Torres, and on Twitter, Shorty Torres 125. And hopefully, my next Titan fight, either it can be a catchweight or my 125 debut.
Ooh.
Yeah, because I don't feel like fighting any guys that are 5'8" anymore. The guys are a nice 5'4", and I'm like, oh my god, my arms are a little longer, and this is a great thing, So, I haven't fought 125 in maybe 3 years. I wrestled 125 for 5 straight years. I just graduated in May, so I know I can make the weight. It's just that whole struggle, the mentality of it's not the funnest thing to do in the world, but if it helps me with my program, then it's something I can do. But one of the things is I idolize Frank Edgar, which is also my team KHK. And him winning the 155 belt, while he weighs 160 naturally, the guy's only 2 inches taller than me.
Yeah.
And I was like, man, and I'm cutting down to 125. Why? So a lot of people are hacking at me to cut down to 125. They just think it's a preferred thing to do because of my height. And I definitely understand that as my pro debut. I'm fighting a guy 5'8". I fought guys 6'2", 6'1", 6 feet. Not the funnest thing in the world, but we're the same size laying down as what I usually say. Yeah,
exactly. And I was going to say, do you know what? Like we talked about Frankie on before in our podcast, and he is someone that people should take note of. Because, he is a guy that did it at he fought 155 against guys who were dropping down from say Khabib from 180. There were guys dropping down.
Benson, who's now up at
he's welterweight, but there were guys that were dropping down higher than Benson Henderson. There were guys dropping down from 180 even. So it showed that it's technique as well as just size. And he is a great example. And do you know what? If you feel comfortable going to 125, and if you could obviously get your walking weight down, do it. But do you know what? If you're feeling good at 135, stick there. It's whatever your body feels comfortable at, and mentally as well. It's a big part.
I definitely have that Johnny Hendricks complex is what I call it. Get as big as possible. When I'm not fighting or not doing a training camp, and it's like, oh, okay, cool, I got to fight. Damn, So it's I like. I'm from Chicago. We have food from all over the world. It's great food, and I'm definitely a junk food eater. So cutting down and staying small has always been my problem, mainly for wrestling. But making it once every 3 months, every 4 months, that shouldn't be a problem.
No.
So who's your favourite fast food outlet?
We'll see. Even though I'm Latino, surprisingly, one of my favorite fast food places never lets me down is Taco Bell.
Taco Bell, there you
Fake
go.
Mexican, but I love Taco Bell. It's a good meal.
I've never experienced Taco Bell. We don't have it over here, but
I think I've been to... What are they like?
They do tacos. It's just
right,
a
okay.
guess.
Yeah.
I'm just guessing. I have no idea.
Tacos.
Yeah.
I don't eat that kind of thing.
I would probably... What did you say? You don't eat that kind of shit?
No, I didn't say shit. I said I don't eat that kind of thing. I don't like tacos.
Oh, right, okay. I was going to say, because you do eat shit.
I haven't had a burger in 6 years. Anyway.
Yeah, he's eating other stuff, though. But, he's eating everything else.
I'm more a chicken fan.
Yeah,
chicken and Chinese
with fat around it and breadcrumbs and dipped in stuff. Yeah, deep fried.
Chinese and chicken I like.
And what about
Chinese chicken is number one, and fish.
What about Jose? What about your sponsors, buddy? Who's helping you out for your pro debut?
I definitely have a lot of people helping me out. More and more of the people helping me out is just free supply of stuff. Nothing with money. I don't ask for money. I'm just trying to get help from people. Like Jesus and Tab is one of my sponsors. That Jace David Frank. I don't know if you know Power Rangers back in the day.
Yeah, Power Rangers dude. Yeah, we spoke about last time. Yeah.
He was one of my role models back in the day. And long story short, I found his page on Facebook. I saw that he actually replies to some of his fans that message him. I messaged him, gave him my biography, which is like, hey man, this is my resume, all this stuff. So the Power Rangers, I loved it so much when I was younger, I wanted to fight. And so out of nowhere, he sent me a bunch of gear and just sponsored me. And ever since then, I've been winning national titles, world titles, local titles, and it's been just a pleasure wearing his stuff. So I've been wearing a lot of Jason Tap, and that's something you'll expect at my Titan FC debut. Output Lounge is the local sports lounge in my neighborhood that helps me out. A great place. They helped me run a little birthday party, what I had right before I left for Bahrain, which is an awesome time. Chicago, Eat Clean Chicago is my meal prep company, which I'm missing right now in San Diego because having a meal ready for me 3 times a day is definitely a plus instead of going home and having to cook food or having to go out and buy food. So having my meal preps is a great thing. And I have so many more sponsors. It's going to take too long, but my biggest and best thing ever is Team KHK, sponsored by Sheikh Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa. He's the one that runs KHK. He is the leader here. He is the initials on the name. And without him, I don't have a job. He gives me the reason to train every single day, not worrying about bills, not worrying about having to go to work, and then after that, having to go train and having the energy to get up and do that every single day. Because of him, I'm in San Diego, having a blast out here, enjoying the sights, fighting, and being able to see new friends and meet new people and get new styles and prepare for this fight that's going to be right now technically the biggest fight of my life. Sheikh Khalid bin Hamad with Team KHK has been a huge thing, and Team Bahrain is definitely coming up, and that's something I'll be walking out with is the Bahraini flag and my KHK t-shirt. And
Snow White lent you some training partners as well, didn't she?
Yeah. So it's definitely been a great time. Some of my training partners here is Alex Soto, Angel Cruz, and just a bunch more. A bunch of people here at San Diego Combat Academy that they just, they definitely go hard. I know we're gonna hopefully do a sparring day with possibly Alliance, and go down to Tijuana to spar with some of those guys. And there's definitely gonna be a great time. They're taking care of me very well, and I appreciate everything San Diego Combat Academy is doing for me. And my coach back at home, Master Bob Shermer from Combat Dough, allowed me to come out here to get some different views to train for my fight, and you'll definitely be seeing him on my corner as well.
All jokes aside, myself and I'm pretty sure John will agree, we love watching the little guys fight. I say little guys, I'm 5'4.5", but I mean like the 125s, 135s, even 145s. We love the smaller weight classes, don't we?
We do, yeah.
The skill levels through the roof generally, and
yeah, I do.
And
like
the pace,
I do like to take note of the smaller weight classes. They are, even though I'm not ever going to be a 125, I do pay interest into those weight classes. They are great to watch.
And sadly, not many people appreciate it as you guys do. Like, they enjoy the small guys fighting. They believe it's more exciting. But people just love watching giant guys punch each other in the face. Because most of the time, they're slow enough. Like, they're too slow to move. So it's whoever gets hit first loses. And that's usually the big thing compared to the smaller guys. I mean, I don't know if you saw the Demetrius Johnson Dotson fight.
Yeah.
You know, the rematch was an amazing fight. I mean, the first fight was an amazing fight, and the second one was just, you know, class act by Demetrius Johnson. He's so fast, he's so clever, and he's so technical. And he, from the last fight, you know, he got dropped. I don't know if it was once or twice, but he got dropped, and being able to come back from that and say that's not going to happen to me again, and be even stronger in this fight was amazing. That's something that I inspired to be, and hopefully even, you know, if I make 125, be able to challenge him, you know, for that belt, because at least from what I believe, no one is going to be able to beat him anytime soon.
I think time will be the only thing.
I think he's smart enough to know, though. He'll be smart enough to know when to step away, but also he might try and do the super fight kind of thing.
I think they might do a TJ
stuff.
Or something like that. You know, it's
depending who's 135 champ.
I think surely the secret of the lighter weight classes can't stay secret forever. You know.
Do you know what it is? I think the problem you're stuck with on that one, Jose, is people who watch the sport. The majority of fans, they like it simple. They want it a punch in the face.
They want to know what's in front of them.
They can't physically have the capacity to kind of break a fight down enough. They can't watch a fight and know technically what's going on, so they like it simple. A simple fight. That's why boxing was so successful, because it was very simple. A guy's going to punch a guy, and that's it. There's no much more to it.
No chess match to it.
So you get to mixed martial arts. There's a lot more to it. But the thing is, it happens so quick at the lower weight classes. Some people just haven't got this, you know, the mental capacity to handle it all. That's pretty much what I think it is.
You're talking about the masses rather than there's a few that just. Get it, people, and everyone else is just
they just won't get it.
Checking in for the head kicks.
So you know? I think it's Go on.
That's something I'm excited about. You know, my fighter's cutting down from, you know, he's probably more than 155. You know, because he made his amateur debut, from what I remember, at 155, or if not his second fight, and that was his loss. It was a split decision. You know, close fight, probably could have gone either way, but you know, he's cutting down all the way down to 35. That's the advantage I have of. You know, hopefully, you know, I use my speed correctly, and I am faster than him.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm able to dodge that right hand, or even whatever combinations he throws, and you know, to toss him or put him at the cage, or be able to just counter him just the way Demetrius Johnson does against almost every single opponent.
Yeah.
You know, and he's usually the shorter person too.
I'm going to give you a fighter. After we're going to go off air, and we're going to say goodbye in a second to you, but I'm going to talk to you about a fight you should probably watch to maybe get a little bit of. I'd say that is a perfect example of a guy who's short and quicker and the guy's tall. We'll talk about it off air though, just in case your opponent's listening. Not that I'm giving you advantage, but I'm just saying to play it fair. I'm just going to mention this off air. So, Jose, thanks very much for coming on, buddy, and talking to us.
It's always a pleasure. Thank you, guys.
And
it's always a pleasure. I love having some fun on the show.
And have a great time on, you know, the Titan card. You know, you're going to fight on it. It's going to be a great experience.
I can't wait to see you.
It's like a Christmas gift for us watching this card anyway. So, have a great time, buddy.
Oh man, I appreciate it. I just want to thank everyone for supporting me. Fans back in Chicago and all around the world. You know, if it, you know, I'm extrinsically motivated. You know, I don't, you know, tell myself, oh, I can do this. You know, it's people telling me every single day, like, hey, you inspire me to do more, or you know, my kids look up to you. That motivates me to do more. And hopefully, my goal and the reason why I started fighting is to be a hero. And this is my way of being a hero to people. If I can make it out of my neighborhood, anyone can make it out of the neighborhood. And you know, I just appreciate everyone supporting me, from my sponsors, my fans, my family, you know, the gyms that I'm at, and then, you know, the interviews that I have. I appreciate you guys giving me your time and, you know, putting me out there the way you do. So thank you.
It's our pleasure, my man. Our pleasure, and absolute gem you're going to be in this professional rankings, buddy. So here we go. Let's stop this now. Okay, first and foremost, Ian, thank you for coming on. Thank you for speaking to us, taking the call. I have to say, I was super interested to see who they were going to match up Jose with, because obviously he's making his pro debut, and obviously I was thinking, are they going to give him someone who's making their debut, or they've got a couple of fights under their belt? So when the news came through, it was yourself. I have to say I was happy with the matchup, because it's two guys who are similar in experience, is the best way to put it. And what made you? Obviously, Titan was probably a big selling point. But did it excite you? You know, coming up against Jose, and the fact that he's got that momentum on the amateur side of things with winning the World Championship stuff. Does that kind of intrigue you, because you get to test your skill set as well against someone like that?
Yeah, of course. You know, I'm in this game to fight the best in the world. You know, and I do realize that, you know, in the beginning of a fighter's career, you usually tend to get the not easy fights, but the easier fight, you know, before you get into the UFC.
Yeah.
And sometimes there's times where you have to take risks, you know, to build your name. And I feel like this is one of those fights where it's a risk, but at the same time there's so much reward, because if I beat a guy like Jose Torres, that's gonna just put me so much higher on the ladder compared to me fighting a normal guy. So just that alone gives me so much motivation, and you know, of course I looked at his fights and you know, went over it with my team, and we just realized that, you know, this is a great opportunity to take. So, but you know, as far as like fighting on Titan FC, when I first got the call, I was a lot more excited just to fight on Titan FC. I didn't really know who the opponent was. My manager from Sucker Punch Entertainment.
Yeah.
They're a big manager. They're a big management company, and he called me up and he was like, "Hey, you know, Titan FC, they want to sign you. But you're going to be fighting Jose Torres." And I didn't really know. I just told him, I said, "Hey, we'll take it." You know, I haven't fought in 4 months prior to when I got told about this fight. So I was itching for a fight, and then when I finally found out it was Jose Torres, I was like, man, it's a great opportunity. Let's take it. So I'm very happy and grateful that I'm in this position right now that I'm in. You know, so.
And like you say, because it is quite nice to get that call up from Titan FC, and because it's going to be on UFC Fight Pass, I think, like you said, you know, if you can beat someone and get a victory I said this is kind of early on, like say early on in your career. It really does already propel you, and it helps set that, you know, set the tone really for people and to know who you are. It's a great chance for you to market yourself really as a fighter and showcase what you know what you're capable of. What I would say is early on in your career, and then people can get an idea of the potential that you have in say 3 or 4 years when you're really starting to hone in those skills.
Yeah, definitely. Man, Titan FC, the platform just by UFC Fight Pass alone, that's such a big deal, man. It's gonna be broadcasted to many countries around the world. Anybody can practically, as long as you have internet, anybody can get a hold of it. You know, so me just being on UFC Fight Pass, like you said, man, it's just gonna up my name. It's gonna set me, then, you know, and if I go out there and I do what I'm supposed to do, it's gonna put me much higher on the marketing scale. And I'm gonna gain so much more fans, you know. And I feel like me, I'm the type of person where when I go into a fight, I bring it 100%. You know, at the end of the day, I know everybody's a fighter in the sport, but me, I look at myself as an entertainer.
Well, I was gonna say you do entertain, mate. You do entertain, because if I recall, you hold the record for the quickest finish in Is it Tough Enough or Tough Rough? Forget the name of the promotion now. It's old age going to kick in here, and I've been hitting the head too many times. But didn't you get like a knockout finish? You got a knockout finish in 6 or 7 seconds.
It was actually 4 seconds.
4. There you go. Bloody hell! Yeah. Wow. Okay then. So ding, sprint, plow.
Oh yeah. It's actually on YouTube. If you look up the fastest knockout in Tough Enough history. I wish it was the fastest knockout in MMA history, but you know, I think that was like a second.
Yeah, I know.
Anybody that can compete with a second.
I don't know how they can do that. Yeah, like how small's the cage? Are they stood face to face? Is that how small the cage is? I don't get that.
Well, it's like a standard size amateur cage. You know, it wasn't that small. I've seen smaller cages, but Tough Enough, man, their cage is pretty well set up. It's a pretty nice cage, and I just remember just touching gloves, boom, boom, that's it. It was over. You know what I mean? And a bunch of my friends always joke around with me. They're like, "Hey, you knocked out a guy faster than I tied my shoes." I was like, man, I guess you could say that. But, you know, man, just me fighting for that organization, Tough Enough alone, and for me to hold a record for them, that's really big, man. My last fight for Tough Enough was my championship fight. And I submitted my opponent named Sean Francis. He was actually undefeated at the time, and it was at the weight 145. But
Wow.
it was probably the biggest amateur MMA event ever. 14,000 people in attendance.
Whoa. That's
Yeah,
big.
a lot of people don't. A lot of people, they're like, oh, you know, you have the fastest knockout, and yeah, it's cool, fast knockout. But I think my biggest accomplishment was when I competed in front of 14,000 people. You know, there is no, and that's also on YouTube if you want to watch it too. It's Ian. Just look up my name, Ian Lujan MMA. But yeah, I was at the Thomas Mack Arena out here in Vegas, and it was Tough Enough's 10-year anniversary. And they did the biggest of like MMA event, and I just remember the guy telling, you know, because we have the pre-fight conferences before the fight, and he was just telling guys, he was like, you know what? He goes, right now, a lot of you guys realize that you guys are just amateurs, but what you guys don't realize is you guys are competing in front of 14,000 people. So go out there and make some fans, you know. And ever since that time, I put in my head that people come in. People not only pay to come see me, but one day people are going to come all around the world just to see me fight, you know? So that's why when I go into the fight, I just try to make it as entertaining as possible, you know, without being too flashy. I go straight for it, you know? I go out there and I bring it. And that's one of the things that has taught me from that event. So that's why being able to perform in front of 14,000 people, that was probably my biggest accomplishment. And then not only being able to perform, I won a belt, you know.
Yeah.
The Tough Enough belt. And that was pretty crazy, man. Just fighting in front of 14,000 people, I'm getting shaky right now talking about it, man. I just remember making that walk out the cage and looking around like, wow. 14,000 people, all eyes on me.
Yeah.
You know?
That's awesome.
Crazy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the most I've done is a couple of thousand. So, you know, 14,000.
Yeah.
That shows as well how composed you are as well. You should take a lot from that side of things, because a lot of people who could walk out there on an amateur bout and they see just a 14,000, they just drop. You know, they just go, oh crap! There's, you know, it could just overwhelm people. You know, when they get in there, you know, the head isn't right because of just that wave of crowd, just the people cheering. It can throw people off, you know. So I think there's a lot to take away from that. And another thing I got to think, you know, with that finish that you had, it shows that you got power in your hands. You know, it shows that you don't hit soft. You know, it shows that you hit hard. Do you think then that because you got that punch, you got that finish, and it's out there, do you think that maybe people might then be a bit more cautious when they fight you? Then they might be a bit more tactile because they think, right, well, he's got a good hand, he can hit hard. I need to be quite, you know, get in either close the distance so much that you can't even throw a punch, so it's almost like a clinch game, or do you think they're just maybe going to try and do a range game, you know, a couple of shots? You know, is that something you got to take into consideration now yourself?
Of course, you know, I know, because see, out here in Vegas, there's multiple fights that I was supposed to fight for. I was supposed to fight for World Series of Fighting. I was supposed to fight for RFA. And a lot of the guys didn't want to fight me because of my videos on YouTube, you know. So just that alone, that really made me like, man, you know, I do realize that I'm some people may consider me a knockout artist, but at the same time, it's just like, you know, it's an MMA fight. You know, I'm experiencing everywhere. You know, I've been doing this since I was 12. When I was younger, I used to go compete in California for penetration tournaments. And there were no hit to the face, but they're just body and all MMA. And then when I turned 18, I was able to fight legally in the state of Nevada. So that's when I started fighting for Tough Enough. But I do know that a lot of the guys that I'm gonna fight, they're gonna know that I'm a striker.
Yeah.
But a lot of them don't realize that I've been doing jiu-jitsu since I was 12. You know, I've been heavily in jiu-jitsu. I competed in over 100 grapplers quests. You know, I did some IBJFF tournaments. I did a lot of that. So I feel like anywhere I go, even if it's whether it's from a wrestler, whether it's standing, I can finish you from anywhere.
Yeah.
You know, and I bring that I try to bring that confidence in there that a guy can't hurt me anywhere. You know, at the end of the day, if he's gonna beat me standing up, I'll take him to the ground and I'll submit him. If I know that he's a better jiu-jitsu guy or a better wrestler, I'll stand up with him. You know, so I feel like I'm pretty well-rounded. And I just like you said, even though they're cautious, I just go in there and I try to impose my game plan and see openings where I take it. And if I can finish it, either way, of course, the finish is always on my mind. You know, I try 100% to finish every fight I'm in. But you know, sometimes you can't get the finish like you want, so you just gotta look for openings and take advantage of it.
Yeah.
So I feel that's a big thing. I actually I don't want to brag or anything, but yesterday was a pretty cool experience. I got to roll. Do you know Ryan Hall is?
Hell yeah, Ryan Hall. He's an absolute beast on the ground. I would not want to cuddle him on. I would not like to spoon him in bed. No chance.
Yes, beast. I actually got the chance to train with him yesterday and learn some knowledge from him. Because he's really good friends with my coach. And Simgo, which is a black belt under Mark Lehman, and Mark Lehman is Johnny Hendricks' head coach.
Yeah.
But I actually got to roll Ryan yesterday, and that was pretty amazing, man. That was like just on the jujitsu tip. You know, he's amazing, man. That guy, he looks like a skinny dude, but he feels heavy. Heavy, so.
That guy's amazing on the ground. Like when you, I'd imagine rolling with Ryan Hall, it's just a matter of surviving. You just got to sit there and go, how long are we doing this round? 3-minute round. Oh my word. He is so good. He is so good.
It was one of those things, man. It was one of those things where I was like, wow, I got, he's gonna come in all week, so I'm gonna just soak as much knowledge from him and do my thing, man. So I'm pretty excited, man. I've got to train with a lot of great professionals in my career, dude, and I'm just so thankful that I live in the place that I live, you know, because people come here every day, especially this fight week, you know. I'm so happy that I get to train. You know, this is my second week, so I get to train. A lot of people are going to be coming in and sparring, and it's just going to be amazing training, man. I can't wait for this week, dude.
Well, that's the thing,
A lot of great people are going to come in.
You've just got to be a sponge. You know, when that happens, is you turn into a sponge and you try to absorb as much as you can, and then use as much as you can that is beneficial to you. You know, that's all you can do. You know, and especially at this point in your career, you just keep evolving, so you keep taking as much on as you can. It's quite an exciting time.
It is. It's a very exciting time, man, and I just can't wait to show my skills, man. There's so much out there that I feel like I haven't. There's so many fans out there that I haven't fought in front of. You know, there's so many people that I wasn't able to show my skills to, and just to be on this platform and to do that, man, I can't wait, man. It's gonna be fun.
It's gonna be
exciting. I love who they match me up with. You know, I love that he comes and he brings it too as well. So you know, it's gonna be a great fight, man. And I can't wait for everybody.
I admit it. I love flyweights. I love the lower weight classes because their skill sets have to be on point. And this is going to be one of the fights to keep an eye out for on the card. You know, I keep pushing to people to use Fight Pass. It doesn't cost much. You can get it for a week free anyway, like a trial period. So you might as well do it during this when the Titan card is on, and then the next day I think they've got the UFC card in Orlando. So get 2 cards in one go, so to speak. So I'd suggest you do that, ladies and gentlemen. But you know, you got Ian, you got you against Jose. It's going to be a hell of a matchup. I've already seen what you can do anyway. Like you say, you mentioned YouTube video clips. I've actually already been on and had a look at them. Hence why I couldn't quite remember the bloody promotion's name. I thought it was Tough Enough, but I couldn't remember. But you know, if not only for me, but for everyone else at home, if they want to jump in and follow you, you know, how can they do that on the social networking side of things?
On Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, just Ian Lujan. You can get a hold of me there. I do always do my best to reply back to everybody's retweets or whether comments or everything like that. So yeah, if you guys want to check me out, Ian Lujan on all 3 of those social media. And I want to thank you guys so much too for having me on your podcast or interview or whatever it is, man. Thank you guys so much.
No, it's fine. It's been a pleasure speaking with you.
No, yeah, thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk with you guys, man. You guys are great people, man. Thank you.
Honest, Ian, it's been a pleasure having you on. And what we'll do, as always, we'll put a picture of you on our Facebook page, and we'll put the links for your social networking on there for people at home as well. And we'll stick that all on as well. And look, it's going to be a great weekend. Oh, sponsors, mate. Have you got any sponsors out there?
Okay. Any sponsors? My sponsors right now, I like to thank Nova Guam, which is my hat sponsor. And then my management company, Sucker Punch Entertainment.
Awesome.
They have a bunch of sponsors for us over there too as well. So thank you to them. Big shout out to Titan FC, and big shout out to all my teammates, man, for giving me the opportunity to showcase my skills and help me to get better. And thank you for all the fans out there that's going to be tuning in, man. It's going to be a great fight. Thank you guys.
Me and Mike going to tune in from across the pond in the UK. We'll be switching on to watch the fight, and I'm sure a lot of other people will too, because we'll be peppering people to do so. So like I said, have a great weekend. Just enjoy the whole experience. And then after that,
I will.
Hey man, after that, have a great Christmas.
Thank you. You too, man. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, man. And you guys are great people, man. Enjoy your Christmas, and keep doing what you're doing, man. I was telling one of the interview people to the previous interview people, I always appreciate interviewers that look out for prospect talent. There's a lot of interviews, people that go out there and they just want the UFC people, but you guys are so great for doing that. Thank you guys. I appreciate you guys.
We want everyone in MMA, not just obviously. I'm not lying. If Chris Weidman said, "Do you fancy a chat?" I wouldn't say no to Chris Weidman coming on. He doesn't seem a bad dude, but
no way, that guy's an absolute beast.
Hell yeah, he is. But at the same time, we want. What me and Mike are trying to do is get people around the world to understand that there is other promotions outside of the UFC with fighters out there who are going to be the future UFC champions, and maybe it might be an idea to start following them now, and that's what we do. We want you to come on, get your voice out there to the world, and even if it's 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20, 30, whatever it is, that's for us. That's what's key. We try to get everyone out there, as many people as we can, because I think it's huge. I think it's huge to help people get the exposure they deserve.
Of course, and man, that's amazing, man. Thank you guys. You guys are doing a really good deed for MMA, and man, I wish the best of luck to you guys, man. And you keep doing what you guys are doing.
Thank you very much, sir. And that was Jose and Ian. It was great to hear from them, and it was interesting to hear from Jose about how it was going at HKH, the Bahrain super team thing that they're doing, and that's going to be going down on Titan FC on Fight Pass. Again, I'm not going to hint or push it, but it's on Fight Pass. Okay, we're going to go to the next card, which is the Tough Finale. Now, when this goes out, we did not know the result of the Tough Finale, so tough, right, in a sense. We're not going to presume who's going to make it into the final. All we're going to say is go Team GB now, or Team Europe. Sorry, Team Europe. So we're going to start with
Team Cage Warriors.
Yeah, Team Cage Warriors. Yeah, we've got Team Cage Warriors. I'm going to touch on the undercard. One fight that I think is very interesting, and it is Mike Pierce against. They actually haven't put the layout of the card yet, so I've had to make up a makeshift main card, Mike. So get over this one. So I think this is going to prelim. This is going to be the prelim kind of main event. Mike Pierce against Ryan LaFleur. Now, I'm only mentioning this fight because Mike Pierce hasn't fought since that heel hook incident with Paul Harris back in 2013, and Ryan LaFleur, he's getting his first fight back since his first loss was handed to him against Maia. So both of them are coming in with a lot on their, a lot of their baggage to deal with and see how they mentally cope. So I think that fight is really intriguing from that perspective. Just me? Good? Awesome?
Yeah, no, I can. Yeah, it's. I was really high on Ryan LaFleur before he took on Damian Maia, but I think he's had his injury troubles. Yeah, like him a lot. Super athletic guy. Mike Pierce is very dangerous as well. These are two people who are kind of spoken of in very high regard, but they've had their difficulties, and yeah, I hope these guys come back and have a good run at stuff, but very competitive match.
I can't see Ryan Flair getting tapped in this one. If Dana Meyer couldn't tap him, then that's
Okay.
not gonna happen. Also, I want to quickly say,
You better be quick, lad.
good on Jason Knight for stepping up and getting that call. So
Yeah.
well done.
Yeah, well, we've had him on a couple of times as well, and he's got Alan Belcher who trains him, so it's not like he's going to be short on a few nuggets in his little arsenal with that man training him. So yeah, my makeshift main card is only 3 fights, but it's all good. Gotta love Joe Lozon, so you gotta have a lot of love for this man. Joe Lozon is fighting Evan Dunham. You know, I'll go first, Mike. Then I've picked Joe Lozon. I think I'll always pick him, no matter who he fought. He could fight the heavyweights, and I'd still pick Joe Lozon.
I mean, you give Mike Tyson and find a way to make it exciting. At least he's never in a bad fight. He's picking up bonuses left, right, and centre. And rightly so.
Yeah, the fight against Gomi was unbelievable. That way he just brutalised Gomi, especially coming off that loss against Iaquinta, where he just got mauled. It was incredible to see the way he fought against Gomi. Evan Dunham, though, like, fair enough, he's on a 2-fight win streak. He's turned things around in his eyes, and also he beat Ross Pearson up in Glasgow, and he just literally fought the right fight. Ross Pearson is a nasty striker, so why would you want to stand with him when you know you can out wrestle someone? But Ross Pearson, though, he nearly got I think it was Kimura, he nearly got on Evan Dunham, and I thought, in my head, I was thinking, you know what, if Evan does take Joe Lozon down, Joe's got such a high level of grappling, he will find that submission a lot easier and get it on a lot harder.
Yeah. And he has that freaky power that it just doesn't look like he would contain within himself, because he's not the scariest looking frame in the world, but he creates that power from somewhere, and
Yeah, high level guys, lots of experience, both black belts. But Evan Dunham, I think, can control the pace of the fight a little bit better with his wrestling. But that said, Lozon's dangerous everywhere, and I think he holds the record for the number of performance bonuses as well. You got an exciting. I mean, it wasn't an exciting fight, Ross Pearson versus Evan Dunham. Let's be honest, but Dunham was going in there away from home to get a job done.
Yes.
But if you look on the back of that, you've got a guy who can make fights look quite slow paced and not really, really, really exciting against a guy who makes who's never been in a dull fight. So could be really could go one way or the other depending on who has the upper hand.
Now, I would say this co-main event is potentially fight of the night, but then again, the main event is that as well.
I think the main and co is like a dream come true. Like that is.
It's like party in your pants time, is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, they're fights that you would think. We've been quite lucky because obviously the co-main event wasn't the original fight planned.
No.
We had Khabib who can't stay healthy for 2 weeks, but I think instead we then end up with an even better fight.
I think you've stayed healthier than he has, mate. That's what I think. Edson Barboza against Tony Ferguson. Okay, Mike, who have you picked then between Barboza and Ferguson?
I think Tony Ferguson could go on and actually win the title, believe it or not. I think he's a future champion. He seems to be the future of MMA. He just seems to have it all. His jits is like disgustingly good, 10th planet guy. And his striking is powerful and accurate. What I do worry about is sometimes he does sort of just leave himself open a bit, and engage in wars and take unnecessary risks. But makes it exciting for the public, but the fans. But I'd like to see him stay a bit safer. And against someone like Barboza, I think, who can come out with, all you got to do is ask. The only person that doesn't know how scary he is Terry Etten. He's still trying to wake up, I believe.
Highlight real stuff. Barboza's very dangerous, but Tony Ferguson, he'll put it on you from the bell. And when you go back and watch the Michael Johnson fight against Edson Barboza, Johnson shut him down everywhere.
Yes.
He did such a great job that night that, Ferguson is in a similar mould in some ways. So I just worry for Barboza that if he gets it put on him like what Michael Johnson did, then it's a super tough night for him. But Ferguson's on what? I can't remember if it's like a six fight win streak. Okay. Yeah, and he's taken out some very big names, physically big guys, but I'm not sure if he's faced. Has he faced a striker quite like Barboza? I mean, I don't know.
Do you know what?
I don't.
I think
no.
Legit this fight as well.
He's a 10th panic guy. He's got very good submissions. Really nice work.
And he's got that long frame, freakishly long frame.
Yeah, no, it's
I think
a really
that's
nice
the way
fight.
sort of MMA's going. It seems, we went from the frames of like the He-Man frames to
it's what you can probably see. You're probably looking at me when you say that. The ultimate physique, which is, I'm getting close to it. All you
need now is to eat a bit of meat.
Long, skinny arms and legs.
Tea sandwiches, that.
No, that's not what's going to help you get there.
Green and give it to you.
We don't need to harm anyone in this progress. But yeah, great fight. It's a great fight.
But if you haven't wet yourself, and just fallen into a daze because the fight was so exciting, the main event is like, find me somebody that didn't want this fight to happen.
It had to happen at some point. It had to happen at some point, and it has now. There was no way these guys couldn't have their paths cross. And Frankie Edgar and Chad Mendes, that's just
I mean, I was lucky enough to meet Frankie Edgar earlier, and that guy could still cut to another weight.
He's tiny, isn't he?
He is small, and you know what? He's not even on the scales yet. It's that guy is freakishly small, which tells you just how good he must be.
Well, what you think he's achieved in his career?
You look at Conor, and and then you look at Frankie. It's poles apart, like in size. So, but having said that, I think Frankie Edgar beats them all.
I think Frankie does as well. I'm with you. I always back Frankie. I think his ethic, his work ethic outside the cage is pretty much second to none. It's very hard to find someone who puts in the work he does with the people he trains with. It's going to be very hard to find someone who matches what he does. And he's on a 4-fight win streak, but then he lost 3 fights before that. I know it sounds weird to say it, but he lost 3 in a row, but they were all title fights, and I don't think he lost some of them title fights, but he did on paper. Chad Mendes. Now, I'm not saying Chad Mendes he can't win this. Like, let's be honest, guys. Chad Mendes, he hits someone, they're going to feel it. Chad. I know Conor said it didn't hurt. Yeah, well, we all know it did. It must have hurt a bit. But Chad Mendes, for me, I think if Frankie can keep that pace that he does on guys, that he has such an unbelievable, relentless tempo. I think Chad Mendes, I think he could wear Chad away. And I think he's too quick with the angles and movement for Chad to catch him.
Yeah, this is a great fight. Frankie's work rate and pressure, never say die attitude, and his championship rounds experience is going to hold him in really good stead for this. I think that Aldo beats him again. There is a slight issue for me in the footwork of Frankie Edgar, and Dan and I saw it. I'm not going to take the credit for it. It's come to my mind. Dan probably saw it, and I'm now regurgitating his analysis. But he crosses his feet over quite a bit in his frenetic movement, and Aldo picked that up, and you'll see how he then offset his balance and was able to get a lot of strikes off. However, Chad Mendes doesn't throw kicks like that. He comes with big overhands.
Yeah.
But he's good at level changing and following up with big power shots. If he clips Edgar, Edgar's must have his armour chinked after all of the battles he's been in. So Chad, you know,
and he has been dropped and hurt, and
yeah, he gets back up there. That's the thing.
oh yeah, he's recharged.
Scary.
Frank Maynard, couldn't believe. I think he's resurrected himself so many times.
I thought I was watching the Undertaker in that fight. You know, remember when the Undertaker used to get hit flat and then he just sit up? It was almost like watching that when you saw Frankie Edgar. You just thought, how's he still going?
Yeah, and he's choked out a lion on TV before.
A real one?
A real one, yeah. He choked him out in an advert. I'm trying to be funny, by the way.
Do you feel against that, being a vegan?
Yeah, I'm not into that. I'm not into that animal cruelty stuff. So therefore, but then you've got Chad Mendes who goes and shoots half the woods.
Yeah.
Worth of anything that runs. So
yeah.
That's because he likes protein. But...
Yeah. So both of these guys. Yeah. No.
It's like a sick fight. It's that fight that everyone
number one
wanted.
contender, got to be.
You know,
easy.
Do you know what? It could even be the funniest fight of the week, I think.
Majority draw. There you go.
Now, John, if
if
anyone wanted a more in-depth analysis of this, is there anywhere someone could find anything like this?
There is, yeah. If you go over to the UFC YouTube channel, you are most likely to find Unibet's Inside the Octagon with the wonderful Dan Hardy and his trusty sidekick John Gooden breaking down this and a whole lot more from the December 10th, 11th, 12th Crazy Fight Week out of Vegas.
Oh, that's incredible. Do you know what? I think because I've just found this out, I think we'll have to post these breakdowns on our Facebook page, ladies and gentlemen, for people to watch. That would
be wonderful. You can help us increase our view count well past the 1 million mark.
Oh, you guys are flying on that. I tell you, I will say, ladies and gentlemen, it is really good to watch it. Honestly, do you know what's even better is if maybe you watch a breakdown and maybe miss one of them out, wait till the fight's happened, and then when you watch it back, you can see how they were actually nailing a lot of it on when you watch the fight. It's really good. Honestly, it's really good to tune into it, folks. Jump on YouTube, like we said. It's
almost like we know what we're talking about.
Almost.
No, Dan really does know what he's talking about.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of knowledge. He's done a bit.
Yeah, he's been around for 5 minutes or more, hasn't he? So
that'll do.
Yeah. No, if people knew how much work that guy puts in, you know, the hours and hours that he spends going through this stuff, it's phenomenal.
Does it keep you awake at night? Does it?
Yeah, every time I roll over and, you know, Dan, please
turn the laptop off.
Put his book out.
Yeah.
Do you know what though? You see it though. You see how excited he gets about it when he's doing it as well. When he's doing the breaking down, you can see it as well.
Yeah.
Like you see him buzzing.
No, it's good. It is educational in every sense when we're going through that stuff, and he opens me up to all the different smaller details. I think I've got a good understanding, and then he just takes it another couple of levels, and you're like, bloody hell, I've got so much to learn.
Yeah. Well, do you know that's the thing, John? Do you know what you are doing is helping people who maybe don't quite understand the little details. Maybe, do you know, on the cage when people have got the one under and one over and they don't understand what's going on, or when it's on the ground and maybe it looks a bit stale, they don't understand those little details. This is what people need. We need something like this to break stuff down so people who don't know can understand the sport a lot better. And I tell you what, it's going to be so beneficial to people who don't quite get some of the smaller details of the sport. I'm all for it.
Yeah, no, I think actually, because, you know, let's be honest here. It's only going to be the hardcore fans that find this. You're not going to get casuals who are just learning about the sport finding this. And I actually think it plays very well into the more seasoned fan who does understand what's going on, and then they see this. They see the minutiae of detail and the lead up to how it gets there, and that, I think, is what, you know, really gets people excited when they see it coming from an analyst and fighter like Dan. It's great stuff.
Now we're going to go on now to our next couple of guests. Again, these are a couple of guys fighting on Titan FC 36 card. Like I said, Grant Dawson against Dave Burrow. You've got Grant Dawson, who's the unbeaten prospect. He is just going through people on the ground. And then you've got Dave Burrow, who, again, he's a submission machine as well. Between the pair of them, I think they've got over nearly 15 submissions. It's going to be a hell of a fight. Odds are they'll probably just stand up and punch each other in the face the whole time. But here they both are now. Okay, with Titan FC 36 around the corner, we are joined by Grant Dawson. Thank you very much, obviously, for coming on, Grant, giving us some of your time to chat. You have got yourself a hell of a fight against Dave Burrow, and I'm quite looking forward to this matchup simply because it could be a very grand affair in the submission grappling art.
But, man, he better hope it doesn't go there because, I mean, that's where he's strong, but that's where I'm stronger. I mean, if his plan is to take me down and go jiu-jitsu for jiu-jitsu, he's gonna be sorely disappointed, that's for sure.
I have to say, it's very much, when I was writing a game plan against you, I'd probably avoid the ground, and I would probably work a lot on my neck muscles. I'd make my traps so big that you couldn't physically get your arm around my neck, because it's somehow you do favour being people's back. You're like a backpack, you like to get on people's backs, and you do wrap your hands around their neck very often, it seems.
Yeah, I got a foolproof system. I punch them in the face until they decide they don't like that anymore, and then they give me their back, and then I choke them out. So it's been working for me so far, so I'm going to keep doing it. And if he decides he doesn't want to give me his back, he just wants to keep getting punched, that's fine too by me.
And then I see as well you ventured away from the rear naked choke, and you did finish a fight without one, which that must have been a bit weird for you.
Yes, I did finish one with an arm bar, but actually, I mean, the rear naked choke is my best move in the cage, quote unquote, but I barely train it in the gym. I'm always hitting triangles, arm bars, arm triangles, all this, all these kind of submissions. I really kind of like to stay away from the rear naked choke. Actually, I mean, to be honest, it's my least favorite move. I feel like it's really basic and really simple, but I mean, if people keep giving it to me, I'm going to keep taking it.
Yeah, it is. I think with like you said there, I think with MMA though, in a fight, sometimes, do you know what, I'll say it. Sometimes guys will give up the back, and sometimes, when they are maybe getting a hell beat out of them, and they're losing a lot of their soul. I'm not saying they give their neck, but sometimes they don't. They just some guys want a way out. You've seen it in high level in the UFC, where sometimes you can see a guy wants a way out, and he'll maybe leave a little gap there to kind of say, if you put your arm there, it slips in. And you know what? It's just the way it goes sometimes, and maybe that's why the rear naked choke appears for you, because like you say, when you punch him in the face, they don't like it, and they just think, do you know what? I'd rather you put your arm around my neck than punch me in the face, because it feels a lot better.
Yeah, I mean, I could think of two fights. I mean, everything you said is perfect. My last fight, actually, I mean, when I'm completely honest with myself, and when I really watch the video, I think, man, I don't even think that rear naked choke was that deep. I think he just wanted me to stop hitting him. Because, I mean, I fought a guy named Andrew Carrillo, and, I mean, I took him down, and I was beating him up, and and finally he just gave me his back, and I sunk in my choke, and he was tapping before I was squeezing.
Oh, man, that's him just wanting to get out of there, get paid and go home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, a win, I mean, I don't care. If you give up because I'm punching you, if you give up because the choke's in, it doesn't matter to me.
Oh, yeah, you won.
You're giving up and I'm winning.
Hell yeah. I agree. I imagine as well then, confidence does fly high coming into this fight. You get to showcase yourself on, I say, a higher stage. You're coming onto the Titan FC card and the promotion, and as well you get that exposure with the UFC Fight Pass, and I think that's partly why I'm quite looking forward to this matchup. Like you say, there's such a skill set there. I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing it. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong. I'm sure you'd like to go in there. You'd like to punch him in the face once, and he goes to sleep, and you get to go home. I'm sure everyone would like that. But me, I want to see your skill set on the ground, you know, because you've been getting these submissions. I want to see how you set it up. I'll be selfish because I find even not just a rear naked choke, but I like to see guys, if they are got the high grappling, I like to see how they set things up. I like to, because each one's got their own way of doing it. Some guys incorporate a lot of wrestling. Some guys, you know, try to keep it pure jiu-jitsu as they can, you know, and I like to see that. I like to see how they'd work it. And you're fighting a guy who's experienced, you know, he's got a lot of fights under his belt. So I think this is great. It's a great test for you to see, you know, how you can work your skill sets, and if you can block maybe a couple of your kind of moves and see how you kind of work a way to maybe counter him. And, you know, I'm looking forward to that happening.
Yeah, I think that one thing you said, some guys like to stick to the jiu-jitsu and the wrestling, and that's where they prefer, but I think one thing about this fight is you're going to really see my MMA skill. I mean, I don't think this is going to be a wrestling match or a jiu-jitsu match. I think this is going to be an MMA fight. I'm going to be completely honest. I think I beat this guy everywhere. I think I have better stand-up than him. I think I have better wrestling, and I think I have better jiu-jitsu. So it's really a pick your poison for him. Wherever he wants to go, I mean, that's cool with me. If he wants to stay standing and let me punch him in the face and elbow him and knee him, that's going to be great. And then when I get tired of doing that, I can take him down, punch him again, and then submit him. But this really is going to be an MMA fight, you know. And he's very well rounded also. I mean, he's got a really good armbar, but he's not afraid to stand and bang with people. So that's good too. I mean, that's really going to show, you know, who's the better MMA fighter here.
Yeah, and like I said, I think this for you as well. It will really start. It will really get an idea. You'll get a gauge of where your skill set is at. Because I think, like I said, because he is, you know, so he's very well rounded. He's got a lot more experience under his belt. It's a great chance. I think it's a great moment for you in that sense of, if you go in there, you get this guy, you get the finish, or even if you get a good 3 rounds in you, you know, which is, I think, you know, you can't put a price on 15 minutes in the cage with someone. You know, you can get a lot out of that. You know, and it's great going in and getting a first round finish, but if you get 15 minutes under your belt, there's so much you can look back on. Footage, you know, you can work on stuff that weren't working, things that did work well, you can maybe progress that. It's, you know, so if you go out there, get this victory in whichever form you do, you can then start to say, right, I know my skill set is legit. I know against a guy who's got a lot of, you know, he's got a lot of wins, he's got a lot of experience. I know now that I'm ready to push myself against those guys, the better guys, the higher level. And with Titan FC, you can get matched up with them. You know, you can get yourself matched up against some talented guys in that division.
Yeah, you say that, and I agree, but I already know. Like, I know I'm ready for the UFC, Titan, whatever. I'm not afraid of anybody in this division, and I'm not afraid of anybody in the division below me, which is a 45-pound division where I usually stay. But, yeah, like you said, I think the only thing that this fight does is it shows people, because I already know myself that I'm ready for the big show. This shows the other people that, okay, Grant's legit, you know, he's 8-0, he's killing everybody. You know, let's either A, get him a big opponent with big money, or B, let's put him in the UFC and let's, you know, let him wreak havoc there. Well, yeah. This fight is a win-win situation for me.
That's the thing, you know. It's as well. You said there about 145. Are you kind of thinking about maybe fighting a 2 weight classes, or is it just because the way this fight came about, you were happy to do it this weight class, or are you thinking 145 is your future?
145 is definitely my future. I just hate cutting weight. So my manager came to me and said, hey, do you want this fight? It's at 55. You're better than him. He's tough, and he's not super big. I was like, yeah, please.
And also, I'm
going to be honest, I've never met Dave Burrow in person, but from what I've seen and people that he's matched up against that I've known, he looks like he should be a 45er as well. So I really think this is just 2 45ers who agreed to meet at 55. So
yeah, you had it on this card. You had it on this card as well. You got 2 guys that are going at 125 as well. They can fight at 135. Nick Mamalis and Aaron Ely. You know, the pair of them there, 125ers, but they both agreed. Thanksgiving. You just had Thanksgiving, so I think everyone should be given an allowance. You know, an extra few poundage.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that way they can enjoy it a little bit. And that's the other thing, too, when they told me about this fight, and they were like, it's at 55, first thing I thought was, all right, I get to eat.
Yeah, I remember seeing on, it was like a little joke, I think Aljamain Sterling and Gian Valentine all were having a bit of a giggle at Chris Weidman, showing a picture of his Thanksgiving dinner, and it was just a pea on a plate. You know, and it was.
Yeah, I saw that.
yeah, it's good. It's good. You know, they could have a bit of humour. And you think, yeah, that's pretty much what you probably did have. But you know, so 145, they have got some good guys in the 145 division at Titan. That you can, you know what, if you can get yourself tested, you know, against guys who are very well rounded in the sense of they are pushing for UFC as well. So if you're, you know, if you don't get snapped up to UFC, for example, if you have this fight and you smoke your opponent. Imagine you and UFC didn't sign you up straight away. You're still going to get. You've got to think they got Andre Harrison as champ at 145, and he's a tough guy to beat, and he's a tough guy to fight. So he's unbeaten as well. It's some great matchups in that weight class for you.
Yeah, like I said, I think I match up well with anybody. I'm not afraid of anybody. You mentioned Andre Harrison.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I like Andre. I think he's really boring, honestly, but he's really, really tough, and everybody who's fought him has looked silly. So, I mean, yeah, he's definitely a tough matchup, but I don't care about Titan titles. I don't care about, you know, being big in Titan. I care about being in the UFC.
Yeah.
So the UFC says, hey, you beat Andre, you're in. You better believe that he's going down. If they say, hey, we want you to fight this chump, and you're in, I don't care.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter to me. It's not about money. It's not about fame. It's about getting in the UFC and being the best in the best organization in the world. That's what it's about. And so just beating these guys up until I get there, that's just a bonus, honestly.
So to be the best, obviously, training is a big part of it and how you train and what you do. So where is it, you know, are you doing anything specific? Do you go to somewhere specific for your jits? Do you do specific Muay Thai or boxing, or what are you doing then for your skill set to be as well rounded, to be the best you can, to be the best in the UFC? Sorry, not to be the best you can, but to be the best there is.
I train in the same place every single day. Glory MMA and Fitness in Lee Summit, we have it all. We've got, you know, a should-be black belt, James Krause. He's a brown belt right now. He's in the UFC.
Yes.
I mean, his jiu-jitsu is unbelievable. His gi jiu-jitsu, his no-gi jiu-jitsu, unbelievable. His striking is unmatched by anybody I've ever met. So I don't need to go different places and get different looks. I've got the best training partners and the best coaches here.
Yeah.
Right where I need them to be. So I'm not worried about, you know, branching out at this point.
Yeah.
Now if, like, let's say I was set up to fight Andre, I would probably, you know, pay to bring in a really, really legit strong wrestler, you know, just to help get ready for that. But until that kind of fight shows up, I have everything I need with James Krause, Tim Elliott, you know.
Yeah, you got Anthony Gutierrez. Yeah, Anthony Gutierrez. Yeah, you got a just a plethora of guys there, really. You know, they've got some good guys there, and like you say, James Krause, you know, he's a top guy. You know, we spoke to a few guys that train now, and you know, it's nothing but good words, and you can see how well that team is performing with the results they're getting. You've got a hell of a lot of guys there that are doing really well. Not obviously just, you know, UFC, Titan. There's all other promotions that you guys are fighting on, and it's working. You know, it's a winning formula.
Yeah, for sure. And we've got teammates that you guys have never even heard of that are right now could compete in the UFC, for sure. Yazan Haji, he just went pro, but his skill level is where he could compete with any of the 35ers or 45ers in the UFC, and I get to train with him every single day, and people don't even know who he is, and he's a stud. Like, every day he comes in, kicks our butts, and then, you know, goes home. So
well, that's the thing.
It's not just the big names. The big names are you know, we got, you know, James and them, but it's not just them. You don't just need good coaches. You need good teammates, and we have that too.
Yeah,
there's a lot of guys in here who are going to be big very, very soon.
Yeah, that's the thing. There's so many fighters, just who are already at the moment competing, it's impossible as well for likes of myself and everyone else to really know about the guys who are just starting out. You know, we do, me and Mike, we try to keep an eye on names, but do you know what, dude, you got to think how many guys there are. And this is what I like, though. I like to hear this. I like to hear a new name. So now I sit there and go, okay, then who is this kid? All right, where's he going to be fighting next? Let's see if I can get any footage, etc. And it's nice because then I think, right, okay, then let's maybe get him on. Let's have a chat with him when he's got a fight coming up, and just stuff like that. You know, get to know potential superstars in the sport. I like to get to know them like yourself. You're not UFC champion yet. There's potential for you to be champ there. So there you go. It's great to speak to you now before then. But I tell you what, it's hard to keep up with everyone. It's so hard because I've got a really small brain to remember everything as well. Unless you've got great tits and an ass, I'm probably going to forget your name.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about this sport that's growing. There's so many people coming in. It's not just, you know, these young guys. There's old guys coming in and tearing it up, like Robbie Lawler, who everybody thought was, you know, an exciting fighter, but not really that great. Now he's the UFC world champion, and I don't see anybody beating him for a long time. Yoel Romero is another one. How old is he? Like, I think he's almost 40.
Yeah,
he's beating the crap out of everybody.
He's a savage.
And that's why it's so hard, because this sport is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, you know, and that makes it harder for even a lot of guys coming up.
Yeah, it does, but you got to think back in, say, 5 years ago, you would already probably be in the UFC with your record that you've got, but because the way the sport is now, you're not even there yet, even with the record you have. Do you know what I mean? That's how big the sport is. You know, you can have there's guys who have like a 10-0 record and they ain't even nowhere near probably getting on the UFC yet, just maybe because of their style as well. But you know, it's crazy. But to think that there's that many guys out there who have like your record or similar to it, and maybe some people we don't even know them. Like, you know, I only got to know about you, Grant, until this Titan card. You know, that's what I mean. It's so hard to keep up on top of everyone. But the good thing is, it's exciting then to see that there's that many guys out there with this much potential already doing stuff that we don't even know about.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's getting harder and harder because, you know, so many people are showing up. And the thing is, people are getting good everywhere.
Yeah.
Rory McDonald, I mean, he was probably the very first guy who just went from, you know, nothing to MMA and is so well-rounded everywhere. But now, I mean, there's so many guys you can name off that are like in their 20s that are just studs. You know, Calvin Gastelum, I mean, he had a wrestling background, but he's so young and he's got, you know, he's a top contender in the UFC. Just competition is getting so much better, and that's good for our sport. That's going to make, I mean, it might not be very good for individual athletes because it's harder to stay in the big shows, but it's definitely good as a fan. I want to see, you know, two studs going at it and really beating the crap out of each other and seeing who's better.
Well,
you know?
Well, it raises your game as well if you think about it, because if you see how good they are, you then have got to say, well, I've got to be better than them. So it makes you then look at how you have got to evolve to be better than them. So I think it ups everyone's game who isn't there yet, which is what I think is so crazy. You got to think what we're seeing now in the UFC. There's guys like yourself who are not there yet, who are going to be wanting to develop their game greater than what's there already. So what the hell are we going to see when the next, say, generation, I call it, you know, the next wave of guys that come in, and girls to an extent, you know, it's like, holy, it's going to be like watching The Matrix. It really is.
Yeah, I mean, the more it goes, the better people get, and the better people get, you got to step up your game. And the more you step up your game, the more your opponent has, and pretty soon it's just going to be like a bunch of superhumans fighting each other.
Yeah,
I mean, it's crazy. It definitely got good things going for our sport, for sure.
Hell yeah, and I can't wait to see some of the more highlight reels. I'm buzzing about it. And like I say, you're fighting as well. This on Friday, it's not 17th, isn't it? Not the 18th. I get mixed up with my dates now. That's how bad I am.
Yeah.
So yeah, because the UFC's on Orlando, you see, so that's why I get mixed up with the dates. Yeah, so you've got, you're fighting obviously Dave Burrow on UFC Fight Pass, so people can watch you as well and say, okay, there's a guy who's going to be probably on the next wave. It's great for people to see that, and I think people should be tuning in anyway to watch people come up and come. And I like to support all kind of levels of MMA really. And Grant, I think if people want to jump on and support you, they can do that via social media, I hope. So how can people join on to with maybe Twitter, Facebook, and all that stuff?
Yeah, you guys can follow me on Twitter. My Facebook page is the best way to get a hold of me if you guys want to talk or see what I'm up to. I don't really get on Twitter a whole bunch, but you can follow me there. I got my fan page on Facebook, and it's just Grant Dawson, the Prophet. And then you can add me on Facebook. I'll probably add you. I mean, I pretty much add anybody who sends me a friend request, so send them on in.
Yeah,
but,
awesome.
And like you were saying with Fight Pass,
yeah,
this is going to be on Fight Pass, and there's going to be a lot of people watching, but I just hope one person's watching, and that's Sean Shelby, because he's going to realize that he needs to sign the next wave of guys, like you were saying, and I'm the king of those guys, so he needs to sign me, and he needs to sign me fast. Hey,
man, I've spoke to Sean in person at UFC Glasgow. We spent a few hours chatting away together, and it was great getting it was during the, not last Titan card before, UFC Glasgow was on, and then the Titan card was on straight after. So we streamed it via his phone, and we were talking away about the fighters and the guys on the card and stuff. It was interesting to see what he said, man. It was certainly interesting, Grant. All I'll say is, if you keep doing what you're doing, just keep doing what you're doing. Yeah, I'll just say that. And yeah, mate. What about sponsors? Have you got any sponsors out there?
Not really.
Haven't you? What? Say what?
I'm not. I focus more on training than I do sponsors. So
you don't like getting
really
free. You don't like getting free kit, dude. Getting free kit is awesome.
What's that?
You don't like getting free shorts and gloves? It's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, D-Throne sends me stuff. They just send me kind of shorts and stuff, but they sponsor more of our gym.
Okay, then fair enough.
I guess I could throw a shout out to them if you want.
Dude, get some more stuff off them. And what about obviously we mentioned James Krause, we mentioned Zach Cummins, Tim Elliott. We mentioned a lot of guys. Do you want to give a shout out to anyone in particular, obviously, that you maybe train with for a lot more during this camp, or friends, family, people like that?
Yeah, I do want to give a quick shout out to my main training partner, Zach Long. He's an amateur. He just went pro, and he trains like a pro. He fights like a pro, and he was definitely one of the guys that I was talking about when I said an up-and-comer that nobody knows who he is. He's a stud. He helps me out a lot. He's in every day with me, grinding with me. So I want to give a big thanks to him. And then I just actually like to thank my girlfriend, Josie. She's wonderful. She's always encouraging me and helping me out with my training inside and outside of the gym. She's always just so supportive and wonderful, and I love her so much. And other than that, I mean, my parents, my coaches, everybody's helped me, my manager. There's so many people that go behind making an athlete such as myself, and you just can't thank them all, but they all deserve so much.
Now that was a lot of praise for your other half there. Is she next to you? Is she?
No. Actually, no, not tonight. This is the night she doesn't come in. So
okay.
This one's all me.
All right then. Hey, look, Grant. Have a great weekend. Enjoy your time having your debut with Titan and stuff like that. And I'll be tuning in. Mike will be tuning in. So it's going to be, you're definitely going to have eyes on you from the UK across the pond. I know we're not Sean Shelby, but you'll be getting some eyes on you anyway. So yeah, dude, it's going to be a great weekend. Have a great time.
Thanks, man. I cannot wait. I'm so excited.
Okay, Titan FC 36, Dave Burrow versus Grant Dawson. Now this matchup is a very interesting matchup. I would call it. You could almost put this kind of matchup on Metamoris with the kind of grappling that's going to be hopefully exhibited in this fight?
Well, it should. It's more than likely going by both our style. It'll end up on the ground at some point or another. But we'll just have to see who's got the edge when the time comes.
Yeah, I have to say, I'm looking at the pair of yous. I do like this matchup in a sense of, but the problem is, when you see a fight like this and you look at the way the stats are and you think it should end up on the ground, I just always now think about the Frank Mir Josh Barnett fight. I think that fight had to be on the ground.
We were robbed of it.
And then Josh went and ruined the whole fight by giving Frank Mir a quick flash knockout, and it just killed it killed my dream of that fight. I wanted that fight to be more than it was. So can I just ask you, Per, not to throw punches and just jump onto the ground?
Yeah.
Start on your knees, and tap hands, and that'll be great. Can you do that for us?
No, I can't say I would.
Yeah, you got to start back to back.
Yeah, back to back on the ground, sat on the floor.
Well, no, I can't do that either.
Is it not? Damn.
Oh, damn it. Oh, okay, then I suppose you can stand up and fight.
Blindfold?
Everybody likes a good knockout or some spectacular knockout anyway. That's why Silva's famous.
Oh, let somebody else deal with that.
Yeah. No, I was... Well, look, you're on Titan FC. You're going to be on Fight Pass. It is a great platform, though, for you to kind of exhibit your skill set, your stronger side, your stronger skill set. Obviously, the grappling is there for the pair of you. And that means, obviously, then you have to address rounding off your skill set with the striking. And I'm not saying the pair of you can't strike. I'm just saying, obviously, your strongest suit is clearly the grappling. But now, do you then... Is that just something you kind of fall naturally into in the fight? Or you really want in fights? Have you been recently trying to press your striking, but it just happens so that you end up being in the grappling exchanges?
I've actually been trying to strike and get my hands off and all that stuff for the last... about probably 12 fights or so, because we've been improving so much, but it never works out to where I can. No matter what happens, it always ends up on the ground.
Is there anything particular that happens because of that? Is that just maybe...
Trips over.
They just want to... They grapple with you and they just... Why do you think that is? Because I think... A guy... If I wanted to fight you myself, I'd be like, right, okay, I'd rather not go to the ground. Do you know what... For me, if I was looking at it, I'd be like, I want to try and keep this fight standing.
Well, usually it's the fact that striking makes guys nervous, It's risky, because it's easy. You can come out and be in the better shape and even be the better fighter and still get caught. I mean, playing on the feet can be dangerous, especially when you got a guy that hits hard. And, once people start feeling power, usually they try to clinch up or try to shoot, because, all it takes is one to put you away when you're standing up.
Mm. Yeah, you're rolling the dice more, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yep, definitely.
And so then, with this fight coming up on Titan, have you then just been sticking to your usual training regime? Are you trying to amp anything up for this fight? Have you done anything particular?
Cardio, always when I'm fighting a wrestler, because they grind so much, I push cardio, just trying to go to new heights. Of course, I'm always training as hard as I can, but, when you have a certain motivation for a certain asset of the game, you're definitely going to push that a little bit more, and every day I'm leaving the gym just soaking wet from head to toe, no matter if I'm wearing a hoodie and sweatpants or if I'm just wearing stuff for grapple with my wrestler, I'm dripping wet no matter what. So we're just pushing really hard, making sure that grind's where it needs to be. Definitely making sure the lungs ain't going to be a problem.
Oh, so you kind of tailor your training then to a particular style, would you? Is that then what you're saying? Because like you just said there, if he's wrestling dominated, you would up your cardio. If, for example, they were maybe a Muay Thai background, you would work on something else, etc.
Hey, making sure we could, we could just explode and just keep going with strikes, where you just don't have to work, because, it's one thing to come in unprepared a little bit or have a guy have a little bit of an edge, because if he gets tired, you're going to have the advantage anyway. But if you get tired, I don't care how good you are, you're going to lose. 9 times out of 10, you're going to lose if you don't have your cardio where it needs to be.
No, I agree. It makes a huge... cardio is a big part of it, and it can open up a lot of holes in fighters' games whenever You know, because then they can't. The muscle memory starts to come out. Then you start to realize how hard they have trained on and drilled certain aspects of the sport. Because when they're tired, you know, it's that kind of muscle memory kicks in, and
you can take a confidence into a fight as well, can't you? That I've got that covered.
Exactly right.
Yeah, it's a huge factor in the sport, and I think some fighters, you know, they do. A lot of people say that it's similar to boxing when they used to say if you don't finish in the first couple of rounds in boxing, you're probably going to lose the decision. If you went in full blitz, but the same with MMA. If you go in the first round of MMA and you throw as hard as you can in every strike, you're going to be blowing very heavy for the next 2 rounds, and it's going to be a long 10 minutes after that.
Exactly. If you've just got a tough guy who's a grinder, which I think Dawson is, as far as he's undefeated. Apparently, he's got a good chin. So even if we say we did have a long striking battle, I've got to be ready for that too in case we don't go. So he's thinking, I want to strike. So I got to be ready in case he can take. If he takes my punches and just keep on going, I gas out. He could take me down and have his way, or he could just keep on bulldogging through. So. You got to make sure you're in check on all that stuff.
That was when you mentioned it, undefeated. That was one of the things I was going to bring up. When you come up against an undefeated fighter, does anything in the back of your mind think, taking that away just gives me that little bit more? Being the first person to beat him.
It's like a secret title, isn't it?
It is like a secret title. Yeah. Is there anything in that for you?
Absolutely. It's just like seeing a hot virgin. You want to pop that cherry.
There are no hot virgins.
There's none over here, mate. Trust me.
Not legal ones, anyway.
Not legal, yeah.
Yeah, you can say anything here.
Yeah. If you came over here, mate, you'd know exactly what we meant.
Yeah. Who said that? Was that you that said that?
You said that, yeah.
We'll blame the guest.
Yeah, we'll blame you. Yeah. No, mate.
Y'all was thinking it. You guys were thinking it. I know you were.
No, yeah,
it's not my home.
I was going to say, yeah, taking that kind of O off them, it is like a little mini kind of title for you, and it's something that I think I've spoken to fighters before in the past, and they've said it doesn't really affect them, and I'm thinking it's got to.
Yeah, it's got extra to. Icing.
It has.
To do what no one else has done to them.
Yeah, exactly. Fair enough. If someone was 1-0 and 2-0, it's not. It is nice, but it's not as big as when you get someone who's maybe over the 5-0 mark. When they start going up from there, that's when it starts to get a bit more meaning behind it, because you think, yeah, they definitely are. They've got something on them anyway, so it's always a good little thing to get. And you get this opportunity to do it in a few weeks.
That's right. I'm just a few weeks out and finally get back in there.
And it's good timing just before Christmas, so you can go back and just eat your body weight at Christmas time as well. So it's all good.
They did have Thanksgiving.
Yeah, not stress out worried about how much the ham you just ate and stuff. Yeah, that'd be really nice.
Well, that's what I mean. Because who's on the UFC January? The Robbie Lawler card. So think
Robbie Lawler, they'll make well weight.
Rory McDonald. They can't do anything over Christmas and New Year.
Yeah.
New Year's Eve.
They'll be angry enough.
Yeah, they'll be angry enough. They can't do any of that. That would suck, wouldn't it?
I would be making phone calls and doing catch weights.
Yeah, between heavyweight and
I'd just be like, all right. I'd be calling, can you get to 215?
We'll create a new title just for this one fight. It's called the Christmas Pudding Fight. It's Christmas Pudding Belt.
Yeah, that's where you come in the shape of Christmas puddings.
It's almost like January is.
Yeah, you're 40% fruit.
Yeah. It's like January's the
thinking of brandy.
January's the month where every fighter is a heavyweight.
Yeah. Roy Nelson doesn't stand out as much anymore. Everyone thinks you can't pick him out in a crowd. Is Roy Nelson? No, it's not.
No, it's you know what I look forward to, because it is a good card this time. They've got some cracking little matchups to look forward to.
It's a safe card, isn't it?
It is.
Titan are always safe to watch. It's in you're going to get a good card.
Yeah, and that's the thing for you yourself. Do you feel that fighting on a Titan FC card, you know you're going to get matched up with, you've got yourself an undefeated guy, you're always going to get good matchups as well, so it must be good for you as a fighter knowing you're going to get tested. You're not always going to get you're never going to get a can, so let's put it that way.
Yeah, no one gets an easy ride.
You're going to get someone who's going to test you, keep you on your toes, so when you're training you're going to push that harder, because the guy you're fighting isn't some guy off the street who's never done it before.
Absolutely. I've never tried to pad my record up like a lot of guys do. I'm 14-6, but if you go read the record, it's a very, very solid 14-6. I've never undercut myself on opponents. You know what I mean? I've always tried to fight the best there was out there. That way, when I did make it to the big time, I wouldn't be shocked with no power or skill level that I've never seen before, or a new kind of grind that I don't know. So I always try to fight the top of the list.
Yeah, I think guys should have. I think if a guy has a loss on his record, it's good. Sometimes it's a great.
Especially if you made that guy earn that win against you. You know what I mean? It's
and as a fighter as well, that you take away from it. You get so much from that loss. That if you have a loss, there's so much more to take from it than sometimes a win. So I never see it as a negative anyway. Unless of course you were 14-50. I'd be like, 50 losses, we need to have a look at this. But,
maybe you want to do something else.
yeah.
Change it up a little bit.
You might want to change it up. Might want to keep your hands up a bit longer. But no, I think...
Keep your elbows above your knees.
Those losses that you've got on your record, they helped you get those 14 wins. Or that's the thing, it's a yin and yang, so to speak.
Exactly right, yeah.
And now, coming up with this fight, man, me and Mike, we never say good luck to a fighter when we get them on, because you know what? There's no luck, mate, because you're training your ass off.
I say good luck to you.
You say good luck to me because you're a bastard. But look, we say have a great fight. That's the key. Have a great time and enjoy yourself. It's a weekend to just enjoy yourself because you're doing what you love. You're doing what a passion that you enjoy.
Absolutely right. That's why I don't ever pray or anything before I get in the cage, because God's not in there holding mitts for me. it's on me to get in there and win. It ain't on nobody else.
Exactly. You're right there, Dave. Spot on.
If it didn't exist, there'd be a lot more arrests going down.
Buddy, how about if there's anyone out there that want to give you a follow on social media, maybe join you on this journey to this fight and also future bouts, how can they do that?
You can find me on Twitter at Dave the Duke. Now, I'm not big on Twitter. It's just not my convenient. That's not what I used to. I'm so used to Facebook, growing up on it. So you can find me on Facebook at Dave the Duke Burrow, too. And just hit me up on there, message me if anybody wants to talk or anything like that. And, you can keep up with all my sponsors and all their products and things like that on there, too.
I was about to say, who are all your sponsors, buddy? Give them a shout out as well while you're here.
Oh, so far I want to say thanks to Clinch Gear and Bad Boy Mowers, White River Trailer Company, and Cupped Up Outdoors, and Independence Off-Road, and Ink Spot Graphics, and Izard County Propane. That's who I've got going for me right now. Maybe have some more later as the week goes on, but so far that's the list.
I'm sure some more will pop along, Dave. I'm sure they will. And, buddy, what about coaches, friends, family, people, the training partners that you want to give a shout-out to and thank who are helping you out in this training camp and stuff?
Oh, yeah, I definitely want to say thanks to Dalton Branscombe and LaMarcus Tucker. They've been the most consistent in the gym and helping out as much as they can and at least watching me sweat anyway. And I want to say thanks to Matt Sellers and Josh Hudson for giving me so much time out of the day helping me out. One's my jiu-jitsu coach, that's Josh Hudson. The other one would be my striking coach, it's Matt Sellers. And they've really been taking the time and helping me, and we've been doing it right. So big thanks to them.
And like I said before, have a great weekend, Dave. Thank you very much for coming on and speak to us as well.
Yeah,
it was great to have you on and have a chat with you. And look, just enjoy yourself. I hope you put on a stellar fight, the two of you, not just yourself. Obviously, we're not going to be biased, but I hope you have a great. I hope potentially fight of the night with you and Grant. All right.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
And there was Grant and Dave. It sounds like two British lads, don't we say that? Grant and Dave. They're not from EastEnders or anything, but yeah, we've got they fighting on a Titan card once again. I'm not going to pump it anymore, but it's on Fight Pass, so buy it. Now we're going to go to the last card, which it's a little card with a couple of little fights on.
Yeah, if you're not worn out by the mass amount of fights that you've already seen, we're talking over 30 fights and all within just 3 days.
I know. I'll tell you what, it's going to be a bit of a. I won't have no social life for the next probably week. I admit that. It's great. Now we're going to go onto this card. We're going to touch on a couple of cards on the.
I understand that you don't. Do you have a social life?
No, when I go to Vegas.
Yeah. My imaginary friend. It's my imaginary friend. He's right here. He's been with me all night. He's been talking with me all night. You see, to keep me company.
Yeah, he's trying to get out the door twice.
yeah, he hasn't figured it out. He hasn't figured it out. Don't tell him. And me blow up doll. And yeah, we're gonna go touch on a couple of fights on the card, on the undercard. I quite look forward actually to the Kevin Lee and Leonardo Santos fight. I think Kevin Lee is one of the guys in the 155 division who isn't quite getting that attention yet, but I think possibly after this fight he probably will get a bit more recognition than he should be.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, it's the guy's underrated, but stay tuned on him. He trains with sound guys. You know, obviously, clearly, you know, can't do anything but harm him on that one. But
yeah, it's. I spotted this guy early on. I think he was on like a scouting report when he was unbeaten, and I looked at his record and was like, "Holy shit, this guy looks good." He beat Mansour Barnawi, who guys might recognise from the European scene, and also JP Reese, who I think fought on Cage Warriors as well. And I think that's how I came across him. Yeah, he's very, very tough indeed. And then Leo Santos again. It's someone who I know pretty well. Nova União guy, very, very, very good Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu practitioner. Did Norman Park and him draw? I think they
did. In Brazil. Yeah.
Yeah, Norman Park and him drew.
It was a bit disgusting. Like, you know, they took the point. Norman was taking a point in the first round.
Yeah, we haven't seen
it. We couldn't really understand for it. He didn't get no warning. He just came in. He was on the ground. Boom.
Yeah.
You know, you got to be afraid of anyone that comes out of Nova União. You know.
Yeah.
They're a team of killers. So, yeah, good pick for a good fight. That.
Now I'm gonna mention the. I'm just going to quickly mention Tisha Torres is fighting. Now, the reason I mention her is I think she is a prospect for challenging for the title in maybe a couple of fights. I think she's got a very good set of skills, and I think she's still honing it in. She's at American Top Team as well, so they will be bringing her on leaps and bounds. And I think she's won. And now I'm not going to put down Jocelyn Jones LeBarger. I'm going to say that incorrect probably, but
she's coming on late notice though, hasn't she?
She has stepped in late notice, but the thing is, she's got a very similar style to who I can't remember who the hell she replaced now either. Why can I not remember? Who did she replace? No.
She replaced Watson.
Yes, Karate Hottie. Yeah, Karate Hottie, that's it.
Her title before she left Invicta. So
this girl, she's very similar with the style with the kicks, and she's a bit flamboyant with her striking, so it actually works out well.
Yeah, I call it Boston, didn't I? Yeah, Karate Hottie or something.
Karate Hottie, and she's actually got a documentary out. She's just posted it today. She's got a documentary out where she had a film crew follow her for a couple of years, and I'm going to post that on our Facebook page, ladies and gentlemen. So it's probably well worth a watch. Sorry?
Is that Justin? Or is that Justin?
No, Tisha, no, Karate Hottie, Watterson. Yeah, she had a, yeah, she's had a documentary, but just follow her around, following her career around for a couple of years. So, do you know what? I quite like the idea of that documentary. It's going to be good.
She's a mother, isn't she? She's married with a daughter, I think. And down at Jackson's, I think she trains. Yeah. I'll look out for that. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, and
a documentary on an MMA fighter.
Exactly, and women's MMA as well. It's always nice to get that different spin on it. Now we're going to go to the main event on the prelims. We'll go to that one. So you got a guy who you might not know, ladies and gentlemen, a guy called Uriah Faber. He's an up and comer. He's one to keep an eye on. Against Frankie Chanez. Is it Chanez or Chanez? It's a
Frank Chanez.
Yeah. It just looks a funky one to pronounce for a British lad, doesn't it? But I've got to be honest. I just look forward to Faber fighting anytime. Anytime Faber's fighting, you've got to look forward to it, haven't you?
Yeah. With Uriah Faber, you've got someone that you just can't dislike. He is just the absolute, he's the way to treat fans. There's much love for him. Hasn't done too good in the tough house though with these guys, but then again, he can't fight for them, No. So, but yeah, Uriah Faber, he's just
he's in a difficult spot, is Uriah. He's. I don't know where he goes in his career now. He's all of the different things going on. He has a very busy mind. A lot of stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff has happened for him over the last couple of years, and fighting up and comers now. It's interesting how that's positioned, but I think we're all in agreement that he's a hell of a character. I met him out in Sweden, I think. Yeah, nice guy. Always got lots of time for Uriah Faber.
Yeah, this is actually going to be my first time I will see Uriah Faber fight live, and I am can't wait.
Yeah,
he is I don't know. I think I followed him for longer than maybe virtually anyone else in the UFC. When you think of the modern, I just much love for him. But I just of course, he wants that TJ fight now, doesn't he?
Yeah.
That's the money one. That's the dollar one. That's where the money's coming.
I might have called Frankie Saenz a young up and comer. He's not a young up and comer. He's an older guy, but he's certainly sort of coming up.
I was going to say that before he says otherwise.
No. He's on a bit of a tear.
Yeah.
He's an up and comer in the UFC sense. He hasn't been around, the promotion for a long time. And he's gone through a decent few guys. We'll see.
Yeah,
see what he comes up with.
Yeah, I mean, obviously with Faber, when he fought Frankie Edgar, even though he lost that and lost it fair and square, he still seemed invincible in that fight, even though he lost.
Yeah.
I just want to see him fight TJ now, because that seems fun.
Sounds like it's a good fight to make.
Yeah. It makes sense on the dollar side of things, but then again, TJ's got to get through Dominic Cruz.
Yeah, that's his toughest fight.
That's ever. One hell of. That's going to be like watching Strictly Come Dancing. That is.
Yep. Anyway, next up,
we're going to
Max Holloway.
The main card: Max Holloway, Jeremy Stephens. Do you want me to go first, Mike, or do you want to go first?
Well, I think we're all going to. Well, yeah, I'll go first. I'm picking Max Holloway because that guy is just improving. He fights obviously Conor, and whatever you say, he did go the distance with Conor, and and never looked close to being stopped in that fight.
No.
And since then, he's just gone on to amaze people. You know?
I'm going with Holloway too, Mike. I'm with you. I'm with you, Mike, on that one. I've got to go with Holloway, and I think that performance against Cub Swanson was the one that made it. That footwork that he did in that fight, the hands that he had, and the kicks. Like, Cub Swanson is no joke. Cub Swanson's got some dangerous hands, and he looked amateurish. Now, Cub Swanson, to be fair, did just try to do pure boxing when he should have mixed in more kicks, but Holloway just was fantastic. Jeremy Stephens, that dude can bang. Like, that dude hits so hard, but the thing is, I think that Holloway's just a bit too quick for him. I think Holloway's he's just going to be that split second out of the way.
Yeah, I mean, I've always described Max Holloway as like an old man on young shoulders. He's a young man, but he seems to know everything early. You know what I mean? He's got that stuff that comes with
fight IQ.
Comes with maturity and what have you. But he's got it early. He's got it young, and he just seems to improve. And
it's old guard, new guard. This one, and the momentum is on Max Holloway's side. Really holding that flag high for Hawaii, and very exciting. But I really enjoy Jeremy Stephens' fights. I remember back in the day when he ran into the fence in celebration. I was like, I like this dude. But yeah, he's.
I spoke to Max last night, and that guy is enjoying himself.
I'm sure he is.
He's like a fanboy at the moment. He's laughing. I mean, he looks like there's
he's
no
embracing
pressure.
it all. He's all right with the whole. He's good at all aspects now.
The confidence seems to be there, and and I think that is important. Like he's on the big stage and he's just sucking it up and enjoying it. So
he's got to be careful though. Got to be careful.
Yeah.
Very experienced.
Stay focused. Yeah. Now next up is it's like a grappler's wet dream. If it goes to the ground anyway, we have Damian Maia against Mr. Gunnar Nelson. Hell of a fight, hell of a matchup, especially like you said before, old guard, new. You got the old, new, young kind of thing. The transition. Could this be? This is like really for me. This Damian Maia. This is his last stab really at going for a run at the welterweight title. I've gone for Gunnar Nelson in this one. Mike, who are you going with?
I'm going for Gunnar Nelson as well. I mean, it's my dream match. It was after. I mean, I said, well, I think. Don't get me wrong. I'm not the only person that's wanted this fight. I think anybody that likes transitioning on the ground and
it's interesting that he gets this fight after. It's an interesting one. He gets to leapfrog a long way up the ladder if he wins this fight.
Yeah.
I've always thought that Gunny was a super talented fighter, and I don't know what happened to him against Rick Story, but he just didn't get started. I don't think the one thing he's got to be careful of, I don't think he's ever fought to win rounds, if that makes sense.
Yes.
He goes out there to finish and win fights. But when you start climbing the ladder, you've got to be a bit careful of those scorecards. They play a big part,
points in the bank, haven't you?
Definitely have to win rounds as well. So you can't just rely on finishing because it doesn't always go that way. The harder the fights become.
Can you see this one ended up on the ground, or do you think it might just stay in the striking game?
No, I think it will be a bit of everything. I think we're going to see a bit of everything. Probably not too much wrestling.
Well, you might actually see Gunnar actually want to test his ground skills, again.
Why wouldn't you?
There might be that little bit of
the guy beat Jeff
ego in you
Monson.
that just wants to.
Yeah, when he was a kid,
Yeah.
essentially. So he's not scared of going out there, and he's
Jeff's not the smallest guy in the world.
No, and the thing about, from what I understand, and from being around Gunnar a little bit, is he's in this for the competition, for the pure competition, and so I think he'll want to measure himself.
Yes.
It's not an arrogant thing. It's just a curiosity thing. And he will not be afraid to play in any of the ranges. But don't forget that Nelson is a Machida-esque striker as well. And that is a massive asset.
That's what I was going to say. That's exactly what I was going to point out.
Back in Wembley, I think it was.
Yeah.
And his striking game is actually fairly impressive,
very good.
Yeah, very good for keeping that range as well.
Yeah.
So.
Very good at the range, but he's comfortable in the pocket. I really enjoy his style.
That might be what catches Maia out. You see, that style of striking might catch Damian Maia out, especially with Damian Maia trying to come in to close that gap down. That's when Gunny could probably take advantage with a couple of good strikes. Look what he did to Brendan Thatch, who is a monster at 170. He dropped him.
The thing that makes this fight interesting is since Damian Maia turned to MMA, I doubt anyone has ever tried to submit him in an MMA fight.
No, they probably did. They just didn't get anywhere.
So, whereas in this fight, Gunnar Nelson probably would aim for a submission at some point, whereas everyone else, when they go to the ground, is trying to survive.
Yeah, he mixes it up well.
Yeah, he does.
Gunnar might actually attack him on the ground, which would be like the first time we've actually seen somebody attack Damian Maia on the floor.
Now we've got.
It's a nice fight.
It is, and next one we've got is an absolutely insane fight again. What's the point? I might as well say every fight's going to be insane. Jacare and Romero. I don't know what else to say other than just the names. That matchup. Oof.
Do you know what? This is. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm just dreaming when I talk about this card. It's unreal. Obviously, it's there to back up the co-main. Because let's be honest, any of these could rightly fight for the title this weekend. You know, they've all got themselves into a position where they would deservedly enjoy, deserve a shot. But
who you going for, Mike? Who you gonna pick?
Oh crikey, I think this is the hardest one to pick out of the whole week.
Stop
I
delaying.
think it's
Stop
I'm
stalling.
gonna go for
Dun 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 dun. Who you going?
Ronaldo. I think picks it. His striking was fairly impressive, and he's got that ground game, that scary ground game, and he's as tough as they come. He got a horribly broken arm in the World Jiu-Jitsu's and just carried on regardless. I just feel that
I've picked HUGEEEE simply because myself. I know Romero is a different level of wrestler, and he's a different type of athlete. But the Francis Carmont fight showed how HUGEEEE could handle a guy who's a big... HUGEEEE's a big lad too, but Carmont is a big 185, and so is Romero. And for me, that really solidified it for me. I kind of thought HUGEEEE can handle guys who are massive because he doesn't use... He uses his strength, but what he uses more is technique. So you'll get Romero who'll try to use a lot of muscle on that ground to try and explode out, and you won't get that from HUGEEEE. He'll use a lot of technique to slowly just get from transition to position, and Romero will just burn out.
Yeah, and we have seen Romero's vulnerability as well.
Tim Kennedy fight.
Kennedy basically
The stool again.
knocked him off first, and yeah, I mean he was out in that fight. He was gone. The corner did everything they could.
He wouldn't get up off the stool. He wouldn't stand up.
Fight.
So what do you think, John?
It's a great fight. Two fantastic grapplers. Wrestling versus jiu-jitsu, and then huge power strikes from Romero, and HUGEEEE's been looking pretty sharp with his strikes as well. So yeah, it's a pick 'em, isn't it? It's very, very difficult, but both looking very, very calm. Saw them both today. Saw them being interviewed.
I was quite surprised with HUGEEREE. He's not as big as you think.
No.
I thought he was going to be bigger.
Very scary.
Very because he uses technique. That's what I mean. He's a technician, and that's why he looks like he makes it look so effortless, because he doesn't use pure strength. He is much into the technique side of things, and you will wear yourself out. You will get tired, and he will just be getting stronger and finding it easier, and that's what he'll do. I think he's just a beautifully technical fighter.
Yeah, it's. But I think we're going to see a big size difference when they come together in this one. And
it always happens when you fight Romero. He's just a gorilla. Next up, got co-main event. Okay. Oh, hell of a fight.
Yeah.
It's for this little known strap called the middleweight title. Chris Weidman against Luke Rockhold. Oh man, this is just okay. Mike, I'll say right now, I'm going for Captain America, Chris Weidman.
Yeah, he is to Brazil what bird flu is to China. It's he's basically destroyed Brazilian middleweights, and he's got good submissions, good power.
I think one thing that stands out for
confidence as well, that when you're unbeaten, you don't know what it is to lose. You only know what it is to win. And
with Luke Rockhold, I think what maybe when I try to look at why no to Luke Rockhold would be it's knowing that AKA do very hard sparring, and he's trained, and when he spars just likes of DC and Kane, they're big guys, they're hitting hard. Weidman, he trains smart. He also trains with, Longo and Sarah. You're not going to go wrong with them guys. But also Weidman took it seriously with his weight issue. He wasn't cutting as much as he used to in the past. He cut out the beer. He's walking around just over 190 pounds.
Yeah.
He's just in a lot. He's got himself in better condition, and he's taken the role as champ so much more on a serious level than he had before, I think we might see an even better and more improved Chris Weidman than previously seen, and I think that's quite a scary thought to see that.
Yeah, he actually said in there, the way he worded it was, he said, I could spit in a cup and make weight now. You know,
I saw that, yeah.
And, I loved how he said that, you know. But you know what? That might just start to be the future of MMA, you know. It's...
the IV ban, it's the IV ban, you know, it's a big part.
IVs, you know, it's... Why fight, you know, when you're crippled with starvation and dehydration, you know, it's just might be the way forward, and we'll find out on Saturday. But I believe Chris Weidman gets it as well. You know, I know that Vitor was juiced up to the gills when he knocked him out, but he still knocked him out, and Chris Weidman does carry good power.
And John, can we get your view before Mike starts talking again?
Yeah, love it. Love the fight. They're two guys in their prime. Fantastic athletes. Brilliant everywhere, although Luke Rockhold doesn't believe that Weidman is as multi-dimensional as he is. But we shall see. You know, it's a really, really competitive fight for the gold. Deserving I believe a deserving title shot for Luke Rockhold, but you can, as you said earlier, make a case for any one of the guys and throw Tim Kennedy in the mix as well there.
Yeah.
Really enjoying this matchup. Really good stuff.
I think also with Chris Weidman, he has had to tough it out in a couple of fights, like really tough it out. Whereas Luke, you know, he hasn't had that recently. Like when he's won easily, which, you know, hats off to him for. You know, good performances. But Chris Weidman, when you think of when he fought
Machida, is it?
Machida, yes. You know, he had to tough that out, and that's good for your confidence to win a fight like that. You know, when you know you are in the trenches, that you can find a way to win.
He also beat the man. He beat the man twice.
Yes, twice. And Luke Rockhold said he's not as versatile. I think Chris Weidman hasn't had to be as versatile. That's the thing. You haven't seen everything because he hasn't had to be. If you don't need to do it, if he's probably got it in his arsenal, he's just not need to use it. Now we're going to go to the main event. This is a fight that's possibly the least anticipated fight I've ever heard of. I'm not even that bothered. I know you guys aren't even fussed about it. I know no one's talking about it, but we'll talk about it anyway.
Well, I believe that UFC were actually thinking of rebranding themselves into the Conor McGregor roadshow, like, you know.
You've got Jose Aldo against Conor McGregor. I don't really need to say much because if you know anything about MMA, you'll know there's 1,000,001 articles about this stuff. Okay, Mike, who have you went for in this one? In fact, I know who you've went for, but say it anyway.
Yeah, it's right. It's super tough for everyone out there that just is on that Conor McGregor hype train. It's not that done and dusted, but I am going for Conor McGregor. I feel that what with the injuries, the inactivity of Aldo, you know, it's, you know, is he going to be a bit rusty? You know, and fights have become harder for him over the last year or so. You know, he struggled with Frankie Edgar. You know, he struggled with Mendes.
Well, you know, you can say that about the Mark Hominick fight. You know, the fight he had against Mark Hominick. You know, the 5th round, Hominick came on strong and had mount on Jose Aldo and was throwing on him. It's not this... Yeah. But the thing is, he still won.
Don't get me wrong.
He still won.
The featherweight division could be renamed as Aldo because he is the guy, you know.
Yeah.
Now,
Mike, I knew you were going to go for Conor. That's why I went for Aldo. And I went for Aldo. The reason why is because, like I say, he's a champion for a reason. He finds a way to win. And like John mentioned before, which was a very smart comment, was with Gunnar Nelson and not getting the points in the round. Jose knows how to get around. He knows how to win around. Now, I'm not saying obviously Conor could finish, and you know what, Jose could. But one thing that people aren't mentioning, you said about all those injuries. Why is no one talking that much about the ACL injury incident with Conor McGregor?
Yeah.
You know, that's something. Yeah, that on people aren't really putting it out there enough.
Yeah, it came out today. You know, how can you go from being out for 9 months on an ACL injury to having nearly snapped the thing again, and you're back within 6. Yeah, we don't know. I mean, this is an incredible fight. This is two very inventive fighters, but one that brings in so many more interesting elements. Very experimental against someone who does the basics to a level that no one else can, quicker than everyone else can, and more beautifully than most people can. Is it right? Conor will go out there and try stuff. You know what it's like, John, when you're training. You try stuff in training and you end up getting caught.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's a reason why Aldo is the longest standing champion featherweight. You know, the only featherweight champion for the UFC, the pound for pound best. But Conor McGregor has the X factor.
Yeah.
He gets in people's heads.
Mm-hmm.
He can rile them. He can put them off their game. Whether or not he needs to do that, I don't know. He's left Aldo alone for this for a while.
Do you think he's got in Aldo's head?
Yeah, of course he has.
Yeah.
And the Brazilian people. And therefore, all the Brazilian people have been saying to Aldo for probably the last year.
Yeah.
Aldo, you got to shut this guy up. You got to shut this guy up. So
I think they probably said something else.
Yeah, something like that.
The
Yeah.
Brazilians aren't scared to say to be headed or something like that.
There's a lot of angles to take into this bout. You know, like we said, there's not just two guys going in to fight each other. There is niggling injuries on both sides of things. There is the psychological warfare. There's so much to take into it, and I think that's why it's really hard to have a assertive decision on who you think is going to win. You know, I do sometimes sway over to Conor, but I think that's why I think I go back to Aldo, just because he is the king, and I think he's the king for a reason. He finds a way. And that's why he is the pound for pound, because he's got the IQ to find a way. But anyway, look, it's going to be a hell of a weekend, ladies and gentlemen. You can watch a lot of the fights on Fight Pass. You can watch all the fights if you want to pay for the pay-per-views as well. They'll be on BT Sport in the UK. In the US, they're obviously on Fox. You can just, wherever you are in the world, tune in and watch as many fights as you can, because there's an unbelievable amount of talent. Future stars, there's current stars. You're going to see titles maybe stay at home, or they're going to change, we don't know. But we're going to stick on two guests now before we round everything off and shoot off. We're going to stick on Alex Enlund and Jake Bostwick. Now, the pair of them are going down to fight on Phoenix Fight Night. I almost said Phoenix Night. There's no Peter Kay in this one. But they're going down to fight. Now, Alex Enlund is fighting Rafael Dias, who's a guy who's back in the WEC day. He is a very high-level grappler. And then you've got Mr. Jake Bostwick, who's fighting a guy with a absolutely fantastic name. Check this name out, guys. Costello Van Steenis. What a beautiful name that is. And here is Alex and Jake now to talk about their bouts. Thank you for joining us, Alex. Mike isn't here right now because he is in Vegas. So he's having a shit time in Vegas watching some amateur fighters on this. Apparently some fights on this weekend. He doesn't know about the proper fights that are going on down at Phoenix Fight Night. You got yourself take on Rafael Dias, and also you got Jake Bostwick as well. So there's a couple of big British MMA guys going down to throw their hands. Now you're fighting Rafael. I think this fight's going under the radar a little bit, in the sense of it's actually possibly probably your biggest fight coming up to your career, because he is such an established fighter in his experience and his knowledge. I just don't think people are really recognising how big this fight is.
I think, looking at it now, it's big because of his experience, but a lot of people don't know who he is.
Yeah.
Obviously, I think he's had 35, 40 MMA fights, but most of them have been based in Florida or Brazil, or when he fought in the WEC, not a lot of people who actually like MMA know what the WEC is or was.
Yeah.
They just know that blue cage, that place with the blue gloves where Aldo fought. I think that's what everyone's assumption the WEC is, even though it was like the pinnacle for featherweight, bantamweight, and flyweight fighters back then.
Yeah, you're right. You're spot on. That was basically if you wanted to see the best of the best, that's where you went. That was the only place. Like Brad Pickett, even Brad Pickett went there because it was where you went to see the best guys in the world of those weight classes, and that's why the UFC snapped it up, because they saw the potential that was in there.
I think it was always owned by Zuffa. It was the same company.
Oh, Zuffa has their fingers in a lot of pies, do they?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same company.
And you even got to see the gorgeous man that is Brian Stan, Mr. President, fight there as well.
Yeah, there was I think Carlos Condit,
Yeah.
Chael Sonnen, all
Yeah.
fought in WEC
They
as well.
did, yeah,
And I
they
think
did.
All they started to do was they started to merge the weight classes, so the WEC got rid of the middleweight division, those guys went to the UFC, got rid of the welterweight division, those best guys went to the UFC, and then it wasn't till the last WEC event that was it Faber Aldo the last event?
No, the last one was Benson Henderson against Anthony Pettis. Was the last fight?
Yes.
Yeah.
They took a lot of the branding off.
Yes.
And then just that was the last one. Then they merged it completely with the UFC.
Yeah.
Which,
And that's the thing, you've got your opponent, he's kind of been, like you say, he's fought around the world in different organisations, he's got so much experience and so much knowledge. He trains with, high-end guys. It really is probably your toughest test coming up, if you think about it. If I look at it, if I look at your record, I think he's probably, probably the best you've came up against.
I would. He poses different problems to some of the others. I don't necessarily think he's not as dangerous a striker as Lobov, for example. But he can still strike. He trains with good people.
Yeah.
He's probably the most dangerous grappler who I've fought.
Yes.
Maybe not the most dangerous or accomplished wrestler. I believe Narimani was a better wrestler.
Yeah, Narimani's probably the better wrestler out of all the guys. Yeah, he was. That was a good fight, though. Fucking hell, that was a good fight.
Yeah.
But
I enjoyed that.
Yeah, I enjoyed watching it. I wasn't getting punched, but with Diaz, what I like about it is his grappling is very high end when it comes to submission wrestling, jiu-jitsu. But you've been traveling around, not just UK wise. You went off again. You went overseas again to do more training.
Yeah, I try to get away as much as I can. I'm actually quite blessed to have one of my best friends lives in Singapore and trains at Evolve out there, so I get to go visit him, not just to see my friend, but also I spend a lot of time training with, for me, arguably the best grappler in MMA in Shinya Aoki. I spent almost 2 weeks training with him every day. You don't get more high level than that. I don't think, especially not in terms of using jiu-jitsu in a fight.
Yes.
I don't think there's anybody.
Yeah, that's the key. That's the difference, isn't it? It's getting the guys that can use grappling in MMA, because there are obviously coaches out there who are specialised in Brazilian jiu-jitsu, for example. They could be excellent in gi only, but when it comes to grappling and getting punched in the face at the same time, it is a different skill set you need.
Yeah. It's completely different, but it should be the same thing. Jiu-jitsu was invented for combat in my eyes, and obviously there's the sport of jiu-jitsu now, and people can specialize and be elite at that. But then I also think that MMA grappling has moved on so much since the days where straight jiu-jitsu was so dominant that maybe now good jiu-jitsu guys for MMA, which I believe I am, have a MMA style of grappling. So it's not purely they've both evolved in different routes, if that makes sense.
It does.
And I think,
yeah, it does, mate. And do you know what? It's great that you go to do that, because obviously when you come back to the UK, because you're not just a competitor, you coach as well. You know, you obviously then can just feed these guys more great knowledge. You know, and you must be able to see it, because obviously when you're doing it yourself, when you're rolling yourself with them, and you're learning these new techniques, you can't see it because you're not looking from a third person. But then I suppose when you watch your guys do it, you can see a lot more of it, and it must be quite exciting, that part of it.
It is. Probably the most I managed to learn was not through specific being shown a technique, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I learned a lot through osmosis, through just the pressure I would feel, the shape of the body, you know, like to control somebody, that type of thing.
Yeah.
And then all I do to teach my students is I just relay that pressure, make them have that pressure. So I'm constantly, while I'm showing simple stuff, going over the details for myself over and over, and just a lot of what I'm learning now is just making things tighter.
Yeah, sharpening up the tools.
And
absolutely.
I think most of it was that the quality of training partners that evolved was ridiculous. Like my two training partners I spent most of my time with were, one of them was a two-time no-gi world champion, the other was Shinya. You know, like it was really good. I learned a lot from practice and from going live, from making mistakes. From making the wrong decision, or even from making the right decision and then thinking, right, I did that was really good. Let's try and find that position again when we go live. But it was good. It was a really enjoyable trip. I look forward to going back again. Obviously, Eddie lives out there, and Eddie was like my role model when I first started fighting professional MMA. Really, as much as he coached, as he was more just a training partner that knew a lot more and understood a lot more about fighting, and he kind of showed us how to teach myself almost. So it's nice being around him and around that environment as well. As much as I didn't have to teach for those 2 weeks, I still missed it a little bit, because I feel like I kind of constantly, by watching, like you're saying, watching the guys who I coach, I have some high level students, by watching what they're doing, the mistakes they're making, I'm constantly learning and making adjustments from that as well, which I think helps. It's like learning when I'm not training.
Yeah, that's the thing. I found that sometimes that's why when guys get an injury, I always say, if someone gets an injury, don't not go to training, go and watch, and you can see so much more than you realise. You'll notice a lot more. You'll start to say, do you know what, I can maybe get my underhook here, or maybe if I sidestep here when he's throwing them combinations, etc. And there's little things that you don't have time to think about when you're going live, because it's so quick, fast paced. You're trying to think a couple of steps ahead. But when you're watching it and you relax, you don't have to worry about anyone tapping you out. You can see a lot more. And I assume then that as well, with going across and training, you bring the level up of the guys that you're coaching. So as well, that brings up their game, which helps your game as well.
Without a doubt. Especially I'm all of a sudden posing new problems that they've got to think about, and they've got to work counters to. Then when they work the counters, I work the counters to the counters, and we're just constantly getting better and getting better. Especially like the team environment we've got. We don't have a set coach, someone who's telling me what to do, when to do it. We're very much trained together, test, retest. One of them will come up with something, and like I'll do a pass or a specific movement, and like Ryan, one of my training partners, he'll want to counter that. And he'll try and find a way to counter that, and then I'll deal with his counter, and then I'll have to pass again. I'll try and find a different way. It creates a very a progressive environment, so we're all constantly getting better.
Yeah, because I always say that to people. I say you should always question everything, even if it doesn't matter who's the coach or who's teaching it. Always question it, because they might not know or might have seen the gap that maybe you're bringing up. You might say, is there not another way to do this? And even if you do it and you fail, at least you know, at least you've done it and you've found out.
For me, me, like a lot of good teaching will come with an explanation of why. Everything to some extent should. If you have the why, there can be several hows.
Yes.
Yes. And then but if you're only showing how all the time, it's a good thing. It helps. Some people need that. But I'm like a why man when I coach him. Do this because of this. Do this. This is why I want you to do this. This is one way of doing that, but this is what you should be trying to do. This is what your intention from this position has to be. Like that idea.
Yeah.
And I found that having that type of approach to stuff, it's so much easier for us to just learn from other people without them telling us what to do.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I think it does help a lot more, and I think in a sport like this, there's so much to learn and absorb. You can't yourself know everything, so it's always good to just always put that out there with the option of having someone to say, but what question something that you're doing, and I think everyone, that's the thing with martial artists. I think real martial artists have that open mind. They have that open mindedness to go, do you know what? Let's try it. Let's find out. Because the ones who are closed off, I don't call them martial arts. I call them, I think they're almost like traditional martial arts where they don't want anyone else to come into their little space, and they believe that what they're doing is that's right and you're wrong. And I think that's the wrong way to be.
I think that there's a lot of people like that, and it's a lot of people don't want to know they're wrong anyway.
Yeah.
It's like being as like right now. Obviously, I'm fighting and stuff, but I afford to live by coaching, and it's a difficult task to try and run it as a business and be honest. Because a lot of men, especially, cannot deal with your job as a coach is to correct errors.
Yeah.
To show people how they should do stuff. And what I think about a lot is that when I'm teaching and I'm telling men that they're not as good at fighting as what they think, that's not something nice for a lot of people to hear. People don't want to get that feedback. Don't want to hear those words. People want to assume that they already know too much. So it's hard to make a business out of telling people, not tell them off, but telling them they're wrong.
Yeah.
And it's strange.
Ego is a terrible thing. Really, it's a dangerous thing. Unless someone's been humbled, you're not. It's hard to get through some people. When you've been, for example, if you've been training for a while and you get your ass handed to you every time you turn up. You've been humbled a bit, so you'll start to listen and go, well, I can't beat him, so I'm clearly not right in what I'm doing. But you'll get guys with egos. It's a dangerous thing. But what I've noticed with the Northeast is that it's really getting a really talent-rich pool of guys.
And yeah, Alex, in the Northeast, it is really starting to get quite a talent-rich pool of fighters. There's yourself, you got Tommy Quinn, you've got obviously Ross Pearson, you've got James Mulhern, Colin Fletcher, and you got your little project Adam as well. There's a handful of guys there. Obviously there is more. I'm just spitting a handful of names out. I don't want to miss anyone out, not being rude, but there is it's quite exciting times in the Northeast for the guys there. Really, the fact that you can all train together and it helps bring everyone's game up, I'd imagine.
Oh, without a doubt, there's it's the way things are up here, especially with a lot of the pros. Most of what we coach on a night time, and we're training together during the day. So we're always bringing new ideas to the table, or helping each other learn. But also spend a lot of time testing new stuff out. Always trying to stay one step ahead of not just everybody else around the world, but even one step ahead of each other. If Fisher's doing something that works, I want to think about the counter or something that I can do around that to stop that happening. Then he has to go and make the work he was doing better, because I can now defend it. So we're constantly pushing each other and making each other better.
It's good as well, because it's not like there's one of yous or two of you. There's, like I said, there is quite a few of you now as well. Rather than being stuck and being, for example, being a big fish in a little pond when there's no one else around you, it can be very difficult for development. So I think next year we're going to see a lot of guys in the Northeast, just just imploding. You've got, especially when you look at the map in the UK, up in Scotland, I'd say your biggest group is your Dinky Ninjas up in Scotland. Then you got when you go down into the UK, you've got up in your northeast, there's all you boys there. Then you got down to London way, you've got like your Team Titan area and BKK kind of guys. Wales, you've got your Brett Johns and your Lou Long, and obviously in Ireland they've got your SBGs, and obviously you got a team guys. So it's quite nice to see. There's like almost each area in the UK is starting to develop a pool of richer fighters.
Yeah, I think Newcastle might be the only city centre that doesn't have one gym which houses a lot of fighters, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think up here is very much a collection. That'll happen in time, like I have my gym in South Shields, and I have a lot of novice pros and some amateurs there. Fisher has his in Sunderland. The Bad Boy Gyms in Gateshead. It's close to Newcastle City Centre, and Ryan and Tommy both coach there, so it's quite interesting that I think not that we're behind anywhere else. I think it's just different. But then at the same time, there's going to be so many of these almost highly stacked gyms. Like when you said Titan, SBG, they're all big teams.
Yeah. I
think up here we have like a lot of guys who are going to head big teams and run big teams.
Yeah.
Who all train together.
That's the beautiful thing. Yeah, it is unique, and it's quite a beautiful thing because that's when, like I say, there's no ego. You're not sitting there having a rivalry, spouting off about. You just all sitting there going, "Well, should we train together? Because let's be realistic. It's going to help each other."
Yeah. There's obviously there's very little chance of anyone locally end up having to fight each other. It's even difficult for, say, it'd be so difficult for one of my students to fight one of Fisher's, for example, because of how much work we do together. Or fight one of Ryan's is very difficult. But there's so many other gyms outside the Northeast which promoters can bring opponents in, or quite often we'll travel to them. That it doesn't cause that problem. It's not like we're trying to help out an event up here by putting our fighters against each other because they'll both sell lots of tickets, which is kind of what I'm a little bit becoming at times.
Yeah, it is handy because, like you say, you're not that far off from events up in Scotland, and you're not that far off from events even just as far as Manchester and places like that, or Birmingham to an extent. So you're not going too far out the way to find fights for the guys. No. It's quite good as well. I think it's nice that, for example, I was speaking to Jake Bostwick as well, with this Phoenix Fight Night. I've noticed that it doesn't really put itself out there when they have quite a few talent-rich fights going on. They have quite a stacked card. Some of the guys they have on the cards for UK shows, I don't know what it is. They're just a very quiet promotion, I feel, but they somehow have great matchups.
They have a lot of guys from Bournemouth fighting on the card, and they'll be selling tickets and drawing the crowd in. And then obviously the crowd just enjoy having names like myself, Jake, and our opponents on, which are high-level international fights. But for me, it's a good opportunity just to travel somewhere else, have no stress of selling tickets or having to bring a crowd in. I don't have to be the draw. I'm the draw because of my skill set I've been brought down there, and it's nice to hear that.
Yeah. Yes. It's definitely respect. That's what it is straight away. They're showing their respect to you in doing what they're doing.
Yeah. Plus, I think my management helped us get the fight. They do a really good job and look after us, especially with there being no Cage Warriors events.
Yeah.
I'm managed by the guys at Intensity, and Ian's been incredible.
Well, with next year, hey, who knows what's going to happen, eh? We got.
Yeah, I just keep winning fights.
Yes, exactly.
It's literally the most important thing in the world for us is results and winning.
Yes, that's all you can do. Yeah, that's all you can do. That's all the thing that is. People can't just sit there and wait for things to come to them. They have to just keep ticking over, so to speak.
Not necessarily just winning, because obviously the easy way to do that would just be to fight bums, but to challenge myself and overcome that adversity, to win, and in a place where the odds are even to slightly in one favour or the other, but they're not stacked in my favour ever.
Yeah.
Haven't been from my last 5-6 fights.
We spoke about this last time when we met. Well, are you still considering maybe going and competing at 155?
It's something that it depends what goes on, but I make featherweight comfortably, but 155 would be comfortable more often. Yes. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to make 145 4, 5, 6 times a year, or for tournaments or that type of fight.
Yeah.
But obviously, I have to just see what my management want me to do and what happens after this fight. I'd be a small 155. I've realised that the closer I'm to weight now, I could make 155 so easy that I could have had cake at the weekend. And I don't know if that's something I don't want to do.
I was going to say that sounds like a good thing. There's no negative there.
Like if things are too easy, then you haven't really earned them.
Yeah. Maybe you have to just you have to get yourself bigger. Maybe you have to be bigger, then eat more cake when you've not got the fight on.
But then I'd be cutting the same amount of weight and wouldn't want to do it 5-6 times a year.
Yeah.
That would be the same problem.
Okay, but, I'll eat the cake for you. I'll eat the cake for you then.
If I can get the fights, 145 is my division.
Yes.
And the obviously the fights they've been hard to come by this year, and I think that's part of the frustration. And thinking about moving up, that I'd be more likely to get fights at 155. But if promotions will fly in national opposition, like Phoenix Fight Night are doing, then I don't need to do that.
Well, that's the thing as well. Yeah, like you say, it's hard to get fights. You're not. The crazy thing is, you're not the only one stuck.
Yeah,
you've seen it with a handful of fighters that they're getting maybe one fight, but they're not getting as many fights as you would think they'd be getting, simply possibly because of the skill set. I'm not being funny. It is quite. If I was a 145er in the UK and you went, oh right, okay, we've got a match up, Alex Enlund, I'd be like, I think my nan's going to be dead the day before, so I have to go to a funeral. It's one of them ones. It's not. And again, that is respectful to you, but at the same time, the guys are probably, like we've said before, guys do like to be careful of their records, and they probably sit there and go, "I'm not ready yet for Alex Enlund."
I think maybe there's a little bit of that, and a lot of the guys who probably want to fight there'll be a lot of guys just breaking through who'd see me as a no-lose situation where I would just be a scalp.
Yeah.
And they'd want to fight us, but then there has to be an incentive in it. I've never been offered any of those fights, but then there'd have to be an incentive in it for me.
Yeah.
It's difficult, the UK scene, especially with Cage Warriors being out this year. I think people have missed it, and I don't think people appreciate what they actually had until they haven't done any shows this year.
Yes.
And I think when it's back, which I really believe it will be, there's obviously Graham released the little trailer for next year with and I think when it's back, people will realise how good they had it.
Yeah.
And
it's that kind of it's almost like you feel you're comfortable, like you got that safe net in a way when they were signed with Cage Warriors. They won't realise it, but even if they know they're going to get a match up, if they sign like a 3 or 4 or 5 contract, they're going to get fights then, because the Cage Warriors wouldn't sign them to not give them fights. So all they've got to do is make weight and turn up.
Exactly, and they're getting tests, they're getting the right fights.
Yes.
Like fair fights.
Yeah, you got Ian Dean, who just finds the most random guys who probably, and then he just brings them in who are just like that. The best one was Damir Hadzovic. That guy's a monster.
He's like very good lightweight. Dangerous as well. I would expect Cage Warriors return. He'll be the Cage Warriors lightweight champion next year.
Do you know what? I was devastated that they obviously did go, because I wanted to see how he would have fared if he maybe got a chance to fight for that title. When he fought one of the top contenders, like he beat, was it Martin Delaney? Wasn't it? I think it was. When he stepped in, I think it was Martin Delaney. Off the top of my head.
I remember.
But yeah, it was. He's very impressive. He's a hell of a fighter, and it's a shame because I was like, I really enjoyed watching him, and I think obviously he has been fighting outside of. He's been fighting in Europe, but when you find gems like that and he brings him in. Do you know what? It ups the game for other 155ers in Cage Warriors in the UK, because they go, this guy's got skills. I need to up my shit right now.
Yeah, when I was made my return to featherweight for Cage Warriors, Jimmy Ellis was the champion.
Yeah.
And in my head, that's how good I had to be, to the point where I had no doubts in my mind that I would beat Jimmy Ellis.
Yeah.
And then he got signed by the UFC, and then I fought Nad for the belt. But from the moment I decided to fight, I moved to bantamweight, and I wanted to be the bantamweight champion. And obviously it was vacant. So there was no, I didn't put a target on someone of, how good is he? Is he actually better than me? I didn't believe Jimmy Ellis was, but I believed that I had to get better and better and better so I could outclass him. Then obviously he got signed, and then I knew I was the next guy who would be the champion. I knew I was the top of that pile of Cage Warriors then.
Yeah. It was just a matter of executing it. Yeah.
When it returns, I expect to be top of the pile there and show people,
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing. When obviously Cage Warriors do end up coming back around, it's what are they going to do with, in effect, the titles that have become vacant because people have went on. I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to do, because
they'll do tournaments. I think they've got a history of tournaments.
I'm thinking that as well, and do you know what? I'm already sitting there and I'm picking out random matchups for guys, and are they going to get Jimmy back and Lou Long? That's a hell of a matchup. Jimmy Wallhead and Lou Long.
Yeah.
Bloody hell, that's just going to be fucking awesome. I can't even contain my excitement at the idea of that matchup. And is this...
I think the welterweight division in the UK is probably one of the strongest divisions. It has probably the most exciting possible fights in.
Yeah.
Last week, I watched Tommy, my training partner, fight Matt Inman.
Yeah.
In probably the most technical MMA fight I've seen on a UK promotion.
That's not on yet. That's not online yet, is it? They've not put that. They've not released that yet, have they? It's doing my head in that. Yeah. You're not the only one who said it as well, and it's driving me fucking insane because I'm waiting for it to get posted.
It was easily the most technical fight I've seen.
Yeah.
Tommy's striking's phenomenal, and Matt had some very good striking, and tactically was superb, and just made such an interesting fight.
That's the thing. It shows how Matt Inman has turned things around, but he's almost screwed the nut away with his fight with Lou Long, where it just did not happen for him that day. He came back onto FCC, got a win, and then obviously he got the win against him. But it shows that he's progressing still, and he's still a welterweight he's a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I think he's 17-7 now, or 18-7 or something like that. I wouldn't expect him being too far away from being signed, especially with the SBG link and the Sol Rogers doing well on Tough.
Yeah, exactly. You got Sol. Yeah, he's going to be probably fighting this. Friday, isn't it? The Ultimate Fighter finale. Yeah, so he's going to be on that card. And there's a handful of guys.
Well,
it's the final. I think you find out if he's in the final on
Thursday morning.
Yeah. So obviously you got it's Marcin Voracek against Sol. And then Artem has got the American lad whose name I won't be rude, but I just can't remember the American lads. So that's
because he's not very good.
Probably, yeah, if I'm honest. But so I sit there and think Sol versus Artem. That's a hell of a scrap. Anyway, that would have been a great.
But it's already happened. Sol beaten by decision.
Yeah, but it's
it's interesting because it's two SPG guys.
Well, I'm interested to see how Marcin can come into it, because he's coming in. I know it sounds daft. I know I've said it before, but with Joanna winning the title, I know it sounds silly, but does that give the Polish fighters a little bit more of a confidence boost? You know what I mean? I know they're not training with her, but it's almost like someone's flying the flag, if that makes sense.
I think a little bit. Sol's a natural lightweight, and probably a better wrestler than Marcin, and I think Sol wins that.
Yeah, because
quite comfortably. I think so. I expected when I seen the cast Sol to win the whole thing.
Did you?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Well, do you know what? I think he is like you say, on the ground. He's a scary man. That's the thing, because he could be going in the final then against Artem.
Yeah. I think that would be interesting. But when I seen the whole cast, I picked Sol to win the whole thing.
See, if you went down to bookies, you could have made a few quid from that as well, probably.
I don't think you can bet on the Ultimate Fighter though.
Oh, you must be able to. Some bookie will take it somewhere.
TV, by the time they release it, the cast and stuff, it's on TV. It's a TV show, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, you can put money on bloody X Factor, I imagine. So you must be able to. Yeah. Bloody hell. So they'll take money for any crap these days. Yeah, like you say, SBG link. Yeah, so you got to think about little things like that because you've got Danny Roberts is fighting on. Is it Wednesday, Thursday's card? There's that many cards. It's the Thursday card against Nathan Core, yeah.
Junis, yeah.
Too many bloody cards to remember. And
it's 3 in 3 days. It's mental.
I know it's going to be absolutely rammed. I can't get my head around it. Like I know that Brian Stan and John Anik are doing the commentary for 2 of the cards, and you think that's a hell of a lot of paperwork they've got to remember. I do not envy that at all. But and then you've got that bloody McGregor Aldo card, which is probably up there with the UFC 100 card.
I think it's better. I think the undercard's better.
Oh, the undercard. Yeah, well, on the undercard, on the one.
Collectively, as a card, the UFC 100 card was great. But that was Frank Mir, Brock Lesnar, right?
Yes.
That was nothing for me at all.
I've just look at Brock just being a monster.
Thiago Alves, as much as at the time it was a big fight, it wasn't that big. When you think this card has Weidman Rockhold is a huge fight. You know, I'm disregarding the Belfort
spinning heel kick knockout of Rockhold because I think that's not. I don't even count that on Rockhold's kind of record. I think every TRT win that he had, I don't count. But that fight, I think the Aldo McGregor fight will bring in casual fans, people who've maybe never even seen the UFC before. Yeah, same with Ramsey. Rousey. Make people UFC fans. Yeah. But I think the Weidman Rockhold fight will make people MMA fans. Yeah, definitely. Because I think it's technically 2 of the most evenly matched fighters. Yeah. In the UFC, almost. And then another fight that's similar to that, it's Damian Maia, Gunnar Nelson. I was going to mention that fight as well. How amazing is that fight going to be? It's almost like, to some extent, a mirror match. Yeah. Stylistically. Yes. But of youth versus age almost. Well, you got to think. Yeah. You look at Gunnar Nelson's fight against Thatch. I said it myself. I went, "Oh, Thatch is deadly on the ground." But if Gunnar gets him down, then it's Gunner's got it all day, and then he drops Thatch, and I kind of went, right. Now he's definitely been working on that. And then you think, well, not many people mess Damian Maia up because Damian Maia is such a very clever guy on the feet because he's not ever going to be the best striker, but he's smart at not taking much damage and just grabbing you and getting you to the ground. And you think to yourself, Gunnar Nelson won't mind going to the ground. That's the crazy thing about it. And you just sit there and there's so much in that fight. But then you've also got to think you got Jacare against Yoel Romero. The whole card's ridiculous. Yeah, it is. I'm literally when I heard obviously everyone's sitting there hoping no fights get called off, but then you got Max Holloway against Jeremy Stevens. Jeremy Stevens. And then the day before, Edgar versus Mendes. Oh my word! Isn't that just a sexy fight? Yeah. Oh, and then, so much MMA to watch. I know. I'm literally going to have no social life for the next 3 or 4 days, catching up and watching the fights again. That's just, I'm writing off my life for the next 5 days. I never watch UFC until the whole event goes back on Fight Pass, so I normally watch stuff like a month later. Do you? Yeah. I'm not saying I watch it just on UFC Fight. I'm not saying that if I don't watch it live, I won't go into MMAcore.com and watch it, but I might do that. I'll do that for 1 or 2 fights. Yes. But obviously, if I want to see stuff, normally if I'm watching them, it's because I like one of the fighters. Yeah. Or I want to study it, and if I'm studying it, I don't want to watch it on a bad streamed website. Yeah. If I'm studying it, I like to do it. Do a month later is no big deal. Yeah. Yeah, I'm the same with a handful of matches when I see, for example, a fight that I'm looking forward to is Josh Barnett against Ben Rothwell. Oh, see, I've got no love for heavyweights at all. Just because they can eat cake and don't have to cut weight? Nah, just because they're the slow and the sluggish and they can get away with bad technique. I like Josh Barnett because he's got pretty good technique on that ground.
He is pretty good.
Yeah, I love that catch wrestling. Love it.
He's really good, right? But is he really good, or is he really good for a heavyweight?
I don't know. I'd have to see him if he ever cut down to 205 to see how he could fare. But
But skill set wise,
he's pretty good. You know, he's probably got the best.
Technically as good as a top 10 155er.
No, but you're never going to get that with a heavyweight.
No, so he's really good for a heavyweight.
Yeah,
that's so like.
Well, I've always said that.
With the amount of fights the UFC and that is available in MMA now.
Yeah.
For me, unless I know them, I'm not watching it too often. Or unless someone says it's a ridiculously good fight, I'm not watching a heavyweight fight.
But then again, I love 125ers.
Yeah.
You know, I can't get enough of the 125 division in the UFC. You know, even if
Johnson's probably my favourite guy to watch in the UFC.
You cannot get a better technical fighter than that guy. He is another level. He is so good to watch.
Again, technically, he's quite clever as well.
Yes, hardly takes any damage.
I enjoyed listening to the Joe Rogan podcast with him on.
It was fantastic. Yeah, it was really good, wasn't it? Yeah, I really liked it. You know,
I don't understand why more people don't like him.
Mate, he's
like the nicest man in the world.
I know. He takes the piss out of himself as well a bit, and he's awesome. But the problem is, it's people who don't understand fighting. They just don't like the small guys. I think it stems from boxing. Boxing, what was the biggest draw? Heavyweight division.
Yeah.
You know, because everyone knew statistically you're probably going to get a finish at some point in the fight, and I think that mentality's kind of went on into MMA, where you look at the very first few MMAs, they didn't have small guys, they just had giants beating the crap out of each other. And the same with Pride. You know, it wasn't, you know, Pride was just like, right, let's get this, right, you're a giant, we'll have a giant, or you a dwarf, right, we'll have you, let's go. And people would watch that stuff, but I think you need like another 10 years, and another 10 years, people will probably appreciate Demetrius Johnson a lot more than they would do now. Because hopefully people are more educated in 10 years' time, understanding that, you know what, 125ers, they are probably the best division possibly to watch because of the speed and how technical they have to be. Because you've got to think how quick they can throw stuff and move. Their mind just reacts so much different than ours. Even at your weight class, you know, even though it's only 20 pounds, it's a different ball game.
Yeah, I think the thing about the flyweights is. But then again, actually, if you watch some of them, you watch like Benavidez or Lineker when he was fighting a flyweight, they were just sluggers. Ian McCall, bit of a slugger.
Well, you see, I thought that, but then you watched him against Brad Pickett in Ireland, and it was a different Ian McCall. He was very technical in the fact that he was coming in, a quick combination, then he was cutting off on an angle to get away from basically Pickett and basically throwing those heavy hands. And that was a different Ian McCall you saw in that fight, and I thought it was a beautiful Ian McCall. And the same with the John Lineker fight, he was beautiful in that fight until he got caught.
He's a scrapper though, John. Like he puts on ends in a fight.
Yeah.
Where Demetrius Johnson, you can understand people because he's a tactician.
Yes.
But like Dodson's just a knockout merchant.
Oof. Him at 135, he's still going to be scary at that division.
Yeah.
Not having to cut those.
I don't get why people don't like them. And then you have heavyweights, if they haven't knocked each other out in the first round, it's gone the distance. Yeah,
you're right. They just haven't got the power. They're just so tired. Like, the best one was when you watch, like, Saul Paleli, and you knew he could finish guys in the first, but if he went after the first, he would just start to it was like he was stuck in tar.
Yeah.
You know, and it was like, fuck me, this is going to be a long 15 minutes. If I'm the commentator, you better have a lot of stuff there to talk about.
Yeah.
I think the worst fight I saw was a heavyweight fight this year. The worst fight this year was it was Pester versus Kronikins or that. I can't remember the surname of it now. And it was probably the worst fight I've ever seen, ever. And it was just two heavyweights. It was just a bit abysmal. Like you said, they blew their load after a few minutes, and then after that, you just were pulling teeth out. And I was like, that's on the UFC.
I couldn't deal with watching it. I'd just turn off. That's why I don't watch stuff live.
Yeah, so you can skip.
Like, I can't remember the last time I stayed up to watch a UFC.
Well, see what we would do. Me and Mike, we'd have it recorded, then watch it the next night. But we try to avoid the results so that we can so you still get that bit of element of surprise when you watch it. So you get caught out. We get caught out of a fight like that because you don't know the result, and you're sitting there and you're like, And he gets to like the last minute, you go, it's gone decision, isn't it? Bollocks. Yeah. It sucks.
There's a lot of fights where I like this, the result, and then if I find out it's a good, normally I'll wait till my students tell us it's a good fight.
Yeah.
Someone will come in and be like, do you see such and such? I'll be like, no, and then I'll watch it, and if it's good, I'll be. But even with fights that are good, like the Mark Hunt and
Bigfoot Silver.
Yeah, like did nothing for me.
No, the first one, not the second one, obviously.
The one that was a brawl.
Yeah, the first one. Yeah,
I watched it and I ended up turning it off. But then you get Aldo Mendez, which was a bit of a brawl.
Yeah.
I like really enjoyed it because it was a tad more technical. Like I like Mark Hunt, but I'd rather watch a Mark Hunt highlight video than I would watch Mark Hunt fight.
Have you seen? Did you watch his last fight against Bigfoot Silver?
No.
Mark Hunt is in shape. I know it sounds weird. Like he used to be a shape round, but he is in shape now. He's took his shit seriously. He finally decided to take it serious after about 41 years. But the dude is in awesome condition.
Right?
Yeah, serious. Even just Google a picture of him when he was like, honestly, and when you think about what he used to look like, when you see him now, it's quite a difference. And do you know what? He's probably going to get even better in the next fight he comes up with. But like he looked so good, and you think that dude has tree trunks for legs. When he leg kicks, it just ruins your day.
Yeah. I wouldn't like get hit as much as I don't like watching heavyweights. I wouldn't want to get hit off one.
Fuck that! Like training with James Mulhern, I would be running. I'd say my footwork would be on point.
Yeah, James is fast for a heavyweight.
Yeah. Oh no! Right then.
like he's lightning, actually.
Yeah. Oh, he's got like that kind of explosive, that fat twitch muscle fiber kind of explosive power.
Yeah, he's very, very light on his feet, actually.
That's the thing. Some heavyweights can catch you out with their athleticism, can't it?
He's different. Yeah, he's different. He's certainly different.
You know, and again, it's nice to get, especially he's back from his injury. It's great that he's, got back to winning ways as well. It's nice to see that, because sometimes an injury like that can affect someone like long term. It's big.
Yeah, it was good to see him get the win. He was quite happy and stuff, and then it'd be interesting to see what he does next year.
Well, that's the thing, exactly. I was thinking that as well, because you've got a handful of guys now in the heavyweight division in the UK where it did seem at one point where you were thinking, where's the next heavyweight star coming from? And then you've got a handful of guys now that you can start to maybe look at matching up. So it's quite fun to see now.
Yeah, there's quite a few. There's quite a few in the northeast actually who are doing well.
Yeah, there was another guy in the made for cage card as well, wasn't there? Lower down as well. I can't remember.
Tony Mustard. Trains with Fisher.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, sorry, I couldn't remember the name because again, I just couldn't. Remember like a circle.
Like that was the first fight where he fought a named opponent, someone who people like had a reputation and like a really good record. Yeah. And he beat Paul Taylor.
Yes, exactly. Yes, Paul Taylor.
Paul Taylor just fought for the BAMMA title not long ago.
He did indeed, exactly against Mark Godby. Yeah,
that was like a huge win for Tony.
I think so as well, because he trained at AK. He trained up at AKA as well.
Yeah, I remember seeing he posted something like that on his Facebook account.
And he can take one hell of a hit as well. Dude can take.
I've only ever seen him fight Tony, and then when he fought James Mulhern.
Oh yeah. He can take a hit like Paul Taylor, and do you know what? He's actually got surprisingly really good hands.
Yeah, I imagine most heavyweights seem to box and take down defense.
Yeah, especially I wouldn't like them sprawling on me. Fuck that. Yeah. No chance. I'd look like a pancake at the end of it.
I wouldn't fancy being a heavyweight at all. It just looks like it hurts so much more. It's not worth the kick.
Yeah, exactly. You got to think. Imagine you fight down at 145. Imagine just putting another £100 onto that one. Oh, yeah. No. Just honking in it. It's just horrible. Just the idea of it.
Add a small human to us.
Exactly. That's just not worth thinking about, really. Especially like you think, even a leg kick.
And it's just like tissue as well, because it's not even extra skeleton, so it's just all the muscle and stuff that hit hard.
Oh god, yeah. Just a leg kick alone from a heavyweight, I think your thigh would just. I remember seeing that. You see that video of Pedro Izzo when he hit the guy with the leg kick. some like reporter said, "Oh, do a leg kick on us," and he held the pad obviously on his leg. Pedro Hazel just cracked this leg kick on the guy, and the guy just flipped in the air.
Spin around.
Yes.
Yeah.
How you just like that's why you don't want to get kicked by a heavyweight. Obviously Pedro's got a little beautiful technique to it, but at the same time, any heavyweight hits you, it's still going to be there's still going to be a lot of weight hitting you, even if they don't do the technique right. It's still 250 pounds potentially cracking your leg, so it's going to suck. Oh man, no, it's not my cup of tea. Alex, look, we'll wrap this up because I'll let you go because I forgot I've actually got an interview. Well, I was meant to do an interview about 20 minutes ago with someone else, but it's all good. They can wait. Hey, when I'm flowing, I'm having a good conversation. I like to keep it going, mate. I like talking with you, Alex. You're a good person to talk with. You know your shit, and that's what counts.
I think I wouldn't mind trying, like, if you want to have us back on when I'm eating more sugary foods.
When you're human, you mean? Yeah.
And I'm super enthusiastic, and I'm okay right now, but it's 20 past 9 at night now, and I couldn't jack myself up on coffee before.
Look, I tell you what I'll do, Alex. Then I tell you what, me and Mike have been negotiating about we're going to do like a festive podcast, and we are going to get a handful of guys on, and I'll tell you some of the names off air beforehand, just in case they don't come on in the end because of shit. But yeah, before I let you go, Alex, let people know what your social network stuff is, so they can jump on and give you a follow.
So my Twitter account is @Alex Enlund, nice and simple. Enlund, ENLUND. I have a Facebook page, Alex Enlund, and Instagram, Alex Enlund VI, and you can catch us on there. Also, anyone after training in the Northeast, I teach at South Shields. Put together a good, strong team at Powerhouse Gym. Anyone who wants to come up from the Northeast come up to the Northeast to train. If anyone wants to visit or drop by or from a different gym, you send us a message. I'll sort out classes so you don't have to pay no fees and stuff, just as one-off training, or if you want to come up for a week. And that's about it.
I was going to say, yeah, people, I've seen the facility as well. It looks spot on. Loads of equipment there for what you need in this sport, and there's obviously lots of mat space, which is important for rolling and sparring in and stuff. It looks dead on, mate, honestly. And what about obviously sponsors for this fight coming up?
Oh, I've got about 1 million.
Okay, just name one. Name the most important one.
Obviously, I have guys who help us out. One of the Fight Stock Pro and Rev Gear gives us a lot of equipment and help us out quite a bit. Alex is really cool. Excess Mouth Guards just sorted us out with a new gum shield with my name on it. And also, my biggest appreciation goes to obviously Eddie and Kelly for bringing us over to Singapore for those 2 weeks. I wouldn't have been able to afford to go, and they covered my flights and stuff for the second time. And that was a huge help, and obviously I got to train with high-level guys, and I can never... It's something that maybe I'll never be able to repay, but I'll try and pay forward. And then I have other sponsors like Rice High Apparel, my local barber sponsors. Stoney's been my longest running sponsor. He always helps us out, and still only charges old age pensioner prices for my haircut. There's not much to cut though, so it's falling out quite quick, and it's not like he has to style it or blow dry it. And there's a few more. A lot of them are just local around town sponsors who are helping us out just out of the goodness of the heart, which it's those guys who I appreciate most, and they know. I don't think they're doing, a lot of them aren't doing it for thanks on podcasts or space on banners or space on t-shirts. They're doing it just because they want to see us do well. Yeah. And that, again, is just something I'm going to maybe never pay back, but I'll just pay forward.
But that's the thing. When you win, that's how you've paid them back. I think that when the success in your career is that's their repayment. And I think that's what all they want. They don't need anything else other than just you. Chasing your passion. All it takes is one person to support someone in their passion, and they can thrive, and it just goes on from there. Obviously, do want to thank your teammates, coaches, training partners, and obviously people like that.
I have some outstanding training partners. I've had quite a bit of pads of Stu Bailey's helped us a lot, especially the last few weeks. all the guys at NEVT are really cool. You know, like this Paul Cook was like he fought on the Saturday, fought 3 rounds against David Johnson, and came and trained and wrestled with us on the Monday. Andrew Fisher's helped us so much for this fight, despite having his own things going on, and Colin was in the week after his fight to help us out. Ryan Roddy's been a huge help, and he spent a lot of time watching Diaz, giving us feedback and giving us stuff to work at specific for the fight, and some tactical stuff, which I think plays a big part. But the whole Northeast scene is so cool, and obviously I wouldn't be who I am without them. And all my students at Sixth Sense for being patient when I'm grumpy, or when I'm telling them as it is or how I see it, and just putting up with my stubbornness and no, that's wrong. Come on, let's get it right. All my occasional, I just demonstrated. Did you watch or did you listen? Because I've had enough. I haven't had much to eat, or I'm tired from training, or been beaten up. Well, like, I appreciate all that. I appreciate everyone on this journey with us. And I appreciate Phoenix Fight Night for putting the fight on. I appreciate Rafael for coming all the way over from Florida to fight us. And it's going to be cool.
I tell you what, it's a bit of a difference, Bournemouth to Florida, but I'm
used to the cold.
Yeah, he's going to get a shock. But hey, I tell you what, Alex, like you say, mate, it's great the support you're getting, and the people around you. You know what? I'm going to be keeping a close eye on the results. And look, have a great weekend. It's going to be just absolutely awesome, Alex.
Thank you very much, John. Cheers.
Right, firstly, thank you, Jake, for joining me. And Mike's not here simply because he doesn't like you. He said, no, only messing. He's on a plane right now to Las Vegas to watch the fights.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's on his way now to watch those 3 bouts. But you're fighting this weekend at Phoenix Fight Night against. I have to admit, I quite like his name. There's something about his name that makes me think he's like a bullfighter or something. Costello Van Steenis. Is that a good way?
Steenis,
yeah. I feel like it's a bullfighter or something. There's something about like it could be Zorro, with that name.
Could be. He's not going to be, but he can be.
Look, you're gonna actually pop his cherry though at the weekend. That's your goal.
I definitely am, mate. Definitely am. Very hungry for this, mate. Very hungry.
Well, I was going to say because your activity is very specialised. You're picking your fights. You're being careful about when you're fighting, due to the fact that your record's going your fights are going well. You're on a nice little win streak, and obviously you've got the potential maybe to get that call up for the UFC. So a lot of fighters are being very careful about when they time and pick their fights. What was it about this opponent that made you go yes?
Do you know what? Stylistically, it matches me very well. The fact that he's not really a striker or a wrestler. His striking's okay. I'm not saying it's bad. Like, his striking's still decent, but I feel my striking and my wrestling's better than his. Obviously, he's a jiu-jitsu guy, so he's kind of like Simeon Thorenson. Yeah. Who I fought with previous. So, when I look at it like that, I think stylistically it works well. I'm going to strike with him. I'm going to hit him hard. He might try and strike back or try and take me down. My wrestling, I should defend his takedowns and just keep striking with him. I'm not going to be on the floor rolling around, trying to see who's going to sub who. That's not my game. Everyone knows that. That's not what I want to do. Obviously, if it gets there, my defensive work, and I have got the subs there, I just choose not to use them. So the fact that, he's not a full-on striker, but he's hungry for the fight, and he's young, and he's hungry, mate. He's not an idiot. Like, a lot of people think, he's only had 6 fights, but like he's beat a couple names, and he's no mug, mate. He is good, and he is an up-and-comer. So, and the fact that he's on a 6-fight win streak, obviously he's unbeaten, he's never lost. It's like, that's big for me also. I want to change that. I want to make him 6-1. I want to be the person he first lost to. So for me, it's a big fight because of his record and because of who he's beaten. So it's but stylistically for me, it works perfect personally.
I was going to say,
must think he could take me down and sub me, but we'll see.
I was about to say, mate, you were right about the guys he's fought. People might say because he only had 6 fights, you're like, look, he beat very well-trained fighters in Avi Jack. He beat him as well, and then he also beat Harry Lehman as well, and who himself was on I think like a 3 or 4 fight win streak coming into that fight against the kid. So it's not like he fought. Yeah, so he has fought guys who have got. Basically, they're like, in a way, a mould like you with the experience. He's fought guys of that kind of experience in MMA, so it's not like this is the first fight for him where he's fighting a guy who's more experienced. It's something he's done before with less fights, so it is a well matched up fight. And think about Phoenix Fight Night. Bloody, I keep saying Phoenix Night. I need to get that out of my system, don't I? I keep getting an image of Peter Kay coming in on a wheelchair with his little vase. I can't help it, but
that is what it is.
I don't know where they came up today, but they came up with the Phoenix Fight Night, and there's a promotion as well. They've thrown on a couple of good fights of late. I think they've kind of went quiet under the radar on the MMA UK scene, but they're getting some really good matchups.
They do get really good matchups. Paul Daly's fought on the show. Some other big names. I just feel that it doesn't get spoken about enough. Maybe they don't do as much PR as other MMA organisations, so maybe that's why it doesn't get noticed by a lot of people.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
To be honest, it's down in Bournemouth. It's not exactly close. So it's I say it's not close from London. I mean, it's like 3 hours away. So yeah, at the end of the day, it is a good organisation, and they do get good fights on. So and it's a lovely venue as well where we're fighting. So it is pretty awesome there.
I'll enjoy it when you get more than one. You get a few promotions around the UK coming out, and like for example, this weekend you got BCMMA who were just on, and they're flourishing all the time. You see, they seem to just get that progression. They recently streamed via MMA TV and stuff, which I think that MMA TV, it's really going to help the exposure of UK-based fighters. Not even, I know you're established yourself, but things like that is really going to help. I think the UK scene, just getting the fights out there.
As everyone gets to see it, then if people can't make it to a show or wherever you are around the world or whatnot, you can look in.
Yeah,
it's good.
It is, and the thing with Team Titan, you got quite a lot of good momentum going at the moment. You had, I have to admit, it looked like an absolute minefield, the heavyweight situation at Banner at the last event.
Yeah.
But kind of worked out all right, didn't it, for your boy?
It did work out, mate. It did work out. Obviously, Austin done really well. Shame back a couple of the other guys like Palou, Marcin. Bill performed very well. Very happy with Bill. He really stepped up in my books that night. But yeah, again, obviously I was there, cornering Stuart Austin, and yeah, he performed well, mate. Happy to get the knockout. He didn't really get out of his show in the first round. He didn't really do much. He kind of he had to find his rhythm, and then when he did, and he landed that shot, mate, and that was it.
I know. Nice. I watched it, and I was just like, well, at first I was thinking, hang on a minute, this isn't a matchup. But do you know what? They sorted it out in the end. But it's set up because obviously Mark Godbeer can't do the Japan Rizin now because he got a neck injury. I think like 2 weeks ago. So he'll probably be looking to get back straight in again, and the next card will probably be Bama. So Stuart gets a hell of a fight against Mark Godbeer probably.
Yeah, of course. We'll see what happens, isn't it? Happens.
But then again,
we don't know until people get phone calls.
Well, I was going to say, in 2016, you don't know when Cage Warriors are coming back.
Well, maybe I do.
Well, maybe you do, but what I'm saying is to the general public.
I don't really.
Nah.
But they will be back next year with a vengeance, I'm sure. So.
Well, he's putting the teaser trailers out about finding guys and stuff like this, and I think as well for yourself, when you hear that news, even you must be buzzing about it.
Yeah, it is buzzing. Yeah, they Cage Warriors, they always put on a good show. Always have done. They run very well, and the fact that Grant Boylan obviously owns Cage Warriors now and he's my manager. It's easy. Go, okay, Jay, you can fight on my show.
Yeah,
it's like no problem. It's perfect. So yeah, it works really well for me. Who knows where I'm going to be in end of 2016 or mid 2016. I knocked this kid out on Saturday. That's on a 10-fight win streak. What happens then? Do I go to a bigger show? Do I, who knows? I'll do 1-fight deals, and as simple as that. So yeah. I'll be kind of free till April time, keep my time free. See what happens, see what comes up. So yeah, when Cage Warriors is back, I'm sure I'll be on that anyway.
So, because that was my question, I was thinking, did you not get offered a chance to go on KSW when they hit London?
I think they did. Yes, they wanted me to be a stand-in fighter, though. They wanted me to be a late replacement.
Yeah.
So yeah, we was like, okay, we kind of said yeah to it. obviously we wanted to obviously be paid for that, and I don't think they was interested or something.
Right.
So we just said like, no, don't worry about it, and so we left it.
Yeah, it's not fair.
I wasn't needed
prepping.
anyway in the end, so it doesn't matter.
No. But I was just interested because they're taking that. They dip their fingers in the pool, so to speak, and they had a couple of UK guys on the card, and by all accounts, apparently it is a hell of a spectacle that they put on.
Yeah, it did look amazing, mate.
Amazing. They said it was a cross between like Pride and modern day MMA.
Yeah.
So that's
that's about right. That's literally about right. Yeah, perfect explanation for it.
So I think that's I was quite interested in it. Even then, I don't have a go at KSW. What I do is I have a go at some of the matchups, particularly when they have particularly Maris Puzanovsky.
Yeah.
Because they literally just set up their golden boy, and I'm not saying I was overjoyed when he got his ass handed to him, but I was overjoyed when he got his ass handed to him. I think I understand he's like a god in Poland. He's an absolute god there, and he was a hell of a man. I used to watch him in World's Strongest Man. I thought he was a legend, but when it came to when I watched him, like when he beat Hoyler Gracie with that weird overhand punch that looked weird, and he just fell down, I kind of went, I'm not too keen on that. And then the James Thompson incident and all stuff. It's not often James Thompson wins, but it's there's some little things about it. I think if you just get rid of that bullshit, KSW, you could get them.
The others though, all shows kind of have their golden. With the UFC, it was kind of what was it? Ronda Rousey, was she like the queen? Do you know what I mean? It's hard to say, but she had legit fights, and obviously the last fight was very legit.
It was very. That was called a reality check.
Jesus, mate, Holly Holmes shone that night, mate. I just feel Ronda didn't go with her head screwed on. I believe personally.
I don't know.
She didn't look too great at the weigh-ins either, compared to what she normally does.
Yeah.
So, she went in there a little bit too hungry, I believe. And, Ronda's better than that, mate. Everyone's like all laughing and joking about it, but all jokes aside, Ronda's very good.
Yeah.
And she's so much better than the way she fought. She just went in there too hungry.
She did.
Holly Holmes just capitalised on that and just picked her apart with that straight left really well,
Oh, yeah.
Whatever happens, so.
I said that as well about the left straight. I said that to people. I said the problem with Ronda was her footwork. Her footwork isn't up to the level that Holly's was, and she kept stepping into Holly's inside leg, which kept opening up for that left straight. I said you can't do that with a southpaw, and that was her downfall. Really, I said those left straights added up, and said if you take those left straights away, it would have lasted a lot longer. But those left straights just picked her apart. They did.
Yeah, she did. Holly Holmes did perform very well.
Yeah.
Very well. Well-timed head kick, and everything was just really well down to that. So.
Yeah, it was beautiful. Yeah. It reminded me of the head kick, because the way it was with Ronda had her back to it and turned around was Josh Thompson when he got head kicked. Was it Yves Jabon? Was it back in the day? When he chased after him.
Possibly. I'm trying to think. Actually, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, it's back in the day on the UFC when he chased after him, and because Josh Thompson was turning into him, and he got the head kick and then put him down. I think that it reminded me of that little incident. I was like, that's how you time a kick. I said you can't time that any better.
It literally was perfect. Got her rocked, hands were low. Bang.
Yeah. Oh, it was beautiful. But look, do you know what? That shit, you need stuff like that to happen in fights, because you need the game to change, because it puts everyone's game up a level, I think.
Yeah, of course it does.
Totally.
You can't just. Yeah, it does.
You've been putting your game up as well, though. You post on social media stuff to keep people kind of in touch with what you're doing, and you're working all the time, obviously, on your movement. Yep. You're working a lot on your striking, obviously, and because obviously you obviously got to have a well-rounded game, but the striking game, you seem to go up another level. I've been watching.
Yeah, my striking's escalated quite a lot the last 2-3 months, to be honest. Working a lot of footwork, a lot of head movement, left, right, different angles, orthodox, southpaw. My southpaws come on shitloads, mate, so much, and it's good because at the end of the day, for any reason I might get a foot injury, I've got to go southpaw, or I just go southpaw anyway just to mix it up in the fight. I find that my straight left is harder than my straight right. It's crazy, mate. But it's because I work on both, and my all-in game, like my wrestling down to my wrestling defense, subs off my back, or I've got someone's back, or whatever, I'm side control, so forth. Everything's just going up, and it has to. It really has to, because you get to that level where it's like, okay, you're coming across an A-star wrestler, you know, out and out, this, that, and the other. You know, you got to perform. You got to be ready for that. So yeah, for this fight, my camp's been perfect. You know, it really has been perfect. I literally couldn't ask for anything better. The way it's gone, even my weight, everything's it's wicked, mate. Really good. So very happy.
With the obviously you say about the movement, have you went then to do specific training at a boxing club, or have you just been sticking with it? Has Mickey been doing it with you? Is it what have you done then to improve that
more
level?
With the head movement and angle changes and things like that, I do with Mickey, because his striking's a little bit more MMA specific.
Yeah.
So obviously with Kieran, I do obviously just my straight up normal kind of stuff. Obviously I still mix it up, I still change, go from orthodox to southpaw, but with Mickey it's a little bit different, more setups for takedowns, you know, certain angle changes to defend takedowns and so forth. So with Mickey and Kieran, they're both obviously different, but I work well with them both, and they both like make me who I am. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's a time I can stand there, bite down on my gum shield, and I'll lay into you. Or there's a time when I might go, okay, let's take my time a little bit more movement, and pick my shots. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
So when it comes down to a little bit of head movement stuff, I do with Mickey. To be honest, mate, I don't really need to go to a specific boxing coach. Mickey's well good enough, and so is Kieran.
Yeah.
They're both great coaches. You know, all out striking down to wrestling. So they're perfect for me.
Yeah, it's interesting because obviously some people do go to, like, I know Arnold Allen always did boxing. He did a lot of boxing out at a different boxing club down the road and stuff. Obviously now he's up in he's up in Canada and stuff. But yeah, it's always interesting because you got to be careful with the transition, like you say. That it's the MMA style of striking is different than, for example, pure boxing. So you have, because I found that I used to spar with a guy he boxed in the Commonwealth Games in boxing, amateur boxing.
Okay.
And to be fair, we would just do pure boxing, and he would beat the shit out of me. You know, it wouldn't even be out of breath, and I'd just be hanging out trying to catch him, and because his footwork and movement, and then we would integrate
That's all he does.
Yeah.
But then if you dropped him a low kick, then what?
Yeah, exactly. So what we did was we integrated takedowns as well as part of the striking. That was it. So we didn't do leg kicks because he didn't have a clue on that side of things. So it was a bit unfair then because I've just out of the field there, just keep him all day. So we just integrate the takedowns, and that's when his game would be open and exposed because that front leg, he would rely on that front leg a lot to.
Yeah, because he's heavy on it.
Yes.
That's why I'd boot the shit out of it.
Yeah.
Trust me.
So mate, yeah, I'd get the takedowns in. So like you say, it is one of them ones where you've got to have that right balance of getting the best of one side of a skill set and then getting it into the MMA side. Like you say, it is key. It is getting that balancing, and hopefully people get to see a bit of that showcase at the weekend. I won't lie, I don't want a quick knockout. You know, just hold off for a bit and let us see a bit of it.
Listen, we understand this, mate. Yeah, like the longer I'm in there, the more of a chance he's got something in that bag, or I'll get injured or anything. If I go in there and I ping him and I knock him out, I'm happy. I'm travelling down. It's okay. We're up in Bournemouth. It's going to be lively. We're all going out after. No problems.
Right.
But yeah, at the end of the day, the fight will be the fight. What will happen will happen. Obviously, I'm doing my best to knock him out.
Yeah.
The quicker I get it done, the better. Obviously, I'm not going there hungry for it, as in, you know, I don't go in there swinging.
No.
I'm still going to fight smart, but I'm really keen on getting a finish. I haven't had a finish in 4 fights now, mate. It's been too long. So it'd be nice to get a stoppage.
It is nice to get. Yeah, it will be nice. But it shows the standard of the guys you're fighting. You're fighting guys who are tough as coffin nails. Yeah. And it's also tests you out as well to show how much you can go. Because if you can do it, you keep going those 50 minutes. It shows how much you've got in yourself as well. So look, Jake, I can't wait to hear the result. I won't be there, obviously, because I'm stuck here on this little island. But I will be keeping a close eye on social media, and I will be pestering people to keep updated. I might even get people to try and send me a video recording or something if they can.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I might even just get that Periscope on a go or something with someone. But look, Jake, honestly, mate, have a fucking awesome fight. You know, have a great weekend.
Thank you so much, mate. I really appreciate it. I'm really looking forward to it.
Honestly, I love the guys down at Team Titan anyway. You know, Brad's probably the worst of the lot. Brad Pickett's. You know, if I had to pick one I didn't like, you know, be him. But
you tell him that.
yeah, I'll tell him over the phone. So look, Phoenix Fight Night in Bournemouth. Everyone, if you haven't got a ticket, I don't know if there's any tickets available at all, but if you can get down,
you can buy them online now. I've sold everything, so but there's tickets and stuff online.
There you go. Get on there and get down. Get watching a good bunch of UK supporting UK MMA for a start. That's why I always try to push out there. You know, support the local scene. And Jake, before you go, what's your social media, buddy, so people can give you a shout out?
My Instagram, which I'm trying to use a lot now. So my Instagram is Brutal Bostwick, one word. My Twitter, Jake Bostwick. My Facebook, Jake Brutal Bostwick. Always the same stuff. So yeah, look me up, follow me, whatnot, and stay in touch and
there you go.
Come see me explode on Saturday.
In the cage, people. In the cage is what it means.
In the cage,
yeah.
We didn't mean anything rude by that. Come watch me bang on Saturday in a cage.
And we'll put the picture up of Jake's fight poster, and we'll put the links up for his social media as well on our Facebook page as always. And buddy, have you got any sponsors? And do you want to give thanks to your coaches?
Bad Boy obviously sponsor me. They cover me loads of equipment and my corner stuff. So yeah, massive thank you to Bad Boy. Excess Guards also, my mouthpiece. They're always on my case, sorting me out new mouth guards. So just them two, mate. Awesome. Thanks to obviously all my coaches. #Fits, my strength conditioning coach, my MMA coach, obviously Mickey and Kieran, obviously all the boys down at the gyms, obviously I train with. Anton as well, good friend of mine. My osteopath, he always helping me out with little injuries and stretching me out and doing stuff for me. So top man for his support as well.
Awesome stuff, Jake. Like I said, have a great time, and we will keep a close eye, and we'll post the result if we can as well, ladies and gentlemen. So, Jake, thanks for coming on again and giving us your time, mate.
Top man, mate. Thank you.
And there they are. It was great having the guys on. John, if I want to go again online and look to see how to get a good breakdown of the fights this weekend, where is it you go again?
You must go to the Twitter pages of either Dan Hardy MMA, John Gooden UK, at UFC, the YouTube channel for the Ultimate Fighting Championship. Type in Unibet inside the octagon, and you will get a selection of episodes breaking down the best of what's coming up this week.
That is what people should be doing before the builds. Like I said before, we will put this on. We'll put the fight on our Facebook page anyway, so you can all jump on. Because in case you're that lazy, we'll do it for you. But John, again, it's great having you back. It's great talking to you as always. It's a pleasure having you on. Absolute gent. And mate, what a great time to be in Vegas for you, eh?
Well, it's a tough old gig. Tough old gig, but someone's got to do it, right?
Oh, tough job.
Thanks for having me on again and valuing my little opinion.
No, it's always valued. It's great having you on. And me and Mike enjoy having you with us now. Me and Mike are going to be back next week to break down the aftermath, is the best way to describe it, of this weekend. And we're going to have some cracking guests already lined up to come on next week. So we're looking forward to that. And we hope you all enjoyed this week. We certainly did. We had a great time. And we just want to get you, before you go, jump on your social networking sites and give these people a follow. We have
UFC Scotland.
We have on Facebook UFC Wreckage. Also, their website and Twitter is MMA Wreckage.
We also have MMA UK, and their Twitter handle is We Are MMA UK.
On Facebook, we have Fighting and MMA.
And on Facebook and Twitter, we have The Real MMA Talk.
And then last but not least, on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, they're funny. They talk about MMA. It's funny MMA. Jump on. They'll give you a giggle. And let's finish off with thank you very much, everyone. We will be back very soon, won't we, Mike?
Yep, definitely. Thank you very much and goodbye.